times. The internet is broken today. I can't use any of the internet without it showing me memes and opinions in both directions, in all directions actually. A lot of political compass stuff going on the internet. Could have something to do with O.J. Simpson dying, and that being quite the story to have to talk about. So we will talk about O.J. Simpson ever so slightly. If you missed it, I was playing Mark Lamont Hill's live stream that he just made on O.J. Simpson. Highly recommend checking it out if you haven't already seen it. Again, here's the link. Obviously, he's a fantastic person to listen to on this issue and breaks it down very well, especially for people who aren't black like myself and, have to learn about inter-community politics and the like. That's my Minnesota slipping through. Oh, yeah, and the like. Oh, yeah. Anyways, let's start the show then, there, eh?
Dateline 2024. The world is ravaged by a plague. No, we're not talking about the Rona. We're talking about the capitalistic death cult that values profits over the long-term health of humanity. What can be done to stop them and save the future of civilization? Find out only on Hard News.
If there's one thing both sides of the political divide can agree on, it's that O.J. Simpson killed his wife. It's true. It's I think pretty much the consensus. And yes, welcome to all the people on the YouTubes. It should be activated now and or running. I missed reporting on the story a couple days ago, but it is pretty massive.
Tonight, Mexico breaking diplomatic ties with Ecuador after an unprecedented use of force. Police in Ecuador's capital, Quito, raiding the Mexican embassy over the weekend and arresting former Ecuadorian Vice President Jorge Glass, who had been granted political asylum by Mexico. Video shared by Mexico's foreign minister shows the moment Roberto Canseco, a Mexican diplomat, tries to stop the caravan with the VP from driving away and is tackled by police outside the embassy.
¿Cómo delincuentes allanaron la embajada de México en Ecuador? Esto no es posible. No puede ser. Es una locura.
Mexican officials say the officers entered by force, jumping over the wall, forcing the gate, and hurting Mexican personnel.
México reitera su condena por la violación de la inmunidad de su embajada en Quito y la agresión a su personal.
Glass, who was moved to a high-security prison in Guayaquil on Sunday, arrived at the Quito embassy in December after he was indicted on corruption charges he claimed were politically motivated. Now some residents in Ecuador concerned this stunning arrest is yet another political play.
Pienso que fue una decisión muy política.
I think he was politically motivated because the president's popularity is decreasing. By the way, if that's true, that's a wild ass play. Like, holy shit. that's what they call a Hail Mary. You better hope it works out.
Ecuador's foreign minister defending the move, saying that there was a risk of imminent escape and that Mexico violated the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries when they gave Glass asylum. Just 3 months ago, the president of Ecuador stressing the importance of the two nations working together to fight crime in the region to Telemundo's Julio Vaqueiro.
¿Cree que se puede trabajar en conjunto? Debemos de trabajar juntos. Tenemos un problema similar. Y creo que podemos.
You just know that's a Telemundo host, right? Just like instantaneously. It's just like everything about like everything in like, South and Central America television. It's just, you watch a regular soap opera and you're just like, I didn't know people this beautiful existed. Wait, everyone in the show? Okay, I'm gonna watch the news. Clips of the news, like, what? Why is everyone so good looking? What's happening?
Juntando fuerzas, resolverlo de una mejor manera.
But now, that relationship seemingly shattered. The U.S. State Department condemning any violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, writing on X, "We encourage our partners Mexico and Ecuador to resolve their differences in accord with international norms." On Sunday, Mexican diplomats returning back home to an outpour of support, as Mexican officials say their embassy in Ecuador will remain closed indefinitely.
All right, Guad joins us tonight from our studios in Miami.
good.
Guad, this is such a strange story. Do we know if there'll be repercussions from Mexico? Because it seems clear from your reporting, Ecuador violated international norms that treat embassies as sovereign pieces of property.
That's correct, Tom. So what we know...
Sovereign property, by the way, that's key. I used to, for a long time, think it was sovereign, like nations, as in that counts as like a country within a country, as in like an embassy is technically just like you cross into the border into like another country as soon as you do that. No, but it is considered sovereign property. So I was wrong assuming that as I was younger. I blame The Simpsons. I think it was The Simpsons Australia episode where it's like, now I'm in America, now I'm in Australia, now I'm in America, now I'm in Australia, now I'm in America. And I was like, oh, so that's how that works.
Morning, the Mexican chancellor announced that 29 nations around the world have spoken in favor of Mexico and condemning what happened at the Mexican embassy, including some countries from the European Union. She specifically said that the leaders of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Bolivia have declared themselves personally in favor of Mexico. And this is going to be key. She announced that the community of...
Yeah, I would not assume a bunch of other, the countries, especially ones that are geographically located in that area, are suddenly going to start taking sides with Ecuador. When you're storming an embassy to take someone prisoner out of the embassy, I mean, you're violating some international norms there.
Latin American and Caribbean states have called for a meeting for all of the chancellors of the members of that bloc to meet tomorrow, both Mexico and Ecuador.
Not gonna lie, but that's balls. You mean cojones.
Are members of that bloc. So tomorrow's meeting will be specifically to discuss what happened at the embassy, Tom.
Guad, our viewers at home may be thinking about Ecuador, and we had that major story that you were covering for us as well, where an entire newscast was taken hostage live on the air.
Another wild story. If you didn't see that one, I would go to the YouTubes, have yourself a time.
Exactly is the state of play in Ecuador right now?
Right. So there was a lot of violence that escalated last year because of what was happening inside of the prisons, and a lot of the criminals or the organized crime groups in Ecuador that had gained a lot of power. So what happened is the new president came in, and that president cracked down on a lot of the prisons because a lot of these criminals were organizing what was happening outside from inside of the prisons. So we know that the president has taken executive actions to crack down on organized crime. That has been happening. And also, part of his administration's work has been to crack down on politicians that they have found to be guilty of specific charges. So the vice president was someone that was indicted when the new president came into power. And at some point, that vice president went to the Mexican embassy, asked for political asylum, and had remained inside of the embassy. But the government of Ecuador said that they had a right to go in there because they felt like the Mexican government had violated some type of law by interfering with what was happening in Ecuador. So it's a very complicated situation. Now, the Mexican government, Tom, has said that they will take this to the International Court and to the United Nations so that they can take the next step as we all figure out what happens next, Tom.
Yeah, clearly it's not the last we've heard about this incident. Okay, Guad, we thank you for that. Coming up, running across Africa, a British man running across 16 countries, 10,000 miles in under a year. Our partners at Sky News right alongside him as he finally crossed the finish line. Again, he ran across the continent. The first thing he said after completing his goal. That's next.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
I feel updated. Incredibly so. All right, give me one sec. Just reading through someone's post history. I'm still slow at this. I don't know how Hassan does it so quick when he just he's got like 20,000 people watching him live and he just goes through people's entire search history in seconds. I hear he's got a second one or a third one.
Wild footage from back in January out of Ecuador. We can roll up this first VO here. This was a group of gangs. A gang leader was broken out of prison in Ecuador. The climax of this wild insanity that you're looking at here is these gang members taking over a TV station live on air, holding people hostage, and really putting an exclamation mark on what had become an extraordinary kind of devolution in Ecuador from one of the safest countries in South America to basically what is drifting towards a narco state run by kind of U.S.-backed gangs at this point. Now, that brings us to just last Thursday, there was this
U.S.-backed gangs? Why does the U.S. always have its interests so strangely positioned? Yeah, no, we're helping in our own way. We got this one figured out. Just, you got to give us a couple of decades at least. It'll sort itself out.
Remarkable moment on the international stage where you had Ecuadorian forces burst into the Mexican embassy. So this footage was released yesterday by Mexico. These are kind of basically Ecuadorian stormtroopers here outside the embassy, busting their way in here.
Wow.
They're looking for the former vice president. They run into embassy staff, as you see here, top officials there, throwing old diplomats down onto the ground, and dragging out the former vice president who had been formally offered asylum by the Mexican government. It's hard to describe a greater breach of international norms other than perhaps an airstrike on an embassy, as happened in Damascus quite recently.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Now, the U.S. Took 2 days to respond with a very modest statement where they didn't even condemn. The headline on their statement was "Events at the Embassy of Mexico in Ecuador." Then they said
the United States condemns any violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations and takes very seriously the obligation of host countries under international law to respect the inviolability of diplomatic missions. Mexico and Ecuador are crucial partners to the United States. Holy shit. God damn. This is you want to be friends with your exes kind of shit, like, just keep it as ambiguous as possible. Make sure that we just want to say that we would condemn anyone who violates international order. Yeah, anyone who does. We're not pointing fingers, just saying that anyone who does that, we'd condemn it for sure. Just not maybe in this specific instance right now. We're just saying we do that. We do this. We condemn when bad things happen. And in relation to this current thing that's happening right now, just want to say we value both of you. You're both great. You're awesome. I don't want to pick sides. I don't want to choose a team here. Come on. We encourage the two countries to resolve their differences in accord with international norms. Sort it out.
The United States condemns any violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. So just generally condemning, but they never go on to specifically condemn what had just happened. This is 48 hours earlier, bear in mind. And then they write, Mexico and Ecuador are crucial partners of the United States, and we place a high value on our relations with both countries. We encourage the two countries to resolve their differences in accord with international norms. So really taking a hands-off approach there. They continued to be under pressure.
Sometimes when like one of your friends breaks up, and there's always that assumption that like, oh, now everyone has to pick and choose between who the friend group's going to hang out with, that kind of stuff, and then you always assume that like boy code, guy code, we're going to stick by my boy, but then it turns out that his ex was actually way cooler than he was, and then everyone's kind of just like, yeah, but she's fun. Either way, yeah, bro, we got you. We just got to go to a thing for a little while. We got just like an event, and then we got you right afterwards.
To say something about what their U.S.-backed government had done in Quito. And so Jake Sullivan yesterday came out at the White House press briefing, and this is how he addressed it finally.
I also want to take a moment before going to your questions to address the events of April 5th in Quito, Ecuador. We condemn this violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, including the use of force against embassy officials.
Okay.
We've reviewed the security
language.
camera footage from the Mexican embassy and believe these actions were wrong. The Ecuadorian government disregarded its obligations under international law as a host state to respect the inviolability of diplomatic missions and jeopardized the foundation of basic diplomatic norms and relationships.
The backdrop of all of this is quite interesting. If we can put up this fourth VO here, this is former National Assemblyman Ronnie Aliaga, who you're looking at here, who has created a huge stir in Ecuador over the past several weeks by releasing text messages between him And Diana Salazar, who was the U.S.-backed Attorney General in Ecuador, it was Salazar who issued the arrest warrant against the former vice president, and before Daniel Noboa issued the order to carry it out inside the embassy. And what Aliaga has been saying is that the text messages between him and her confirm that she and the U.S. ambassador have been working hand in glove on various prosecutions and political interventions over the past several years, and that Salazar is effectively kind of the U.S.'s closest ally inside Ecuador and is being groomed for the presidency. What we can add to this, I've spoken to the former National Assemblyman for several hours over the past couple of weeks.
You got to give it to Ryan Graham. He gets a lot of shit, especially from like sometimes leftists online being like, "Oh, he's a shit lip. He's a liberal in sheep's clothing." The guy does coverage of international affairs way more than a lot of his contemporaries on a regular basis.
And he passed on to me. We can put this up on the screen here. A forensic analysis of his two phones, because there's a lot of speculation in Ecuador that he is making this entire thing up. So he basically allowed a Miami-based firm to have access to his phones, and they confirmed that, in fact, these text messages between him and the number that appears to belong to Salazar are, in fact, accurate. So to kind of give us more background on all of this is the former foreign minister of Ecuador, Guillaume Long. Guillaume Long is joining us from, like...
Well, I wanted to see that coverage, and I think there hasn't been direct updates yet, but it is certainly pretty intense they would take that step. I mean, there are countries that have declared war or stuff like that. O.J. Simpson has died. All right, everyone, you can get all your jokes and memes in.
Simpson at the 10-5, touchdown USA. Hands off from O.J. O.J. cuts left. He may go all the way. Touchdown, O.J.
The Los Angeles Police Department right now is actively searching for Mr. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson always needed validation from those around him. And he found it in football, even from an early age in the rugged 1960 San Francisco neighborhood of Potrero Hill.
As a kid, I always knew I would be a professional baseball or football player. Football has been
Hey, Badash29, thanks for joining the Surf Times. Very kind of you.
my vehicle to come out of the ghetto or to get everything I've got. I think I have a lot more to offer, but it was football that put me on that stage to show OJ, say everybody like OJ Simpson. Well, everybody wouldn't know me to like me if it wasn't for football.
Simpson's followers grew when he reached USC in 1967.
Sagi pitching to Simpson. They won't get him. He's being convoyed in. 80 yards for O.J. Simpson.
He set 19 rushing records en route to 2 All-America selections and college football's most prestigious award in 1968.
The officers, governors, and members of the Downtown Athletic Club, I'm delighted to present to you this 34th Heisman Trophy, symbolic of your achievement as the outstanding collegiate football player in the country. Congratulations, O.J.
Thank you.
As the 1969 draft grew near, O.J. thought he'd be staying in Southern California to play for the Los Angeles Rams.
If you're not like someone who follows sports ball, the ball of sports, so you're not really a big sports person, I would still highly recommend a 30 for 30 documentary. TSN does a whole bunch of them. I think it's called like That Night or The Night or something like that, that explains how many major events were happening simultaneously the night that O.J. Simpson did that highway chase and everything. And it was the NBA Finals on the exact same day. And it was like the only time, I think, in history that like an NBA Finals game, while the NBA Finals game was playing live, they were doing like a picture-in-picture of the Bronco chase, like in the corner, just because the news was too extreme to ignore, even on the station itself.
He wound up trading sun and sand for snow and ice.
Buffalo selects O.J. Simpson, halfback, University of Southern California.
With the Buffalo Bills, the juice was indeed loose. He won 4 NFL rushing titles and broke 1,000 yards rushing 5 straight times. And on December 16, 1973, at Shea Stadium in New York, he went where no NFL runner had ever gone before. 2,000 yards in a single season.
O.J. running left. O.J. 5 more. There it is. He did it. I think we're going to get 2,000 coming out of the game. That's it. He's coming out of the game.
The Juice retired from the NFL in 1979 after 9 years with the Bills and 2 with his hometown 49ers. He retired as the league's second all-time leading rusher with over 11,000 yards, trailing only Jim Brown. Being liked was not hard for O.J. on or off the field. In addition to being a dominant running back, he became a dominant product spokesperson, especially for Hertz Rent-A-Car.
By the time Hertz hired me, it showed itself in their increase in sales, and I like to think it opened the door for a lot of other guys to get contracts from corporate America.
He went into acting as well, appearing in the acclaimed 1977 miniseries Roots, and eventually appeared in 20 movies, including a memorable recurring role as Detective Nordberg in the wildly popular spoof trilogy The Naked Gun.
He's getting closer.
Good. Should see him any minute now.
Keep your eyes peeled. Look, Ed. He's real close now. Step on it.
You enjoy acting?
I enjoyed it. It was something new for me. It was pretty much like school. It wasn't easy for me to do. You know, football has been pretty easy for me to do, and this was a little of a challenge.
At his 1985 induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Simpson mentioned the woman with whom he would forever be linked.
My wife, Nicole, who came into my life at what is probably the most difficult time for an athlete at the end of my career. And she turned those years into some of the best years I've had in my life.
O.J. Simpson and Nicole Brown were married in 1985, the year he entered the Hall of Fame, and 6 years after his divorce from his first wife and high school sweetheart, Marguerite Whitley. Not long thereafter, reports of domestic abuse by Simpson started to swirl. Her therapist later said that Nicole Brown Simpson was battered incessantly, regularly, all the time. In October,
the question is whether we'd have the Kardashians if not for the OJ trial. That's the part of the story I don't fully know, to be completely honest. Because I heard, like, when we were watching Mark Lamont Hill talk about it, talking about the connection to the Kardashians and how OJ Simpson definitely tried to basically bring himself in proximity to whiteness in every way possible, from the friends that he kept to the lifestyle that he had, and in so doing, like, that's one of the reasons why he started becoming involved with the Kardashian family.
Of 1993, Nicole placed this 911 call.
911 emergency.
Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back. Please.
Well, okay, what does he look like?
He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record. Could you just send somebody over here?
Okay, what is he doing there?
He just drove up again.
He just drove up
over.
Okay, wait a minute. What kind of car is he in?
He's in a white Bronco. But first of all, he broke the back door down to get in.
Okay, wait a minute. What's your name?
Nicole Simpson.
Okay, is he the sports counselor or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Thank you.
Wait a minute. We're sending the police. What is he doing? Is he threatening you?
Going nuts.
O.J. and Nicole Brown Simpson divorced in 1992, reportedly reconciled a year later, and then broke up for good in May of 1994. Just 1 month later, on June 12th, Nicole Brown Simpson and a friend, Ronald Goldman, were found murdered outside
Right, Green, thank you. He and Trump can share a hole in hell, a gulf.
Brown Simpson's Tony Brentwood, California home. 5 days passed, and then authorities charged O.J. Simpson with the murders. He was scheduled to turn himself in on the morning of June 17th, but by mid-afternoon, Simpson was still missing.
Mr. Simpson is a fugitive of justice right now.
Wherever you are, for the sake of your family, please surrender immediately.
What followed was a police chase that had the entire nation riveted to television. O.J. Simpson, football hero and silver screen icon, riding home in a white Ford Bronco belonging to his best friend, college and pro teammate Al Cowlings. Interstate 405 in L.A.
And for people who haven't watched the documentaries on this and gone deep into it, because like you know what's wild? I am so old. I lived through this period of time. I was alive. I didn't fully have a comprehension of what was going on, but I remember obviously even in Canada, there was this divide that I didn't know or feel at the time, but it was a divide that was felt very strongly between white people, obviously, who were just looking at the mountain, by the way, of evidence. Like in this case, there's so much fucking like blood in the cars, fucking his attempted getaway holding a gun to his head. Like it's just like, it's an unbelievable amount of fucking hard evidence in this case. And thinking, well, yeah, this person brutally murdered this woman. It shouldn't matter, you know, if they're very famous, all that kind of stuff. And then you juxtapose that with just the history of how disproportionate and unfair the criminal justice system has been towards black people, and how many times there has been historically, you know, the false framing of black people, black men accused of crimes they didn't do, being put on death row for things they haven't done. Some of them have been exonerated decades later. It's like, yeah, I spent 30 years in jail for a crime I didn't commit, which is a fucking just like, that's absolutely horrifying to know that, and to know that this long history of the criminal justice system being so starkly unfair towards black Americans. These two things were kind of pit against each other, where it's like, he definitely fucking did it. the evidence is just, again, overwhelming. It's outside of someone literally filming him doing it, you have almost every other thing you need in terms of like, you can position where people are based on their blood splatter, the patterns, the murder weapon, all this kind of stuff, right? So yes, he obviously did it. That juxtaposed with the fact that, like, again, the criminal justice system is so unfair. So in that case, what does this mean historically at this moment in time for him to be acquitted? Is that like a karma realignment? Is it like, well, yes, he may have committed this crime in this one case, but at the end of the day, and what does the legacy of that have? Does it actually help change the system? Does it help the material conditions of black folk? Does it help the over policing of black people, the over sentencing of black people, the inability for black people to afford good lawyers or bail, which in turn will have them get much worse results within the criminal justice system itself?
Quickly turned into...
I actually, you know, funny addendum to that, I do remember at that time, not a lot of memories of this, but one distinct one was that one of the only people happened to be my native mom who was talking to me about this, and was one of the only people bringing up that other part, where she's obviously, like most people, she's like, yeah, it really seems like he committed a horrifying act against a woman. And as the trial went on, it's like, there is something to be said, though, you know, Lance, about the fact that, you know, black people are treated very differently by the criminal justice system, and you should also put that into your framing, you know, as you try to analyze this. I can't remember how she was speaking. That probably was not like that, but like, you know, that also was one of those early times where, you know, you kind of just think, wait, what? Is there more to the story?
In which Simpson had ever appeared.
All the overpasses that we've seen have been lined with cars and pedestrians.
I'm just completely surprised of how many people are out here.
I think I just saw O.J. Simpson on the 5 freeway, and I got the license plate of the white Bronco.
Suspect is possibly armed. Use caution.
This is AC. I have O.J. in the car. He's still alive, but he got a gun to his head.
And it's just going to be a matter of moments before he should pull into his own estate.
The police chase ended in Simpson's driveway, where he was eventually taken calmly into custody. The scene was set for what would eventually be called the trial of the century.
At the time, you wish you had her plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Because like all the other stuff that comes to light in this trial, such as how fucking racist the police are, that's also all true. Like multiple things could be true at once. O.J. Simpson definitely did it. And in addition to that, the police are racist as fuck towards black folk. And so a lot of that is going to come to light, right?
Simpson's fame made household names of several of the lawyers and witnesses on both sides. Prosecutors Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden, defense counsel Robert Shapiro and Johnny Cochran, along with Judge Lance Ito and Cato Kalin. The name O.J. Simpson eventually divided.
If you don't remember, Cato Kalin was apparently the only like material witness to this entire case. He was like sleeping on the couch or something. and just had no idea what happened. Like, that was the sum total of his testimony and contribution. Everything's like, so you're about the closest person in proximity to this murder. You would be the person to ask what exactly took place. I don't know. I was sleeping or some shit. I was at it. Yeah.
The country along racial lines as well. Many blacks proclaimed his innocence, while whites were far more skeptical. The trial ultimately came down to the glove that was supposedly used in the slayings.
Oh, man.
Defense counsel Cochran showed that the glove did not fit O.J. Simpson's hand, which was meant to show that Simpson could not have committed the murders.
It makes no sense. It doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
I mean, that shit sticks. People were trying to imitate his techniques in this, like, you know, trial for fucking, I'd say to this day still. If you can get a snappy one-liner that gets inside the jury's head where they keep thinking about it, it's like, yeah, I know, the blood and the testing and all that, and then it being in the Broncos well and all that kind of stuff, but the glove does not fit. You must acquit. It's true.
On October 3rd, 1995, after 150 witnesses over 133 days, the dramatic verdict was announced.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
This is something.
Good job, ESPN. Did you hire a team to print out the times for the day, then add the smoke effects?
And that would be attached to me for the rest of my life. And no matter what happened, I truly to this day still believe that the truth will come out.
Yeah, so after this, Nicole Brown's family sued him in civil court. They won, and then he declared bankruptcy, so he never ended up paying anything.
Though he was found not guilty in the criminal trial, a civil judgment found Simpson responsible for the murders. He was ordered to pay over $33 million to the family of Ronald Goldman. A decade later, in September of 2007, Simpson was arrested again on charges of...
Oh, yeah, I forgot. He did go to jail, but it was for stealing his own memorabilia. I forgot about that twist in the story.
Kidnapping 2 sports memorabilia dealers and robbing them at gunpoint in a Las Vegas hotel room. His guilty conviction, coming 13 years to the day of his acquittal in the double murder case, carried a sentence of 6 years to life. Moments after he was eligible for release, an upbeat O.J. Simpson walked out of Nevada's Lovelock Correctional Center. He was granted parole in July after serving 9 years for a 2008 armed robbery and kidnapping. For even his most ardent supporters, it became increasingly difficult to like the once universally adored football icon. But in the end, at least publicly, O.J. Simpson felt content about his place in the world.
I feel that I got more than most people have, despite everything that I've gone through with the people who saw me play. That's what I left with them, that good feeling, that entertainment, if you want to call it, but made them stand up and cheer.
Well, that's pretty thorough. Hey, thank you, Donald James, for subscribing to the Surf Times. 4 months. I guess that's how long the Surf Times has been switched to the YouTubes and the Twitch. That's awesome. Thank you. Did I see the Onion article? No. Let me see. The Onion. O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson allowed to remain living after coffin doesn't fit. With onlookers gasping as the former football star made a big show of being too big for the casket, O.J. Simpson was reportedly allowed to remain alive Thursday after his coffin didn't fit. If the coffin doesn't fit, you must let him live a bit, said O.J. Tommy Loughran, who advocated for Simpson to continue living despite the evidence that the coffin had been shrunk after it had previously getting wet. Any DNA found in the casket that appears to be Mr. Simpson's, I believe, was resulting contamination. It would be existential malpractice to allow Mr. Simpson to die, knowing full well that this coffin was not made for him. At the time, Simpsons went on a media blitz promoting his escape from death. Like, you know what the legacy of a lot of this would ideally be would be people actually pointing and learning from the fact that the overabundance of police corruption and racism that has existed and is still has not changed or is a fixed problem is so bad that it could be used in supplemental form to acquit someone who had definitely committed a violent murder, right? Someone who did violently murder a woman at the end of the day in this trial, because of how extremely fucked up and racist the police are on a regular basis, could be used to, paint a narrative, and a narrative that successfully worked. One in which that O.J. Simpson didn't in fact do it. He also wrote that book, right? If I Did It. It's just it's such a fucked up weird thing to do. Like, if I did it.
Simpson case. We're asked to fill out a 75-page jury questionnaire this week. In the entire state of California, only one person got a perfect score. Chow Ming Wu, who after the trial plans to attend Caltech. By the way, you can now purchase a bronze statue of the Juice for only $3,395. And for an even $5,000, you can buy one that Al Cowlings has kissed the ass of. O.J. Simpson's new fitness video was released this week, and hitting the shelves next week, Simpson's newest video, Dorf on Stalking.
I don't get that. I was like, oh, these are all old SNL episodes. It's the references I don't totally get.
The crowd is torn. According to retailers, the most popular Halloween mask this year is O.J. Simpson. And the most popular Halloween greeting is, I'll kill you and that guy who's bringing over your glasses, or treat.
Was that true? Was O.J. Simpson mask most popular Halloween costume? Wouldn't surprise me. According to retailers, most popular Halloween mask of 2022. Oh, this is of 2022. Was O.J. Simpson, and the most popular Halloween greeting was "I'll kill you," and that guy who's bringing over your glasses. Oh, that's from Weekend Update. This is just a reference to the joke. It's a 1987 movie. Okay, I have not seen it. Dorf videos were sold through infomercials. Okay, everyone gets that reference. Everyone's like, no, Lance, you don't understand. You're not following the story. Do you see the video of OJ getting called a murderer to his face? Maybe, if it's like some old viral clip. I mean, just send it to me for sure. Maybe something I'll see, and then I'll be like, oh yeah. All right, I want to quickly read this because it's coming at a time right now when I'm seeing so many headlines praising the Biden administration, Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden's friends, and then even the well-wishers who now are apparently using strong language towards Israel, still selling them weaponry, but using strong language, saying that they would like, Israel to announce a ceasefire, not applying pressure to do so, but that's the headlines that you're seeing anyways. Meanwhile, the USA chief admits famine is underway in Gaza as the U.S. keeps arming Israel. The head of the U.S. Agency for International Development admitted during congressional testimony on Wednesday that famine is already underway in the Gaza Strip, publicly confirming an assessment that our agency officials outlined in a cable with the White House last week. The U.S. Aid Administration, Samantha Power, a well-known liberal interventionist and the author of a famous book on American leaders' failure to act in the face of genocide, answered in the affirmative after U.S. Representative Joaquin Castro asked whether famine is already occurring in Gaza. Yes, said Power. In northern Gaza, the rate of malnutrition prior to October 7th was almost 0. Now it is 1 in 3. 1 in 3 kids is dying of famine. During her opening statement in Wednesday's House Foreign Affairs Committee hearing, Power said that nearly the entire population of Gaza is living under the threat of famine. USA teams have been working day and night to address the catastrophic humanitarian crisis, who earlier this year was confronted by current and former USAID officials over the Biden administration's support for Israel's assault on Palestinian territory. The hearing was interrupted by peace activists with Code Pink, who pointed out the number of children Israeli forces have killed in Gaza and condemned the USAID chief for not using her power and influence to end the assault. Will Samantha Power continue to be a bystander and complicit in genocide, or will she, in her own words, be an upstander to stop the genocide? Power's remarks to the House panel came after HuffPost Akbar Shahid Ahmed reported that the U.S. aid officials drafted a cable describing the spread of malnutrition in Gaza as unprecedented in modern history and a warning that deaths from starvation will likely accelerate in the weeks ahead. The cable Ahmed wrote shows the Biden administration is aware of the risk of death toll will rise dramatically as it continues to support Israel's operation and resist calls for a permanent end to the war. Last week, hours after the Israeli forces killed 7 World Central Kitchen Aid workers in a series of targeted airstrikes, the New York Times reported the Biden administration is pressing Congress to approve the sale of $18 billion worth of F-15, sorry, unable to speak today, F-15 fighter jets to Israel, despite the U.S. laws barring aid deliveries to nations committing war crimes and obstructing the delivery to humanitarian assistance. In late March, the Biden administration quietly approved weapons packages that include 1,800 2,000-pound bombs, which the Israeli military has repeatedly dropped on densely populated areas of Gaza. And as I've said before, like, it's pretty clear what a 2,000-pound bomb's intended purpose is. It's not precision. It's not precision strikes.
Hey everyone, this is Wissam from Gaza. I'm still alive, but I can't believe that it's been 6 months since Israel started bombarding us. So we have been through several attacks and escalations and wars against Gaza. And since the beginning of these attacks started in the last October, we thought it's a matter of days, weeks, or maximum month before returning to our homes. But now, 6 months later, more than 32,000 Palestinians have been killed, and more than 13,000 of them are children. 70% of our infrastructure, of Gaza Strip infrastructure, is destroyed, and 1.7 million people are forced to displace their homes. Everything we knew about Gaza before has disappeared. Everything. Before the 7th of October, I lived in a very beautiful and comfortable apartment in Gaza City. But when my neighborhood was bombed and destroyed, I was forced to seek shelter at a Shifa hospital.
I'm alive, and this is surprising for me because the last couple of nights were really hard, especially after the internet and cellular connections, everything was cut off.
Can you imagine that this is... Can you imagine that this is not a market, this is not a street, this is a hospital? People are living here inside the buildings and in corridors and the patients' rooms.
I've been there before 2 minutes. It could be me. The bombing increases as well during the night. Basically, I don't have any safe place to go.
In November 2023, I was among hundreds of thousands forced to risk our lives by walking south on Salah ad-Din Street, and I ended up in Khan Yunis.
Hi everyone, this is Bisan. We are from the last people that evacuated the north of Gaza. Thousands are walking. You have to walk for 3.
So wild. She's lived through this whole thing and documented all of it. If you haven't followed it, you can see it all on AG+, but she's basically been posting non-stop, comprehensive, on-the-ground videos of what it's been like to, as you can see, forcibly have to transfer from one area to the other.
4 hours, many places are bombed. Some people take an initiative to distribute water and baskets for people. Hundreds of thousands of people are in tents. They don't have any place to go or in the streets.
Clean up your room. King Kong Chiro, thank you for the prime. Please stay safe, Bizan. We love you. We need more people like you. You're pretty cool too, Lance. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, you're comparing apples to molded baby food.
Look at us. People are without any roof. We're actually getting sick day after day.
في أطفال وصلت ميتة من قلة تناول مضاد الحيوية من قلة الشرب.
He's also lived through the journey of basically what it would be like to have lived in the north, and that's where obviously the most aggressive massive initial bombing campaign start, and then having to migrate south, as again the majority of the population is pretty much being ethnically cleansed off their land, and then arrive at different locations where they too were then bombed, including the Al Shifa hospital.
No hygiene, there's no bathrooms for all these people, unfortunately, and of course there's no enough food. We need a ceasefire. We need to go back to our homes.
In the temporary truce, the 7 days truce, thousands of Palestinians tried to go back to the north of Gaza Strip. And when I asked them about their trial, they told me that the Israeli soldiers fired on them. The Israeli army is preventing us from going back to the north of Gaza Strip until now.
Clean up your room.
All these people are going
What a
back
zoo,
to
thank
work
you.
again. We are so...
Keep up the good work sharing all about these atrocities. Today's been a day. I started late. I had a dentist appointment this morning, and we started covering Ecuador. Hey, you'll be proud to know, everybody. You're always like, why don't you cover South and Central America more? And I was like, you're right, I should. You know, my father was born in Chile, so I should be covering that part of the world.
worried about that. This is so dangerous for them.
She hadn't posted anything for 3 weeks. Yeah, I know. She's one of those people that every single time that there's a new update, I'm like, oh, thank God, thank fuck.
الأولاد الصغار وين رايحة؟ غزة. بالرغم من إنه هم حكوا ما ينفعش أهل الجنوب يرجعوا على الشمال.
بدي أجرب، بدي أترجاهم، بدي أعمل أي شيء. People, they are feeling so sad.
My teeth, they're great. It was just a
not a very
cleaning.
important thing since they can't go back to their homes.
People are coming back after the Israeli army shot them over Salah ad-Din.
She has her own personal YouTube channel. I've always watched her on AJ Plus. Is it linked here? Send me the link, but I'll look up. Right now.
معك احكي لي.
Should be.
رحنا بس ضربوا رصاص بديش احكي الكلمه بس يلعنبوا هدنا ليش هدنا ليش تلزمش.
In the truce, I met many families who returned to homes reduced to rubble.
I'm in a building that was bombed, and people here came to find anything to take it back to the shelter. Since it's a truce, it's not a ceasefire.
إيش صار في الدار؟
As a socialist, how can you afford dental care? Having a partner who has a normal job. Yeah, that's how. My partner is an architect. She works for an architecture firm that does a lot of really cool developments, low-income housing, indigenous buildings as well. Yeah, as a result, I get to live off some of her benefits. Yes, capitalism. Like all socialists, I wouldn't survive if it wasn't for capitalists.
ايش الصواريخ هذه؟ جرى 20 متر حوالي في الارض.
Chilean and Métis, damn, you're way more cultured. And you're like, well, you got to remember the Métis people who have gone by many names, especially derogatory ones in Canadian history, like half-breeds and stuff. They themselves are their own indigenous people. That is a combination, usually, of settlers. Like we're the prototype settler like community, right? Usually French or Scottish. In my case, I think it's a bit of both. French or Scottish settlers who then would take indigenous wives, and in my case Cree, and that's what made the Métis people, who eventually became their own distinct people who had their own language, and then started rebelling against John MacDonald and his many foibles.
شو هذول يا خالة؟
هذا فجل يا خالتي، هذا من أرضي من على الحدود، والحمد لله لقيتهم وتاخذوا وفرقوا على الجيران.
They still distribute their food despite everything.
At least 280 governmental...
By the way, back to this for a second. I've been following Bizan and all of her reporting for a while now. That one episode, I think, is crucial. If you watch any one episode of her work on AJ Plus, watch the one where she tries to talk about just like the solidarity and like not a story that's often told, especially in Western media, about Palestinians in general. You don't usually see Palestinian joy. You don't see Palestinian happiness. You don't see that kind of stuff. You see suffering. You see death, children being exploded, limbs, all that kind of stuff. You hear about the famines. You hear about all the horrifying, people are rushing at food trucks. Oh my God, could you believe, how brutal they're being? It's like, no, yeah, definitely. Have you gone more than a day without eating? Could you imagine going a week without eating? Could you imagine eating grass and sewage? Yeah, I would be fucking top speed headed towards those food trucks, trying to see if I could get some flour before I'm shot down in the process, kind of thing. Like, yeah, people do really extreme things in really extreme conditions. So no, it doesn't surprise me at all that people are rushing food trucks trying to get life-saving grain and stuff like that. But what she shows too is that within a lot of the communities, even at their worst and their suffering, they're still helping one another out. They're still picking, wild radishes, and they're still, trying to make bread with what little things they can put together, and then sharing it with one another, like the kind of things that you don't expect to regularly see.
Schools and 65
in those
of the
extreme
schools
conditions
are damaged or destroyed. And in November, I met families who were living in dire conditions in the schools in the south of Gaza Strip, where Israel said
trauma does bring people
it
together.
was safe.
Today we're going to the honorable schools to see how the shelters are and how are the people inside the shelters. What are they suffering from? How are they living?
انت حامل في الشهر الكام؟
حامل في الشهر التاسع، زهقنا من الطبخ. يعني الواحد لما تيجي تدخل الحمام بتشم الريحه بتقلب معدتها بتطلع. الحمل الواحد اي حاجه بيشمها بتنقلب معدته.
So this is Misk, the youngest member in this class. Misk is now almost 2 months old, and the surprising thing is that she was born in the war and she's old now.
هذا الاشي بيصير غير في قطاع غزة. كل الأطفال الصغار بتلاقيهم فاهمين شو معنى صاروخ، شو معنى قصف، شو معنى كسر.
عبد الله أنت راسم هدول؟ شو اللي راسمه؟
صاروخ وبيت جاي عليه صاروخ.
شفت أي وحدة من هدول أنت؟
In December, Israel shifted its so-called safe zone again, now to Al-Mawasi area. So basically, Israel ordered hundreds of thousands of Gazans to relocate in a very narrow strip of land, the size of an airport. How could this tiny area accommodate 2.25 million displaced Gazans?
ولدت طبعا في خيمة طبعا اليوم طبعا هذا عذاب كبير بالنسبة للوالدة يعني في النهار حر في الليل برد هذا بيأثر على ضعف الطفل.
لكن ما قلت في المعيشة علاج احنا وين نلاقي هذا احنا اطفالنا مرميين في الشوارع نفرش لا عنا فراش ولا عنا اكل ولا عنا شرب ولا عنا حمامات انا مرة كبير وين اروح اصلي.
After 70 days of sheltering in a hospital in the south of Gaza Strip in Nasser Medical Complex, I was forced to flee again.
You'd have to be a real monster to see faces like that and say, yeah, let's bomb them. Well, yeah, you'd also have to be indoctrinated through years and years of just dehumanization efforts to see children as worthy of this kind of destruction and devastation.
Time farther south to Rafah, where Israel pushed 1.2 million
sad
people.
And enraging.
Merry Christmas, by the way. It's the 25th of December 2023. The world is celebrating and Bisan is evacuating. It's not the same. We're not the same, unfortunately. I'm leaving my place for the 7th time since the beginning of this genocide. I really feel so helpless. So the first people I really want to say goodbye for them are Mahmoud, Jana, Ghina, and Amir. So these are my friends and we've shared like breakfast several times.
كل القصف اللي بيصير الايام هذا في محيط ناصر هيك بدكيش تخلي لا بديش اخلي وين اطلع باولادي انا عندي 6 وين اطلع فيهم.
I don't know if there is any word in English that describes this. Marmata. Marmata means that it's literally the hardest circumstances that we've been through since a lifetime maybe. So, yes.
Israel repeatedly told us to go to the south for our safety, but those who were not dying because of bombs were getting sick and dying because of the piles of garbage accumulating all around us in Rafah.
This rubbish container is in front of a maternity hospital.
So a genocide does not only mean killing people, destroying their homes, displace them, kidnap their children and arrest them. It also means destroying the ways of living.
All these bandages and blood and everything added to sewage water. So you can imagine how are the streets in Rafah and in the south.
People are walking and living here. Food has been sold there and people are living there.
This is causing infections and diseases. People are also dying because of the forced starvation, People in the north of Gaza Strip have had to eat the animal feed to survive.
Hey, it's good to see you.
This is the bridge over Gaza Valley. They cut the road between the north and the south.
Not all of people waiting here are evacuating from the north of Gaza. Like people now behind me baking saj for free. They are baking saj for people who are coming from the north of Gaza because the first thing that they are asking for is food before safety.
نعطيهم خبز نعملهم سندويشات.
I'm at the borders of Gaza City, and my only dream now is to cross these borders and to go to my home and to sit there. We have all lost count of how many times we had to flee since October 7. But now Israel is talking about attacking Rafah. So no one of us will have any place to go to. The Israeli army have been telling us always to go to the south, but now there is no more south. We don't have any more south in Palestine. The south of Rafah now is Sinai Desert in Egypt. But where to leave now? So I'm not the only one who's gonna leave Rafah either today or when the bombing start or the invasion start. All these people living in the tents behind me or even in the buildings of Rafah with the relatives and friends
Thank you. Appreciate
also
it.
are going to leave or to flee. I'm gonna ask the people here in Rafah about the most random and frequent question that they are asking for themselves and each other's. وين بدنا نروح? وين بدنا نروح is the Arabic meaning of where should we go?
صعب سؤال تسأليني إياه. أنا طلعت من الشاطئ وأنا مش عارف وين بدي أروح.
To go now to the middle area, I need 1,000 shekels. And it's only a 20 minutes ride for more than $330. Leaving the place, Rafah, that we tried to get used to. Today is the 21st of February, and this night, the tanks, the Israeli tanks, as you see behind me, entered the Mawasi area in Khan Yunis, where people are living in tents and caused damage, injuries.
ابني كمان من الساعة 8 وهم مسكين يضربوا فيه شاب صغير يعني. لا صلاة الصبح. شوف كيف هذا ضرب هذا أوادم يقول احنا دولة ديمقراطية وين الديمقراطية عنهم؟
I can show you behind me the most lovely spot that I love to sit in on Gaza's beach, Gaza City. See there? Look at this. Gaza City, my beloved city, my lovely place. Inshallah we will back. Inshallah. Inshallah, I have an inner faith that we will get back, and I'll make a video like that from Gaza City, inshallah.
We never imagined we would be spending the holy month of Ramadan in this immense sadness and pain. But despite everything, despite the suffering, we carry on. Thanks for our spirituality and steadfastness. Ramadan is the month of the gatherings, the family, the friends, the good wishes, the good times, the homes. But we are entering this Ramadan without having any of those.
والله بصراحة يعني بالحرب مش حاسين برمضان أبدا.
هاي رمضان وهي أجواء رمضان بالخيمة. نفسي أجمع بناتي على سفرة أكل زي ما بقيت رمضان اللي فات جمعتهم فيها.
من أول رمضان ما فطرناش.
تحدى العالم كله إذا في شعب يتحمل اللي إحنا متحملينه.
By the way, not the thing or the issue of one day, of one night, of 1 month. It's the issue of half a year, 6 months. People are living here in these tents, in these conditions, cooking like this, not having food, not having any electricity for 6 months. While Ramadan used to be the holy month where we are so calm, we are so feeling so good with families and eating our healthy, very delicious food.
Wow. Fuck, she's so brave. Anyways, here is the latest video. Bizan from Gaza. If you want to share it or watch the rest of her videos in that series. Like I said, all incredible, everyone. Absolutely amazing. Alright, I'm going to switch from super terrible, dark news to super strange news, civil wars, weird stuff. Also, maybe a little Brianna Wu because, what the fuck? What the fuck? Probably could say what the fuck in regards to a lot of what she's been posting. It's also been really unusual to see the Brianna Wu posts and then they get followed up with like, I'm just a progressive who wants to advocate for progressive values. I'm so sad to see the left has lost their minds and then they're all anti-Semitic, Jew-hating monsters, but I'm the only good, like all this stuff every single day. I'm just like, what the fuck? Holy fuck, what? Wow. Yeah, it's been a lot to sit through. Quantum Deity, thank you for the tier 1. Again, I think it's extra strange to me because like I said to everybody around the Tim Pool debate that I did, she actually reached out to me and started DMing me, and then this seems to be Universal's thing. She really does this, like a very astute politician canvasses somehow, DMs a lot of people to lavish praise upon them, like love bombing, I guess, and then afterwards, I guess, assumes that everyone's just going to like be in her camp at all times as a result of it. I don't know what the complete strategy is, but like it's just really weird to have someone be like, oh, you did so incredible in the Tim Pool debate, all this kind of stuff, and now I'm watching her online activity and I'm consistently, appalled, absolutely appalled. Quantum Deity, thank you. Did I miss the other one? There's another Codependent, thank you. If your lawyer can rhyme, you'll do no time. Hey, that one rhymes. And thank you, Blue Room, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Honestly, I've been feeling kind of guilty eating, especially 3 times a day over the last month or so. I've been cutting down my food intake. You shouldn't have to change your lifestyle unless, it's something for your own health reasons. But if it's simply out of guilt, I mean, what would probably be more effective is getting as many people as you know involved in using something like No Thanks, the app. It's free. I'm not sponsored by them. You can download No Thanks. It lets you scan any barcode and lets you know whether or not that product is directly supporting the Israel apartheid / ethnic cleansing / genocide effort and how complicit they are. It was pretty clear when you scan Ben & Jerry's ice cream that Ben & Jerry's at one point was bad but now is good, so enjoy your Ben & Jerry's kind of thing. But a simple thing you could do just to have friends and well-wishers learn a little bit about how their purchasing power as a consumer goes towards helping the war effort on the other side.
The Republican caucus in Congress is split between a very small group of Republican Congress people.
But I've always said, please, everyone take care of yourselves first and foremost. That includes in all ways. Doesn't matter whether it's like eating properly, but also just like sleeping, having good mental health, being in like eating well, exercising, that kind of stuff. All very, very good to have you in optimal shape because you can't help anyone else if you can't help yourself, right? You don't want to be stewing in the depths of anxiety and depression, and then someone else is like, yeah, and then what are you doing to help Palestinian babies right now? And then it's like, well, that's not helping. It's really not helping how bad I feel personally right now. I know in comparison, my problems might not be, in any way, shape, or form comparable, but I still feel sad, and that's not making me feel not sad. Just to be honest with you, if anything, you're making me feel worse. So doesn't help,
Who are clowns and who wish to basically do their clown act on TV for money and notoriety. And the vast majority of Republicans who actually would like to pass bills that they believe are the best thing they can get for America. That doesn't mean the best bill possible, because the best bill possible is not possible when you have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic president. But there's a group of Republican Congress people who have decided that it is very important that they be very famous. And in order to be very famous, they're going to do things like challenge the speakership of the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who is more conservative on policy than any of them. This would be the same group of clowns who decided to oust Kevin McCarthy for no reason other than Matt Gaetz had some sort of vengeance plan against Kevin McCarthy. Mike Johnson should nuke this dumb rule right now. And if he requires Democrats to help him do it, then he should get Democrats to help him do it. And if you don't like that, you should blame Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's the one who decided to bring the latest quixotic attempt to take down the Speaker of the House for no reason other than to get her name on TV. There is no logic here. There is no rationale here. There is no reason here. I'm sick of watching the Republican caucus be dominated by people who have no interest in actual conservative policy and appear to only want to get on TV and talk radio.
You just heard Ben Shapiro indirectly call Marjorie Taylor Greene a clown for doubling down on her threat to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. Now, I'll keep it real. I don't really care what Ben Shapiro has to say. I'm just here for the show. So with that in mind, Marjorie, care to respond?
You're a piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit. Wow. Ben, thoughts?
F around and find out.
Oh, that sounds like a threat. Marjorie, care to respond to that? See, I take it that her laughter is a bit of an indication that she doesn't take his threats seriously. Ben, how do you respond to that? Weird. Okay, it kind of just seems like they've both gone full Joker mode at this point. Look, I kid, obviously. I've got to say, the amount of random sound bites that I have of conservatives on my computer is genuinely embarrassing. But let's get back on track. Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't respond to Ben Shapiro, at least yet. But the video that you saw of Ben Shapiro, I think it really speaks to the genuine frustration that Republicans feel with Marjorie Taylor Greene's threat to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. They think it's downright absurd. And after weeks of snubbing Johnson, they actually did meet. And Johnson is responding to Greene by kind of low-key bribing her in a sense. So I'll tell you about that in a moment. But first, I do want to talk about the lead up to this meeting so that way you have more context. But on top of that, I do want to go back to the last speaker that was ousted because, as Ben Shapiro noted, Gates inexplicably ousted McCarthy because of some vengeance plan that he had. And it turns out that's not actually wrong. We all kind of suspected it, but we now know why, thanks to McCarthy, who decided to spill the tea.
You made a lot of concessions in the negotiations.
No, I didn't. Okay.
Okay, is that
Let's get to the bottom of that.
Right?
That is such a misnomer in life. Let me give you the truth about that now. And I'll give you the truth why I'm not speaker. It's because one person, a member of Congress, wanted me to stop an ethics complaint because he slept with a 17-year-old. An ethics complaint that started before I ever became speaker, and that's illegal, and I'm not going to get in the middle.
Matt Gaetz. Damn, Matt Gaetz. You got to admit, like, Matt Gaetz, I know the force of voters always come forward to be like, yeah, I mean, just look at the power that Matt Gaetz was capable of wielding by himself. I'm like, pedo Matt Gaetz trying to use the political system to protect himself from the accusations of human trafficking of children and drugging and sexually assaulting them. That Matt Gaetz. Yeah, no, I'm glad the squad didn't do that. Glad they didn't publicly embarrass themselves and cause chaos in the system to try and defend themselves for a short period of time, and then now all of that is coming back. Now it's all coming back real fast too.
Did he do it or not? I don't know. But ethics is looking at it. There's other people in jail because of it. And he wanted me to influence it.
So sorry, are you saying you didn't go after a pedophile because you wanted power? That's what this kind of sounds like.
That is pretty damning. The former Speaker of the House is saying his career ended and the entire House of Representatives was thrown into chaos for 3 weeks, all because Matt Gaetz wanted to be shielded from a House Ethics Committee investigation into whether or not he allegedly committed statutory rape. Listen, if you're innocent, there's no reason to oppose an investigation. I'll just say that. But as for Marjorie Taylor Greene's threat to oust Johnson, the same isn't true, although I do think that there is some truth to Ben Shapiro's speculation about whether or not this move is for attention. I think that's obvious, right? But to recap, Greene officially filed her motion to vacate Johnson before the House's 2-week Easter break. And side note, don't you wish that you got 2 weeks off for Easter? I mean, that's just such a long break. But regardless, during those 2 weeks, she was talking a lot of shit. For example, she likened Johnson to Nancy Pelosi, hilariously enough, and she even speculated about whether or not he changed his policy positions because he was being blackmailed. And by the time the break was over, the Washington Post reported that House Republicans were actually dreading their return because they weren't sure what's...
Just by the way, as much as Marjorie Taylor Greene is complaining about how much she hates the government and hates, all the fat cats up there in Washington, she's making $174,000 a year. That's her congressional salary. $174,000 a year to be an extremist racist. Like, just so how much she costs the taxpayers.
Sort of a shit show they'd be coming back to. And some Republicans are even getting the sense that Mike Johnson wants to quit because of all the bullshit. As Politico reports, some are also privately asking if Johnson even wants the job anymore. In private conversations in recent weeks, he's expressed his exhaustion and complained.
Like, honestly, maybe some LGBTQ plus person should hide their power levels, go into her district, and then for the campaign alone, have fun with it, go more extreme than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Position yourself in such a away that you say Marjorie Taylor Greene is woke and that you are going to defeat Marjorie Taylor Greene's wokeness. I don't know how you can do it, but reach for the stars. And then once you get elected, do the exact opposite of everything. Just be like, oh no, I was lying. I'm just here to try and block any of this anti-LGBTQ plus bills from passing, and that's my purpose. Oh, and fuck all y'all. Fuck all of y'all who voted for me thinking that I was a fucking deranged racist. I'm not. Just you are. So now I'm in power. I'm going to collect that $174,000, by the way, while I'm here. Yeah, because I want to get paid. And also, fuck all of you.
About a lack of...
If you do this, please don't ever reference the clip that may exist of me just announcing that plan, all right? That was a bit. We have no connection whatsoever.
Sleep and the demands of frequent traveling. When shit hits the fan, members say he'll have some soul searching to do. So dude hates his life right now. And there's a lot of talk among his allies about how he should have handled this situation or should be handling the situation.
I'm loath to use a JK reference. I heard a JK reference randomly. I forget the name of whoever the hippie white girl with the dreads who's just all over the internet now all the time for a variety of different reasons. Anyways, there was this funny bit about her. How she's collecting cultures like Horcruxes. It's that's actually really funny. She is the final boss of Karen's, right? Where she's gonna assimilate every single culture while simultaneously learning nothing about them. But she's got 7 or 8 different kinds of hoop earrings in amongst all the crowns and other jewelry that she adorns herself. I can't even place half of them, but she's absorbing all cultures so she can become as powerful as she can, assume her ultimate form.
Situation with regard to Green, because Politico also explains that some of his allies wanted him to just call her bluff and dare her to force a vote on his ouster because they thought that it would fail. Mike Johnson, however, wasn't that confident, clearly, and instead...
No, I can't grow facial hair. It's some of the only things that show my indigenous lineage is the fact that I'm hairless. I don't even have chest hair. I'm unable to grow facial hair.
Chose to reach out to Marjorie Greene, but here's how that went.
We exchanged text messages over the break multiple times and told her that I really would love to visit by phone or at her convenience, and she said she wasn't interested in that. So,
okay. In other words, she is power tripping hard and enjoying every fucking second of this. And I've got to say, I'm also enjoying it. So I guess thank you, Marjorie. Never thought I'd say that, but thank you for all the wrong reasons, right? Now, Mike Johnson was asked about some of the attacks lobbed against him by her, and his response was funny because that he wanted to say more, but he was biting his tongue because if he pisses her off anymore, it's over for him.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has been personal with this to you. I mean, she says you're, basically a deep state operative. She didn't use the word operative, but you're working for the deep state, in essence, paraphrasing. Also, she's attacked your faith. Talk to me a little bit about that kind of personal reaction to the fact that she said some of this stuff.
Well, I try to follow all the biblical admonitions as I do every day, and one of them says you bless those who persecute you. I'm getting a lot of practice in that right now. And that a soft word turns away wrath, and that those who are opposing...
You don't apply any of these rules to the gays. Come on. You hate the gays. Your wife runs that website that compares consensual sex with adults to bestiality. That website, it's super weird about all that shit. But of course, yes, have no wrath. I'm wrathless. I've got an app that me and my son use to detect our wrath levels. I get to see all his social media activity and posts, and I can tell whether or not he's +1 or 2 wrath, and then I get to call him out on it, as he does me. Very normal behavior. That's just a bit, by the way. He was actually monitoring his son's porn activity with an app. Yeah, a Christian app to monitor your children's porn activity, and vice versa. The kids get a notification if daddy is having himself a naughty time. Again, normal behavior, weird shit. I am going to quickly talk about J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is now demanding or rejecting an apology she has not received, which is infinitely funny. But I've been seeing all these random posts by Brianna Wu that I wanted to bring some attention to. In this one, I'm a sex-positive feminist, but this CDC report on the number of trans women with AIDS stunned me. Obviously not representative of the total cohort, but extremely concerning. Yeah, really, really fucked up thing to post. It almost kind of sounds like you're trying to do like an AIDS panic for trans people. But at its most generous, if I was to see this and see a surveillance report, I took a look at it, and the surveillance report is of people who were willing to come forward to talk about whether or not they had HIV, which, yes, turned out a lot of people who wanted to speak to a report on this matter did have HIV. That's not representative of the totality of all trans people, whether or not they have high rates of HIV. And if they did, then your concerns would probably be, how can we provide more access to products and materials that can help them, aka drugs that they may need to deal with HIV, and or providing materials to ensure that people are having safe sex, as already do exist pretty predominantly in the LGBTQ plus community. If you've never been to a gay club before, you'll most likely have an experience where you walk into the bathroom and you see free condoms given out for free. It's in most gay clubs in Vancouver. There's a lot of free distribution of protection, other materials to be able to have sex and not have to deal with a lot of the outcomes that come. She was also on this are trans people mentally ill phone thing on Twitter.
It's not about anyone's feelings. It's about the DSM. If trans people, if it's not a mental illness, why is it in the DSM? Why does insurance cover it? Right?
But homosexuality used to be considered a mental illness, and it's no longer, right? But you'd have to agree in both situations whether or not you personally consider it, or whether or not you acknowledge that that's probably a derogatory way to treat someone's sexuality, and in this case, someone's own gender identity or misidentified gender identity, is not productive. It's not a good thing.
Involved, right?
Again,
I'm sorry. Hold on. Please don't speak over me. This is, at a certain point, we have to be adults about all of this. The gateway to getting all this stuff covered, the gateway to having the public policy that we want, the gateway to us having our rights enshrined in law is going to be through being honest about what is going on here. And I'm sorry if it hurts someone's feelings, but as I said at the beginning of this, the beauty of gender identity disorders, there's an end to this. You get treatment, you get surgery, you get on hormones, you deal with your mental issues, and then you can move on with life.
There's also cases, though, and lots of them, where people don't need to have any form of gender reassignment surgery or therapy or hormone therapy or anything. They don't have to if they don't want to seek that out. And at that point, it becomes, again, cis people's problem, as in cis people are the ones fucking everything up, right? It's cis people's problems to sort out. Cis folk who are consistently just like, oh, what, I'm supposed to refer to you by a different pronoun, one in which I'm not normally used to using in this case. Well, that's complex to me. To J.K. Rowling's story, J.K. Rowling hits out at Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson over their trans rights support. They can, quote, save their apologies. Controversial author J.K. Rowling is speaking out against her former Harry Potter stars Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson. In a series of posts on X, formerly Twitter, Wednesday, the fantasy book series author, who has previously been criticized for anti-trans comments as well as denying aspects of the Holocaust, shared a recent independent review of medical evidence for transitioning children. One follower responded on X, just waiting for Dan and Emma to give you a very public apology. And again, she's referring to what I was pretty quick to debunk yesterday. That report, or review, I should say, that is now making the rounds in Britain and is being used as justification for all the British transphobes to say, we told you so. Yeah, have you seen the cast review? It's pretty clear and conclusive what's going on there. So as more people have dug into the cast review, you may have seen the memes at this point on Twitter, as more people are posting just how batshit it is, and the fact that anyone would use this as some kind of scientific evidence to justify their bigotry. We're dealing with phrenology tier stuff. It counted everyone who is 24 years old as a child. So if you're a 24-year-old, by definition in the cast review, you're a kid. It said that the toys that kids play with, there's a biological determinant that actually makes them want to play with certain toys, as in boys in their own DNA will make them gravitate towards the trucks and the hammers and the stuff like that, whereas women with their DNA will make them gravitate towards dolls and princess and house cooking ware toys. It's biologically hard-coded inside of us. bias towards which toys we play with. Also ridiculous. It also rejected 50 studies that actually studied trans people. I believe that was like 98% of the studies that it refused to look at, which is a lot of them, the overwhelming majority actually. The excuse by the cast review for not looking at those studies was that they didn't have blind testing in double-blind testing. Double-blind testing in the scientific method is essentially you're going to have two groups. One group is a control group. You're going to be giving one group, obviously, the drug that you want to test against a group that is going to get a placebo, so you can then test without bias that one group as effectively is going to be receiving some kind of benefit and or negative effect from taking the drug versus people who don't take it at all. And it's very, very unethical to do a test like that for people to take hormone replacement therapy. I'm sure you all remember the Daily Wire. Even as a bit, they weren't willing to take hormone replacement therapy because, yes, it can have a lot of changes to your body, as I'm sure trans people and cis people who take it later in life can attest to. So, yeah, it'd be really weird to say we have an experimental procedure that we want to test out on people. Half the people are now forcibly against their will going to get hormone replacement therapy, and the other half may not, but that's just to be able to control this double-blind study. And again, it's very unethical to do something like that, which is why I'm sure the cast review wanted to discount personal testimonies and studies that are studies not of double-blind studies, but studies that canvass and speak to people who have received treatment specifically for that reason, because it would call into question what the cast review wanted to put out there. So, yeah. Did you see that cast found less than 10 detransitioners out of a population of 3,500? That's what Alejandra Caraballo just put out, right? Yeah, I saw her tweet on that. Again, all the shit that's come out about it doesn't surprise me, at all. Not quite. A double-blind study is when the people providing the treatment don't know which group they are treating, so that it doesn't influence the outcome. Sorry, I may have misworded that. But yeah, so you have to have a group of people who don't know they're receiving the drug, who are still going to talk and act like they're receiving the drug, not knowing that they had received a placebo, so that you can control the results of the people who say, I took the drug, versus people who took nothing, and then compare and contrast the two, which again would be super unethical to do with HRT. You'd be giving a lot of potential cis people gender dysphoria, I'm sure, through the process.
There's something really interesting that's happening
on the right.
Yeah, and again, like if you listen to, who was the conversation that was between? Oh, it was with Dave Rubin and Patrick Bet-David. And they were talking about Candace Owens, but it really is like they weren't, of course, going to talk about the issue at hand, because this was right before Dave Rubin was on his was making fake aliyah to Israel, where he was, and I can almost guarantee, on an all expenses paid trip to Israel, to under the cosplay that you're in the IDF program, where you get a pair of mirrored sunglasses. Yep. And you get the bulletproof vest. And
we'll like Ollie London,
sit
hang around here.
Hang around here, or you can stand in front of a military vehicle or something like that and look hot. And this can be part of, maybe like you could produce a calendar or something like that. But when they were talking together, everything was about the business decisions. There was no real deep talk about the ideological issues that might exist. Like we have ideological issues and tactical issues with other shows that are, supposedly
Lefty.
in our space. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all well and good. The idea of like, I'm not even sure how it would translate into like a business discussion in the way that these guys do it. And you've got Crowder, just remind you, Crowder now is sort of like in a tailspin. Nobody ever had an issue with the fact that he's racist or, a liar,
or
anti-worker, anti-all that. He was just a jerk for saying the NDA was wrong and this and that to Daily Wire. Now, of course, he has his own NDA. And now there seems to be some dynamic, and Patrick Bet-David has a lot of money He sold like some type of like insurance multi-level marketing program, and he has a lot of money.
A lot of insurance to guys who he had sell insurance for him.
Yep, and
all that.
and he's been like he seems
Did it form
to,
a triangle?
he's a businessman.
Was he at the top
and
of the
he definitely,
triangle?
Like he came on the scene very quickly in a way that suggests a lot of capital was invested, a lot of capital.
And the Daily Wire, there's always like consternation and rumblings. Like they're the big fish right now with online right-wing media.
Yeah.
There's going to be people that want to kind of break into that. I mean, Crowder tried and failed because he's so dumb. But with Candace Owens now being ousted.
And there being a full anti-Semitic movement growing on the right.
On the right, yeah. Well, there's something to tap into there, especially because, you know, it's so clearly about her saying the word genocide as it relates to Israel, because it's not about her well-documented anti-Semitism. It's not about her saying the problem with Hitler was that he was too expansionist.
Yeah.
It's not about him defending Kanye saying I love Hitler over and over again. It's because she criticized Israel.
All right, let's hear Patrick Bet David within a interesting way of describing.
I didn't know that was this dude's background, because I still have to go through his ridiculous, like, why gayness is some kind of like toxic social influence video that he's got, conspiracy theory. But I didn't know that he was an insurance salesman who then funneled all of his money being like, no, you know what? I've done it. I've lived the American dream. I made so much money, tons and tons, millions of dollars. I got to live my own dream, live my truth, and become a podcaster, because that's what I've really wanted to do. Become a right-wing podcaster. That's my calling.
The Daily Wire.
Do this, you better do that, you better do this. Listen, man, I'm patient. I'm understanding. I'm going through certain things. I'm going to see what's going to happen as a leader. And at Valuetainment, we do have one very clear value that we don't compromise, and that's capitalism. There is no, it's very public. Guess what? I'm not compromising that. It's proven. You have communism, you have socialism, you have capitalism. We're not debating this, right? But there's a difference between an economical system with believing in enlighten, empower, entertain, debate, where it's one of our big discourse, but we like to debate. And you can't debate faith, and you can't debate religion, and you can't debate that. That's the problem with when you take that position. What you do after that kind of a move, if I'm a Jew, okay, and I'm a devout at his level, and I want to go to a company that I will feel 100% safe, guess what's officially the #1 media company to go to if you're Jewish and you want to proudly sell all the values and principles that you believe in? Guess what's #1 worldwide? It's officially Daily Wire. Yep. If that's your value. And there's nothing wrong. CBN is what? What does CBN stand for?
Christian Broadcasting Network.
It's not, a RBN, Religious Broadcasting Network. It's what? Christian Broadcasting Network. Daily Wire can be Daily DJW, Daily Jewish Wire, or DIW, Daily Israel Wire. No problem.
You probably should have workshopped this before and then come back.
Yeah. If that's your
I got acronyms. Man, you won't believe the acronyms that I got.
value, stick to that. If that's your #1, maybe conservative America, all the other stuff comes next. But positioning-wise, business-wise, if you got an Andrew Schultz, what religion is Andrew Schultz, by the way?
Pause for 1 second. I want to say a couple words here. And,
So he wasn't an insurance salesman. He was doing a MLM scam. It was to charge people for licensing fees. So it was just a pyramid scheme, essentially.
No one... I will put up my disdain for Ben Shapiro, bona fides, against anybody's. But I don't know if he's talking
that's my plan, Bill.
from
I need to go through his
ignorance,
episode first, and then
which is so that like even on a factual
I was
basis,
going to see if he'll fly me out.
They have fundamentalist Christians there.
I don't have quite the millions and millions of dollars from selling pyramid scams. So like Tim Pool before him, it'd be nice if they put me up. Because these people, when they're like, yeah, you got to come into the fucking the high level idea zone. You got to travel, and then you got to be. I was like, yeah, okay. I mean, Can you pay for it all though?
Too, incidentally. Matt Walsh is a fundamentalist Catholic. The other guy, the Barnes or whatever.
Michael Knoll.
Do you like debating? I love debating. I hate the ancillary drama nonstop spools that it makes online forever. Like it's just like, you know, it would be really nice if you could have, say, like an academic style debate. I'm not saying that it has to be in an actual auditorium, but one in which like people are paused before they speak, they can give rebuttals, they can talk about things and all that kind of stuff, and then afterwards when it's done and everyone goes about their way, rather than like, you just started a flame war and that flame war will not stop until both your communities battle each other every single day in the Reddits, on the Twitters, on the social media. Now all the clips will be posted. Look at the embarrassing things that have been unearthed that you said years ago. Oh, they're embarrassing, aren't they? And then it's like, yeah, that's a shitty clip of me from 4 years ago. I don't like it. I disavow the thing that I said there. But what does that have to do with what we did last week?
Michael Knowles. He's also a fundamentalist Christian. They're against birth control. They're against women, existing outside of their servile role in the sort of most almost over the top ridiculous patriarchy. So it is not the Daily Jewish Wire. And it very well may be like, a Zionist project. I don't know where, Knowles or Walsh are. They obviously aren't as anti-Zionist as Candace Owens.
We actually looked it up the other day. Walsh has only said just, I just don't think we should be involved.
Yeah,
he's not putting that to the forefront of his
there you go. So
he's got a lot of time to fill. He broadcasts for 48 minutes a couple times a week, and he's got to talk a lot about trans people. So that occupies a lot of your time. You don't have time to concern yourself with geopolitics.
It's certainly a differing opinion than Ben Shapiro's, but he's
not one
talking.
That he highlights on the Daily Wire. That was just on Twitter.
Because
one tweet.
His lane is that fundamentalism there, Christian fundamentalism. So to call this the Daily Jew Wire,
jeez.
Yeah, it's fucked.
I don't know. I think aside from the factual, even if it was they were all pro-Israel, it's not like Ben Shapiro's going on there and espousing the Torah says that you should Now, occasionally he does make proclamations as to who is a better Jew and whatnot, but it's always a sort of gross, you're not voting the way I want you to vote, so you're a bad Jew, or you support. So, this idea, I gotta say, Patrick Bet-David's just talking about this company is just about capitalism. It also seems like if you think racism and anti-Semitism is actually in demand, we're going to go with that today, too.
Yeah. I mean, this is what's amazing about Patrick Bet-David is he's business coded as opposed to right-wing operative coded, but he's maybe even more bigoted than a lot of those guys because they know how to stay in the lanes a little bit. He's just should gay people be allowed to teach?
Well,
let's
he's
ask
not.
the question.
Right. He'll be as blunt as possible about it. And again, he also doesn't have very, I think sophisticated understanding of the fact that why is the Republican Party the more, is so rabidly pro-Israel, even though there aren't a lot of Jewish Republican representatives or a majority of American Jews vote Democrat? It's because the Christian Zionists and the evangelicals populate that party's power structure, and they're the ones that are even more pro-Israel than a lot of Jewish
is spending
Americans.
a lot more money on Israel than even AIPAC is. It's just that AIPAC is actually going after Democrats. Progressive Democrats. I also think that dude, I don't know. I seem to recall that dude sitting to Patrick Bet-David's left in the blue jacket is Jewish. And I'm curious as to
Val-Jutained?
Yes, if he's Val-Jutained.
Adam Sosnick, the guy on the left, was the one who had the really spirited conversation with Bassem Youssef.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
RBN, Religious Broadcasting Network, it's what? Christian Broadcasting Network. Daily Wire can be Daily DJW, Daily Jewish Wire. or DIW. Daily
Adam's
Israel
on
Watch.
his phone.
No problem.
I'm pretending like I'm not involved in.
All right, I can't listen to this asshole anymore. But yeah, we will do that. I have to still go over his video, and then at which point, once I do, we can pretty much take it from there. I do want to talk about the 3-body problem, though, a little bit here. Don't worry, there's not going to be spoilers for this series if you haven't watched it already, either of them. If you haven't watched the Chinese original series, or if you haven't watched the brand new version that just arrived on Netflix. Big show, the #1 show on Netflix right now, 3-body problem. If you know nothing about the show, you probably know or have seen some of the clips online. There's been a clip from the very start of the series that recreates moments of the culture war that took place in China. And the aspects of it, of course, the struggle sessions in which at times various members of what were considered to be bourgeoisie or perhaps people who were counter-revolutionary were publicly shamed, and that contains a very, very graphic scene at the very start of the series, and that clip I'm sure you may have seen already posted online. And I wanted to watch some of this series before talking about it, so I have watched all the way up to I think like episode 7 or so of the Netflix show. Haven't seen the original one. Some people online were very, very upset about what they saw, saying that this was trying to portray China and the communist revolution in a deplorable light. Other people were then battling with those people, saying, did you even know that this series is based on a book by a Chinese author? This is considered to be one, if not the most popular work of science fiction from as an export from the country, which has obviously gone on to been translated into multiple different languages. The original series, insofar as what I've read online, is way more concerned with philosophy and what is known as hardcore sci-fi, where it actually deals with a lot of potential like scientifically realistic ways of achieving certain things, even though Netflix did not go down that road in my personal assessment or opinion. But the other big thing about this one is that it's made by the Game of Thrones dudes, David Lindelof, the duo who basically the biggest fumble the bag maybe in the history of fantasy series. If you're not a Game of Thrones fan, or you didn't watch Game of Thrones, you don't know what I'm talking about. Game of Thrones, the books, which I've read all of them, they obviously had come out prior to the HBO series, but they're not finished. And so George R.R. Martin is still working on finishing the series as we speak. But then eventually the series went on for so long and he still hadn't finished the book that the timeline of the show starts to surpass the timeline of the books. And then the show ends with us not knowing how the book series ends at all. And in that, the last season of Game of Thrones is such an abject and horrifyingly terrible disaster of a conclusion to everything that had come before it, that it just feels rushed. And then you find out the two guys who made it did rush it because they didn't want to have to do this shit anymore. They're getting tired of having to do this over and over and over.
I think the intro to 3-body problem should be required in schools for children to watch. Have you guys seen it?
No. There should be education on all totalitarianism, so communism as well as Nazism. It's you get a decent understanding of how bad Nazism is. You don't get any understanding of how bad communism is, and communism is argued.
So I mean, these are Americans, but I had to ask right out of the gates here. My understanding is that there's not a very favorable education on Chinese communism or the Chinese Revolution or the Cultural Revolution, any aspects of it. That it's consistently painted in a horrifying. Mao was a evil dictator, the likes of Adolf Hitler, and created the largest famine that has ever happened in human history, and slaughtered millions of his own people, and that's basically been the viewpoint that I assumed Americans were getting, because that's just the way that I've seen in most American media when it's ever speaking or representing those parts of history. That's usually the only thing you concentrate on. And in that, 3-body problem is really no different than the way you've probably seen a lot of those aspects portrayed in media.
Arguably as bad as or worse than Nazism because of the number, just the sheer numbers.
All right. Let's it's hard to frame it properly.
Content warning: if they're going to show the full clip, there is violence in it. If you're not someone who likes watching violence, people get beaten to death, kind of stuff. But this is also not a spoiler. It happens literally. It's the first shot of the series.
I'll only show like a quick couple seconds just because.
I thought it was colorized footage of.
No, this is the show
movie.
3 Body Problem. So they have a physics professor in a dunce cap on stage while they're all screaming, and they tell him to reject science. What she's saying right now, she's also a physics professor.
That's his wife.
And she's unharmed, and she says, the youth of the revolution have showed me the way. I was completely wrong about everything. Certainly, you will renounce your incorrect views. And then they end up just beating him to death.
He's like, physics are real. That's
Yeah.
just
And then-
the way it is.
And they say,
Moonlord, you of all people, I didn't think would be on the side of science, but in this regard, yeah. So that's how the scene plays out. That's what happens in the opening scene. There's a professor, and he is then questioned about what he believes. Is there evidence of God? They ask him at one point, and he's like, "There's no evidence in one way or another, according to science, about whether or not God exists." They ask him about, whether or not he believes in things like physics and stuff like that. I mean, it is a pretty reductionist view of what actually took place during the Cultural Revolution. We'll speak a little bit about it, but in terms of this being something new for American audiences, I could not disagree more. Like, I just feel like this is the way that American and Western audiences usually have always consumed any understanding of what took place during that period in time. Is that, yes, there was a violent revolution, and then once Mao had power, he wanted to coalesce that power, and then during the Cultural Revolution, what he essentially did is he was using all of the Red Guards to his advantage by instigating them and using them to almost gain more control within the Communist Party that he himself was a part of, as they were rebelling against the government itself until things went too far, and then Mao wanted to dial the whole thing back. But he was just this, again, Machiavellian person who was just playing the will of the people off, and then all of these, basically targeting of public intellectuals began, and it was during the targeting of public intellectuals that's the narrative that, like, I personally in Canada grew up with. I don't know if you grew up with a different one in terms of the public education system of the US, but that's pretty much been the story, right? You only ever really learn about the brutality that took place during that, and I'm not here to discount it, by the way. There absolutely was struggle sessions, and there was the targeting of academics and people who were trying to promote what was considered to be counter-revolutionary activity. But do you know the reason why so many of the Red Guards and the students, like we're talking millions of students, actually ended up supporting Mao so much and actually started doing these cultural revolutions? Was because he had spread education on a scale available to the poorest public members of society that had never been done before, and in those numbers in human history, by allowing a lot of the poorest people within China to suddenly have access to public education, to be building schools in rural areas, to be building schools in poor towns, to be giving people education for the first time ever. There was a reason why a lot of the people who were in the poorest classes of society, who then became cultural revolutionaries, were in very strong support of Mao and what he was professing for. That aspect is always just ignored, right? That there was first a monstrously huge blossoming of access to public education, and specifically in the poorest parts of society, at which point a lot of the people who had, again, been given public education as part of that system were then, yes, part of the Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution and the Red Guards themselves were separated into multiple different factions, by the way. There was considered to be more conservative members who had different viewpoints that were less revolutionary. There were more revolutionary members who thought that perhaps an overthrow of the current Communist Party of China was necessary. There was obviously the power struggle going on between Mao and Deng Xiaoping. Like, all this stuff was happening simultaneously, but I think you only ever get that view. You only ever learn about, like, the sheer brutality that was happening during this period in Chinese history.
And you claim that there is a God or something, and he's
Yeah.
like, there's no evidence one way or the other, and they just start beating him to death.
Yeah, and the thing is that that is emblematic of things that actually happen in China. You can hear stories about Tofan Lysenko and medical and Lysenkoism in the Soviet Union, which is essentially, he was like, hey, this is how plants like it. It's literally the Brando story. Okay, that's it's where it came from. They were like, he's like, look, plants are communist. All of that Darwinism stuff, that's all Western, and that's all just bullcrap. Plants are
I think what he's trying to say is that Lysenko's disastrous, and we should emphasize disastrous, policies were centered around the concept of resilience, in that wheat, if put in very bad conditions, will become stronger wheat because it has to become more resilient to survive in harsher conditions. That was the crux of Lysenkoism and why it failed so horrifically. It wasn't that plants are communist. That's not
communist. So if you plant plants that are like each other, close to each other, they will flourish because they will actually help each other, which is absolute horse crap. And it caused a massive famine and killed millions and millions of people. And this is something that happens
hard wheat makes strong men. It's true. Yes,
in communist countries all the time. It is counter enlightenment. It rejects reality. It rejects the fact that we can know reality close enough so that way we can predict outcomes. And you see it today when it comes to people talking about the ability to change genders.
And Jesus, how do you make everything? It's like it's a fucking superpower, y'all. Every single topic can somehow. Lysenkoism just got turned into let's go after trans people. I didn't know if we'd ever hear that sentence. I don't know if I'd ever say it before. Like, has any human said that sentence? Someone criticizing Lysenkoism somehow utilized that as, and this is how I'm going to go after trans people today. And we see this, Lysenkoism evolved basically into gender ideology. That's how we got all this.
With Blair here, it's like, Blair is a trans woman, but Blair is under no illusions as to if she becomes a biological woman.
Oh my God. So while I'm being transphobic, I'd also like to, pull I have a trans friend card here, right? So Blair over here, fine, she's a woman. Like my eyes don't deceive me there, but like she's not here trying to tell us that she's a biological woman, unlike all trans people who say that they're cis. No trans person says that. It's what makes them trans. Doing so would be erasing who they are. It's cis people who try to tell them they're cis. That's the problem. It's cis people who are constantly like, no, you're cis and you're wrong. I'm right.
There's no point to divorce those two things. You know what I mean? And that's the difference.
Yeah, and you end up hurting people when you tell them that actual science and biological facts, reality, like plants don't need to be planted on top of each other because they compete for resources in the soil. Like that kind of stuff spreads through your society and it kills people.
Remember, and it trickles out to so many different things, unhoused, not homeless. And then you're suddenly denying the ways to actually help people.
It's because there's already a massive dehumanization of unhoused people that people are trying to say you should probably use different language because, hey, maybe you'll self-reflect when you hear that term instead. If you hear that term all the time, unhoused, then it might become pretty clear how do you solve that problem. If you actually do want to help people, right? Like, yeah, and then people will just avoid the ways to actually help them, It's like, well, yeah, by housing them.
My favorite is pig iron.
Yeah.
So they melted down all the tools. What is it, for weapons or something? Is that they're trying to make?
I believe.
It was just to make like kilns. It was like to jumpstart.
I'm so confused. I can't follow what they're talking about. Okay, so basically what we've gone through is there's a series on Netflix, 3 Body Problem. It just came out, and it's obviously causing some controversy because of a scene that takes place in the start of the series about the Cultural Revolution. They've used that as a jumping off point to talk about how the Cultural Revolution, like a lot of other horrifying communist movements before it, have tried to spread misinformation that gets into the tentacles of society, much like Lysenkoism was doing, that Lysenko thought plants were communist. And because Lysenko thought plants were communist and they all had to fuck each other in some big giant commie orgy, he would plant them all into one giant ball and they would all die, essentially, because yeah, that's foolish. And so this is why trans people exist. I'm not even that far off. I'm not even like being that wild by that. That's pretty much where they're at right now. That's 3 minutes. Like no one is able to, like, I haven't seen any other series, liberal, conservative, left, right, commie, anarcho, communist, you name it, that jumps topics as quickly, like skips than Tim Pool's show, where you, if you like just got up, left, came back a minute later, you'd have no idea what they're talking about anymore. Like, whoa, wait, what? How did we get here?
China into a industrial power. So all they did was make a whole bunch of crappy metal, and
that
didn't
work.
Help anybody.
And then because this is the fascinating.
And this is the thing that gets to the crux of what bugs me about the whole thing with the three-body problem and the communist segment, and speaking about the Cultural Revolution. I would recommend a channel called One Dime. I'm going to show you a bit of his documentary that he's done. He is a leftist. He's an avowed leftist. You don't get a lot of leftist history channels. Cynical Historian is another one, but he's a leftist who wanted to talk about the Cultural Revolution honestly. Because there is obviously a section of the internet sometimes that I think that they want to basically follow any kind of government or superpower, what have you, that they are willing to accept the bad as necessary kind of thing when they talk about it. Maoists online, for example, will sometimes try and defend some of the fucked up stuff that also happened. But American and Western culture, when they talk about any of these topics, is going to give you the exact opposite of that. You're only going to get one very hardcore narrative that's usually communism bad, anything that happened bad, everything that happened during both the Chinese Communist Revolution and the Cultural Revolution thereafter, all of it. Horrible, horrifying, the worst atrocities known to man, worse than Hitler. Again, it's killing 27 quadrillion more billion people right now. It has to be stopped at all costs. And that hasn't really gone away from the American ethos, right? It's really hard to deprogram people from years and years and years of Red Scare tactics and them doing their own form, by the way. In America, they like to point fingers and say, well, yes, during the Cultural Revolution, people were targeted. If they were academics, for example, if they were considered counter-revolutionaries, it was very, very scary. What do you think was happening during McCarthyism? What do you think was happening during McCarthyism in America, right? Like, sure, they might be not, arrested and sent to forced labor camps, but yes, people were being targeted for what they perceived political beliefs could be, as were academics. As were academics, they were getting wiretapped, they were getting followed, they were getting arrested. Yes, these were considered political dissidents at the time, but it's not like a unique thing to the Cultural Revolution, for example. And you never hear about anything else, right? Like the Americans and capitalists especially don't like to talk about the fact that, like, again, what China pulled off in a very short amount of time and how fast their economy grew fucking schools the speed of American capitalism. They're going to surpass the American economy eventually. They've already surpassed them as the fastest growing economy in the world for a long time. If you are a capitalist, you should be looking towards that and being like, holy fuck, maybe that whole centralized planning thing really does move the whole capitalist needle along. They're printing billionaires at a much faster rate than we are. Maybe we're getting cucked by Chinese capitalism in this case.
Think about someone who's really dumb, who doesn't understand surface level thinking. It's like, hey, we need an industrial revolution. That'll make us wealthy. I know. Let's take all the tools we have and turn that into industry. Yeah. And then they made garbage that didn't work, and then they all starved. And then they went and killed all the sparrows. Remember that?
Yeah. I was gonna say they doubled down after all the crops were failing, and they're like, oh well, the crops are failing, and like
because the
sparrows, right?
So you got to kill, and then the locusts came.
And then there's so many locusts and no sparrows, dude. It's unreal.
You guys are 100% right, and these are things that people don't know about communism. It is not an Enlightenment philosophy. It rejects the idea that we can know reality closely enough that we can predict the future. And it says that romanticism is a better way to do it. That was all Rousseau's stuff, that we need to be animals first and civilized second. So we need to be animals in cities, and we need to embrace that as opposed to reason, because reason is fallible and reason can be mistaken, and we can make errors in reason. So the most real thing that human beings can experience is our emotions. So we should follow those. And
this is so what does any of this have to do with communism? Like, I feel like this is just like some weird fever dream the guy's coming out of, and then all of a sudden it's like, that's what communism is. It's when Lysenko said all the planets should fuck each other or something like that. That's why it fails, and then we can point towards today with the trans agenda, the direct parallels, one-to-one,
It's how you get, I want society to be perfect.
Let's make a sci-fi short film.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Marxism itself being based in historical materialism, as in being able to understand events in history as they relate to the production and manufacturing of goods, services, products, and how that actually can tell you as a moral company, not even a moral, just like if you were trying to assess why things were taking place throughout history, and you start looking at it from a material standpoint instead of simply, well, this king probably conquered them for glory. And it's like, Yes, glory, and that was a pretty wealthy land stash that they acquired through it too, as well as a lot of access to material resources. There was a lot of material gain. There was maybe a purpose behind this simply because it was done in the name of our Lord. Not that that doesn't play a role. Obviously, the Crusades are wars that are fought for religious purposes. There's a lot of that throughout human history, as well as a lot of what the Ottoman Empire was doing as well, and their conquests. Yes, that's being done obviously in the name of God, but in the case of like understanding how society works, you could probably have a better read at any given time. Like if you can take that all the way into modern day conflicts and why the United States is constantly trying to fuck up or destabilize areas of South and Central America or parts of Africa or parts of the Middle East on a consistent basis. What would be the material reason for that? Because if you just believe the narrative that it's about protecting freedom, about spreading democracy, about being the shining hill on the soil, or whatever the fuck that sentence is, then it's going to be a lot more difficult to understand why they keep doing the things they do, right?
Where it starts with some people hiding in an attic, and then like the finale of it is dudes in like white unitards with weird sci-fi looking guns break it.
I have no. It happened to me, and I've been watching this. It happened to me just now. I have no. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm completely lost. Do they get back to three body problem?
Other trans.
Think about where this is going.
Like no, they're back on trans people.
100 years from now,
it's like Marvel Comics.
100 years from now, the average human they've got personal biofields that protect them from harm. They're immortal. They wear sleek unitards and they can float through the air. And then there are Amish type Mennonites who don't want to become. And then funny thing is, probably it's like traditional conservatives today. Like, we do not want to become whatever you are. And so
he says we now these days, eh? He's fully embraced it.
They're basically in zoos. They're effectively in reserves,
like
where
farms, giant enclosed farms.
And then they
just grow the food.
And the transhumans are all mentally linked, and they're just like, they grow food and the food is used, so we have they have no consequence to us. And there's weird people floating around, and their eyes are glowing and weird crazy nonsense.
And people don't realize how close, if it's possible, right? So there's always the question of this, if it's possible to do this. It may be, it may not be. But if it is possible to write experiences into the brain, right? Because that's essentially what Neuralink is the goal, is to be able to put ideas and experiences into the brain without actually having to do it. That's the purest virtual reality.
The dude abides super chat. The F in communism stands for food.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I think because we were talking about communism and how there.
Yeah. There's definitely not food inequality under capitalism. It doesn't happen. People are all living well in every part of the world at all times.
The forced, equalization of the farming industry. They're like, if we melt down all the iron, we'll do this. But it had, implications that they had foreseen. CRISPR, I'm looking at right now, coming out of China, big time CRISPR, it's gene editing. They don't know the implications of this. They're like, every human is the same. If we do equal.
Wait, Moonlord, what are you doing? I thought you were a man of science. You were just talking about how during the Cultural Revolution, when they were going after that scientist because he said he believed in physics, you were like, disgusting, how dare they? But now it's like, but they're using modern science in these ways that, they have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, what if they make the super zucchini, then it has like 12 penises.
This, all else, and it's like, yo, bro, you're experimenting with the human genome. You might have you could turn people feral. You could do lots of different unintended consequences, not least of all death to 99% of the people doing it. But like that on top of like mRNA therapy, which is also genetic therapy, like, do they understand the implications of?
See, like there are times when I do just, fantasize about grifting to the right, just in that, like, it would be nice to just say whatever you wanted at all times and not have to think at all if any of it is based in reality, if it has any bearing on the conversation that you're having, if the people around you are having the same conversation. None of that matters. You just like, oh, it's my turn? Okay. Have you ever thought about how Marvel films basically demonstrate to us how Lysenko was showing us that potatoes apparently are like pansexual or some shit, and that's why communism fails, and how trans people came to exist? Have you ever thought about that? Yeah, good point. I actually wanted to bring up something you said about earlier when we were talking about Spider-Man and the characters in the video game not being fuckable, and you just do that. Just do that for hours. You know, you don't even have to talk to each other. You don't even have to have a conversation the way normal human beings do. You can just say things.
Voicing this on the species as a whole. I don't think they do.
Well, we see that in so many different ways, right? Like the vaccine was.
See, right, it just happened, right, just like that. I'm going to question anything you just said out loud when you were giving these weird stats that apparently CRISPR, the company, is maybe bioengineering humans, and that's going to have potential consequences. He said to 99% of the people who use their products. Again, wild statements to make. And then they're like, yeah, you're totally right. This makes me, again, think about COVID and vaccines and some other things I want to, talk shit about now.
Example of that. It's like one size fits all. It's going to work for every single person. No argument against it. You're not allowed to say, well, I have this, or maybe I don't want it. It's like one size fits all, which is.
You were allowed. People are allowed to not be vaccinated in America. I know that because if you look at the rates of death, you can see that they are much higher in areas where there is low levels of vaccination. They are dying. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know how many pundits are actually living their truth and are not vaccinated themselves, but it's no question that a percentage of their audiences are getting sick and dying from consistently pushing the anti-vaccine narrative. It's having real world effects.
Really the outcome of that.
The communist. What's fascinating is how it's like, what year? I don't know what year it's 1989 they introduced the Borg. I think it was the first season of Next Generation the Borg was introduced. It's 89.
That was
good. So the general premise behind the Borg is that.
Okay, so they're not talking about this anymore. They barely spoke about it. We got like literally, I think, 1 minute of this. 1 minute and about 1 minute and 40 seconds before they were going off and to the world of the Borg. All right, so here's the trailer for Three Body Problem. If you haven't seen it.
I have to tell you something.
Very high budget.
Something insane, but true about all of us. It started a long time ago.
I will say, I looked up the reviews in China where it is banned. Obviously, they don't have Netflix in China, but there's a lot of people. It had like some really high numbers for BitTorrent downloads and other metrics to try and track how many people are watching it. But there was a lot of people who were commenting in Chinese social media about the show, and their biggest takeaways, which I could see justifiably if you like, this is one of the rare exports that it's an internationally known science fiction story that takes place in China in the novels, and the characters obviously are Chinese, and it focuses on them and their experience. To then change it and westernize it like all Western remakes do, they're now going to say, well, instead of taking place in China, it takes place in Britain. That's going to be the centerpiece of where most of the investigation and discovery into this potential alien encounter is taking place and all that kind of stuff. And yes, a lot of the characters have been changed to no longer be Chinese. They're a lot more international. In the Netflix series was like another complaint, but there wasn't a ton of complaints coming out of China specifically because they felt that China or the Communist Party were being portrayed in a strictly negative light.
In 1977.
And yes, China has made the show already. They made the whole book series into a TV series.
They detected a sequence. Called it the wow signal.
Wow.
What's it say?
They are coming.
Who are they?
Uh-oh.
That's the question, right? Oh, hello, darling.
When your consciousness ends in one world, it could continue to exist in many other worlds.
What do you think is happening?
Yeah, I know. From the creator of Game of Thrones, it doesn't help anything anymore. You're just kind of like, oh, okay. So does that mean the first couple seasons will be awesome, incredible, very faithful adaptations, and then it'll slowly fall off until it's just like you gave up on something that the entire world had become so invested in?
I think we're at war.
Talk about fumbling the bag.
How will you be remembered?
So as you can tell, super high budget, the mildly star-studded cast, a lot of Game of Thrones people reprising their roles. I have a hard time, I'll be totally honest with you, watching sci-fi outside of some of the big franchise. Like I can watch Star Trek, I can watch the Star Trek movies. I like the classic Star Wars. I do enjoy Firefly. Huge fan of Sunshine. Like there's some sci-fi horror, and just sci-fi in general that I absolutely love. But I've always found the higher the concept, like if the concept's really, really high, in that like it really, you're going to have to suspend your disbelief for a little bit, Lance. Okay, just you got to do that. Okay, I'll take the ticket, I'll buy it, and I'll go, and I will turn my brain off. I will suspend my disbelief. And I've heard that this series is hardcore science based. So for people who actually love science and cosmology, you're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be talking about astrophysics, quantum entanglement, stuff like that. You're gonna have interstellar style stuff, bruh. You're gonna love it. I mean, this is a space odyssey at the end of the day. Unfortunately, this series has just way too many scenes that are so goddamn cheesy. They're so painfully cheesy, and they're like peppered in. It's like you can have a whole episode where you're just like, well, that was pretty neat. Yeah, all right, I'll watch some more. I'm invested. And then there's just this one scene, and then when you're done that scene, you feel like you're watching two different shows, and then you're just literally like, whoa, that was so bad. That was such a bad scene. I can't suspend my disbelief anymore. I've turned that thing off. What have I done here? I'm not going to give... Okay, so if everyone wants to mute for, I guarantee you, 2 minutes, but this is not a spoiler. This is what is considered a light spoiler. It is in like the second episode or third episode, but it's a very light spoiler. It does not ruin the plot or the main. It's not a reveal or a secret of any kind, in my opinion. But I know the internet gets really mad if you don't give a warning. So if you're planning on watching the whole series and don't even want a very, very light spoiler for you, just pause for 2 minutes. 2 minutes tops. But I do just want to talk about the one scene that will forever be burned into my memory, and that's featuring this dude who also is in Game of Thrones, Jonathan Pryce. He, in the series, is basically communicating with aliens, and while communicating with aliens, there's just this like little teeny walkie-talkie like box that's basically in this side of the shot that he's talking to the aliens about. And I'm sorry, but in the world where you got the most advanced kind of civilizations that have technology that is so powerful that is considered magic to human beings, and that's totally plausible. You all on that. If they sent VR goggles, fucking Apple glasses all the way through trillions and trillions of light years, arrived on Earth, and that's what's being used for us to have our initial experiences with aliens or whatever. Fine, the technology of tomorrow would look like magic to someone even like 75 years ago. Okay, smartphones, all that shit. I can believe that. What I can't believe is that they not only have learnt and mastered the English language, but in a single conversation with this man, they learnt what lying was for the first time, and that's why they want to kill us all? Are you kidding me? Did no one talk to anyone else when they were scripting this shit? When the guy is sitting there and then he's like, oh, what I said to you actually is not true. Explain. And then right afterwards it's like, oh, I was lying. And then the alien's like, what is lying? Well, that is when someone deceives another person. Do you not do that on your planet? We certainly do that here. No, we are one. We only think as one. Ah. Do you lie? Oh. I try not to, for the most part. But, we do my best. We no longer trust you. We no longer trust humanity. We now know that some of you are liars. You must be destroyed. We will now come to your planet to finish the job. And what? You speak English! You're speaking English to him. Even if there's a Babelfish translator inside this fucking box right now, you're talking to. There is no way you just learned what the concept of lying was for the first time from this piece of shit, and he just doomed humanity in the process. And why didn't you lie? That was the other thing. I was like, you realize what's happening. Why didn't you lie? So in that, it just totally. I was just like, and then like this is like the second or third episode, and then like obviously everything plays out in a monstrously huge budget and all this kind of stuff afterwards, but I was always just like, Did no one see a problem with that? No one? The scriptwriters, supervisors, showrunners, anybody? No? Okay, all right. Well, fuck us, I guess. That's what we're gonna do. Fuck us all, you know? Yeah. But it's just like, how are the aliens talking to you? And they have this advanced technology, and they're traveling, again, trillions of light years at a speed faster than light. They specify that it's at 125 times the speed of light. And then humans have to figure out how to beat that speed. And so they're doing this whole thing. How can we do that with today's technology? That's just not possible. They're so much more advanced than us. But they didn't know what line was, you know? Yeah, just But either way, a little bit about the Cultural Revolution for 2 seconds.
The quasi-anti-authoritarian character of Mao's Cultural Revolution is even acknowledged by some anti-communist scholars.
And I'm going to share this channel again. One Dime did a really good hour-long documentary on the Cultural Revolution. Spoke about the things that you probably already have heard of and know, such as, yes, the struggle sessions and the targeting of academia and stuff like that. But also speaks about the parts that aren't ever talked about in, again, Western media about that period in history.
Who are at least honest enough to admit the paradox that a supposed totalitarian dictator would encourage his people to think for themselves and give them the means to rebel against his own party state. The whole stereotype of totalitarianism is that the government concentrates all power and gives none to its population. What kind of totalitarian dictator takes power away from the government and gives it to his people? Mao's intentions to redirect power away from the bureaucracy and enhance the power of the masses were matched by his actions. Mao encouraged popular rebellion by allowing levels of freedom and transparency that were unprecedented for China. Independent Red Guard organizations were allowed to create their own press, newspapers, publish articles against various politicians, and holding the government accountable by investigating party leaders and finding and distributing
One Dime's video on Tupac's
awesome
their
too.
Speeches
How the FBI and transcripts from their meetings. Information that was typically considered to be highly classified, but could be used as evidence to see.
Oh, and spoiler alert, just for what the ethos of his documentary is, he basically gets into the fact that like it's disingenuous and ahistorical to paint Mao as a strictly Machiavellian figure who was doing every single thing that he was doing in the sole purpose of seeking and controlling and maintaining power, because there's much different tactics that he could have employed at any given time, especially during the Cultural Revolution, that would have solidified that stronger and more stably than what he was doing, insofar as trying to once again return a lot of power to smaller and localized and lower class groups that he was doing through mass education programs and stuff like that. That's not, this documentary also doesn't sing praises of Mao, which again is something you might get from people who are trying to do apologia for the more fucked up stuff that happened during this period in history, because you should be looking at this like you look at any other period in history. You should be looking at it to try and learn. You don't learn about a lot of other countries the way you learn about, say, the fall of the USSR or the rise of communism in China in the West, the way that you do for other periods in human history, where it's like, yes, hey, this Roman emperor, we're going to teach you about what they've accomplished, what they did, what they built, and that kind of stuff, the wars that they fought and won and lost, and also we're going to tell you about the fucked up stuff they did, the slaves they may have owned, the potential, abuse of children, all those kind of things. We're gonna tell you about all that, because this is what happened, and this is the story of Caligula, basically, kind of thing, right? All that is going to be told in so far as it's not. I guess maybe it helps that Rome and the modern Roman Empire, Rome exists, but the modern Roman Empire doesn't exist anymore. So maybe you can just look back on this is what happened and how it came to be and came to pass, right?
If bureaucrats were guilty of corruption, or just things that Maoists think are bad, like revisionism. Far from totalitarianism, the Cultural Revolution was actually more about the delegitimization of authority. Throw the emperor off his horse was a popular slogan among Cultural Revolution rebels. Hell, even the CCP under Deng Xiaoping admitted that the greatest danger of the Cultural Revolution was that it destroyed the authority of the CCP. With the Cultural Revolution, Mao wanted to reverse a pattern in Chinese political culture where independent thinking and honest opinions were discouraged, due to state authorities behaving like what Chinese peasants called local emperors, which was heavily encouraged by the Confucian tradition of sacralizing authority. One of the reasons why proponents of the Cultural Revolution opposed Confucianism was that they wanted to debase authority and subject these local emperors to...
I learn a little every day. Today I learned that plants are communists. Well, only if you plant them in the Lysenko method. The Lysenko method is to plant them all within each other and on top of each other in some giant commune orgy, and then that's apparently what will yield better crops.
Mass criticism. While this might be quite the pill to swallow, the Cultural Revolution was actually when freedom of speech and freedom of the press was most widespread in Chinese history. That being said, the right to rebel during the Cultural Revolution was not a right inherent to the people, but one granted to them by Mao and his allies, and thus it could just as easily be revoked by him. It's easy to argue that Mao just championed free speech solely because it was convenient for his anti-revisionist motives at the time, rather than upholding free speech as a right in and of itself. However, even though there is some truth to this, it does not change the reality that China during the Cultural Revolution gave far more freedom and power to the masses than they had been given at any time in history, even if this freedom turned into anarchic chaos quite fast. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves and get back to the timeline as to how the Cultural Revolution unraveled. It's still year 1966. The conservative Red Guards that sprung out of the work teams which we were talking about were not able to curb the students' activism. They were not able to control the mass activity how they wanted, so they could only redirect the swarm away from the most important targets, the revisionist party officials, particularly the ones who Mao and his followers deemed to be corrupt, revisionist, or capitalist voters. Under the direction of party officials like Liu Shaoxi, these conservative Red Guards, directed by the work teams, attempted to redirect attention towards more insignificant targets, like people with bad class backgrounds, objects of bourgeois culture, like monuments and statues, and so-called bourgeois authorities. As the most powerful high-ranking officials usually had access to some sort of protection, the targets that became the most easily identifiable as bourgeois authorities ended up just being intellectuals, professors, teachers, writers, artists, and others who were virtually defenseless against the swarm that was to come. Surely one of the most degenerative aspects of the Cultural Revolution was the awful treatment of intellectuals and teachers. They became easy victims of opportunists and delinquents filled with resentment. Intellectuals became the political scapegoats of all factions of the Red Guards, radical and conservative alike. They were hounded by Red Guards, zealously seeking out the bourgeoisie in a country that had effectively abolished the bourgeoisie. And party officials not only allowed this to happen, but even chimed in on the criticism of intellectuals, as they sought to deflect the political assault away from themselves. Intellectuals would frequently have their homes ransacked by student Red Guards, and had their books burned and work destroyed. The alleged political sins of these intellectuals would often have consequences for their own family members, who would often find themselves subjected to what were called struggle sessions, which were quite psychologically and sometimes physically antagonizing. Now, these struggle sessions and what were sometimes called study and criticism sessions sound fine in theory and non-violent. The problem with mob justice is that they can often turn violent very easily, as there's no state mediator. Most of the terrible excesses that many remember from the early years of the Cultural Revolution were not a result of state totalitarianism, but anarchic mob justice. During this time, research in the social sciences and humanities all but ceased, while scientific and technological institutes were afraid of being disparaged as bourgeois specialists, and writers and academics were terrified of having revisionist opinions. As a result, significantly less academic work was published during this time. Artists and musicians were also pretty terrified, unless they chose to openly use their skills to support the Cultural Revolution. And to be fair, some of the art during this time was pretty cool. But it certainly does seem like quite the paradox that giving a ton of free speech and freedom of association to the masses and allowing them to rebel against the state allowed for a far less pluralistic environment than had existed before. How could more freedom lead to less freedom? Well, as we'll see repeatedly throughout this video, authoritarianism is not limited to state authorities. A certain anti-authoritarian authoritarianism also exists. Student Red Guards would ransack bookstores to purge any Chinese or foreign literature that they saw as revisionist or bourgeois, which is especially ironic considering that Mao and especially his wife Jiang Qing were huge connoisseurs of Western literature and art themselves. To say the least, if Jiang Qing was not Mao's wife, she would be heavily persecuted. And this of course brings us to the famous campaign to break the four olds. Old ideas, old customs, old culture, and old habits. More or less the conservative remnants of Chinese culture that were deemed to be oppressive. Student Red Guards would also chastise their fellow citizens for what they deemed to be little bourgeois tendencies like certain hairstyles, shoes, tight pants, perfume, pets, gambling, jewelry, dirty jokes, or bourgeois Western habits. The Red Guards would waste their time on other
To be fair, maybe getting rid of perfume was a good thing, all things considered.
symbolic nonsense such as changing street names and destroying statues. Like, for example, changing one of the streets to Anti-Revisionist Road. During this time, the Beijing Red Guards raided more than 100,000 homes in search of reactionary materials, forcing intellectuals and artists and journalists and all sorts to conduct self-criticisms or face the struggle sessions. Much of the mindless violence that occurred during this early period of the Cultural Revolution stemmed from the fact that the country had been essentially turned over to gangs of high school students. Literal teenagers. I mean, just think about it, it's like every boomer's worst nightmare. A lot of delinquents would just use Mao Zedong thought and revisionism as excuses to get back at teachers they didn't like. Again, one crucial angle that is almost always missed in the mainstream accounts of these events is that the persecution of intellectuals and artists during the start of the Cultural Revolution was not just the doing by Maoist radicals, but also by the party-organized rebels. You know, those conservative Red Guards organized by the work teams, whose intent was to redirect attention away from the party bureaucrats. This might seem a little confusing at first. Although it was Chen Boda of the Cultural Revolution group who officially launched the Four Olds campaign, as the scholar Alessandro Russo puts it in his book Cultural Revolution and Revolutionary Culture,
the conservative Red Guard organizations were responsible in the summer of 1966 for perpetrating some of the...
So yeah, this is just a small sample of one Dime's video, but it's really, really good. Again, goes through the full story. This is talking about, we're going through the Four Olds and mob justice, but eventually, if you get to some of the later sections, talking about were Mao's intentions genuine, talking about educational reforms, and then self-managed organizations. These are the parts later on in the documentary that I don't think most people in the West know about, or it's not usually heavily reported on, because you usually just get the one side of the Cultural Revolution, which is this. And I think it should obviously be told and learned, and I think that is important, and it's fascinating, like any other part of human history, to learn about the ways in which different organizational structures enacted their own systems upon one another. So certainly, again, fascinating. I would highly recommend it. Here's the link if you want to watch the entire thing, and go subscribe to One Time, because it takes a lot of work to make one of these, and it's one of those channels that's criminally undersubbed, at least I think. And now we're all trying to find the person who did this, but the leopards are eating faces again. Aging women in their 30s.
Going to answer that controversial question right now. Is 30 old for women?
This is going to be a leopards eating faces segment. I got to be honest with you. Whoa, I just noticed the start of Classical Abbey's using bi lighting there. What is going on? Is this indoctrinating wokeness before us? Also, who is doing the shaming of women in their 30s and their looks online seems to be a lot of weirdos, a lot of right-wing weirdos, yeah, with a lot of issues. Could be some overlap, right? There's obviously like incel folk, and then there's just misogynist, women-hating, red pill, manosphere-style stuff. But then there's a lot of right-wingers as well who consistently like to talk about how, you know, women in their old age should just quietly be not seen nor heard.
Hello and welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, my name is Abby, and here we talk about common sense people saying. There's a whole conversation going on Twitter right now about kind of, is 30 too old for women? And there's different elements of that. There are people like Hannah Pearl Davis saying that 20 is hotter than 30. And there are people like Charlie Kirk who are saying that you are a less attractive dating prospect in your 30s than you were in your 20s. So I think that that's kind of the start of all this. The controversy has run the gamut a little bit, because the question of, are women hotter when they're in their 20s or their 30s, I think is a different question than, are you now completely off the market when you're in your 30s and just completely unable to get married? So let's dive into that a little bit. Essentially, I think the question is, what is the purpose of people bringing up this conversation? Why do people want to discuss this at all? If the goal is to warn young women and to encourage them to make good choices from a young age so that they don't wait until their 30s to get married, they can get married younger, have more options, have longer, better marriages, I think that's good. I think talking about this from that perspective and saying like, hey, I know that the culture is encouraging you to wait longer and longer and longer to get married. Wait until you're in your mid-30s. Your fertility can wait. All these other things can wait. But at the end of the day, getting married younger is actually a wonderful, good thing. And we should encourage that. That I'm on board with. That
Nah, enjoy your 20s. Get out there, go party, have fun, go wild. Just have a time. Do all that shit. Women in their 30s are sexy as fuck. It's ridiculous as there's people online. I'm guessing mainly like lonely men who are just trying to be like, yeah. I've always seen those memes where dudes are like, okay, hear me out, and I'm like, hear me out? What? This is a picture of Halle Berry, one of the most beautiful women to ever exist. What? Hear me out. I'm guessing she will not. No. What?
I think can be useful if you're talking to college-aged women, saying, hey, I know you're 18 now, but 30 comes around real quick. And using your time effectively when you're younger.
Yeah, jokes aside, that should actually be the advice that everyone should be giving to other people, is that you should be living your life the way that you are finding that is both maximizing your own personal happiness and also, providing for other people if there are other people in your lives. But certainly at the end of the day, there's no one size fits all. You can fall in love when you fall in love. If you fall in love and you happen to be 25 and that's something you want to do, God bless. That what more can one say? If you have not found that special someone, or you don't want to find someone at all, God bless. What more can I say? Did you never want to be in a relationship? Also totally normal. That doesn't have to be something where like anyone who has not found a partner by this age is doomed. And if you have found a partner but you haven't been impregnated, doomed.
So that you can meet the right person and not lose out time with someone that you can spend your life with. You can make better choices. I can get behind that. The other part of the conversation that I think is absolutely malicious and unforgivable is shaming women who are already in their 30s for not being married yet. And I think that is completely ineffective. There are people who are just trying to make women who are in their 30s feel bad for two reasons.
I don't know if this opinion is shared by your contemporaries. Well, Charlie Kirk the other day made that video where he was like, women over 32 have lost all of their fucking, biological utility or whatever.
That's not a good idea. Number one is, if you did kind of waste your 20s and now you're in your 30s and you...
Why is it called wasting? What did you travel? Did you go to Bali? Did you get super fucked up? Did you drink a bunch of fucking, liquor buckets? Did you party? Did you have some consensual sex with someone you didn't talk to the next day? Did you have... That's all wasted? You wasted it? Well, yeah, because you weren't working on your career and you weren't working on your fertilization. Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't really worry about the career if you could just concentrate on the fertilization. I mean, that is what your lot in life and your purpose is.
Realize you made a mistake. It doesn't help to be told, hey, you made a mistake. It's a lot better if someone's like, hey, let's find a solution to your problem. And then there are the women who really put in the effort in their 20s to meet.
Do we have to marry men also? Well, yeah, I don't know if lesbians really are captured by the entire right-wing project. pretty much sure their idea is that, what does that mean? How does this work? Are y'all going to adopt? Don't know how I feel about the IVF. It was okay for a while, but now it's Satan or something. It's got Satan all over it. So I don't know. Life begins at the first glance. Flirtation is when life begins.
Somebody, and they just haven't met the right person yet. And now they're in their 30s and they're being told, you're too old. This isn't going to happen for you. Sucks to be you. All of that is absolutely the wrong approach and is mean and hurtful, and I think that's awful. I think anybody who is targeting women in their 30s and trying to make them feel bad for being in their 30s is terrible. Personally, I am 30 now. I got married when I was 24. I grew up in the Orthodox Jewish community, and I remember having fear in the pit of my stomach about being older when I got married because I wanted to get married young. I wanted to start a family young, and I knew that getting married in your 30s isn't as ideal. And I know that there are a lot of women who feel that way, and they feel bad about themselves because they haven't gotten married yet when they're in their 30s.
You're doing the thing. You just said you wouldn't do the thing. It's not productive. It was like 30 seconds ago. Now you're doing the thing. Right now you're doing the thing here, right?
And I never want women who have tried and are trying to get married young to feel bad that they haven't, because it's not their fault. They're doing everything they can.
Okay, so it's not productive to shame women in their 30s who aren't married yet, because they still need to get married and reproduce, and that's crucial. That's paramount to the project. So don't shame them, because it's not going to have as good of effects, all right? So maybe we're going to stop the shaming of women, and then we'll concentrate on doing whatever we can to make sure that they get impregnated as quickly as possible.
Make the good decisions, to find the right guy, to build their lives around what a future could look like. That would include a good marriage and healthy children and all of that. And it just hasn't happened yet. So I think that side of this conversation that is shaming women in their 30s, I can't get behind. So now that we know kind of what the conversation is and what the problems with the conversation can be, what's the truth? What's the truth about aging in your 30s? I think that the thing about getting married younger is important for a lot of reasons. Number one is fertility. That is absolutely problem number one that we need to discuss. As a woman, your fertility wanes as you get older. Everyone knows this. We have a biological clock. And so getting married in your 30s isn't as ideal, right? We shouldn't be telling young women to wait until they're 30 to get married, because really...
Why tell them at all? Why keep forcing women to have to do all these things? Why is it always just like, you're not going to find happiness or fulfillment without a man? You know, without mancock. Without mancock, you're just never going to be happy. Unfortunately, that's just the way the world works. Yeah. Don't get a career. Don't get a job. If you do, just get a temporary one to meet a man. And then once you meet a man, hopefully he's a good breadwinner, and then you can quit and then live the perfect life. That's ideally it, right?
Your fertile years are before 35. They say that a geriatric pregnancy is post 35. Now, I know that there are a lot of women who will say that, no, this is all a psyop, that they're trying to discourage women from having children later and later. I think that that's incorrect, scientifically incorrect. I mean, the quality of your eggs is not as good in your late 30s as it is in your early 20s. And it's not to say that you can't have perfectly beautiful, healthy children into your late 30s. But making the conscious choice to wait till you're in your mid to late 30s to have children, that's a scary thing, because as somebody who, you know, had a miscarriage before I had my first child, and that was absolutely devastating to me, I know how unpredictable fertility can be, and how...
Correct, yeah. But I mean, this is one of those things where it'd be nice to consult with like an OGBYN, because like you can still have miscarriages in your 20s. A very high percentage of women experience miscarriages. I think it's close to like 30 to 33% of pregnancies will end in a miscarriage. It's a very high percentage. And yes, the percentage and the likelihood of that happening can get higher as you age. That part is true, but not so far as you should be using it as a scare tactic or a fear-mongering tactic to women in their 30s. Ooh, you know, look out. You got those old eggs. Yeah, those old eggs, old dusty eggs. Don't know how that's going to turn out, and who knows what could happen. So better get pregnant as quickly as possible. But we don't want to shame women in their 30s. All right, don't shame them. It doesn't help. But it is scary that they've got the old eggs that can, yikes.
People can think that they have a plan. They know exactly when they want to have children, and then it takes them a couple of years to conceive. And if you're 32 and it takes you 2 years to conceive, now you're 34, and your next child, you're probably not going to have until you're 37, 38. And again,
if you want a second one, again, like that's if someone wants these things. I really feel that there's a template here that needs to be followed, and you're trying to kind of like, you know, right-wing wokeify the problem and be like, okay, so I think it's not effective to be shaming women and tell them that, again, that they should have to be married and have kids by 20s, because we got a lot of people who are in their 30s. What do we do about those lost souls? We got to save them too. So let's make sure that they know that it's kind of weird and gross that they're trying to have kids because they've got old eggs, but at the same time, they should be encouraged to do so. Just, you know, if you want those 2 kids, maybe go for like twins or something. There's like fertility drugs you can take that could potentially, you know, release more eggs at once. You could get multiple babies. Just you know, get as many babies as possible all at once.
The quality of your fertility declines as you age. So that's one of the reasons that being older when you get married isn't as great. If you can get married younger, that is a positive. Another thing about getting married younger as opposed to getting married in your 30s is that by the time you're in your 30s, often you are settled into your ways, and it can be difficult to introduce.
Yeah, it would be really wild to try and do things that are probably the biggest expenses you'll ever have in your life when you're not financially stable to do so, such as having a child, a marriage. A wedding itself is going to be extremely expensive. Buying a car. Whew, can you afford a house yet? Oh, do you have to pay down your student loans? I guess you did just graduate from university, didn't you? Well, you got all the life things now. You got to support a child. You got to make sure you got the best care for your kid. Make sure they're fed and clothed and have appointments, and they probably want to take some extracurricular activities. They want to play some sports, play some music. That's all going to cost money. Take care of them. Hopefully you have time between your job, working, taking care of the kid, which is a full-time job as well, and then also having time to enjoy your own life, which you definitely have control over now.
A new person into your life and say, hey, we're going to really build a life together and mold it as a team. It can be difficult to welcome someone into your routines, into your habits, when you really have them ingrained for so long. I think that when you get married younger, it's easier to incorporate a new person into your life and build those routines together. The lie that being a girl boss is worth more than
Why? Based on what? Like, you're not going to be able to meet someone later in life in your 30s and then get into a routine, and then also in that routine learn how to do things together. It's not possible.
having a family in those young fertile years, that was my baby, is a lie. It's just a lie. Those years in your 20s are the years that are meant for meeting someone, starting a family, and building a life together.
What? How? Why even posture? Why not just do what you normally do, which is that women, you are birthing pods, go birth, instead of being like, all right, so I don't think it's productive that people like Charlie Kirk have been, kind of shaming women in their 30s, because obviously we don't want people in their 30s to feel like they've completely lost out, because there's still hope for them. They can still be impregnated. There's still some time left. So we shouldn't just discount that. So we'll try something else. We'll say if you're in your 30s, you still have some value because you still could potentially be impregnated. So at that point, then you can start a family. Just make sure you do it. But at the end of the day, do it in your 20s, ladies. Yes, there's no point being in your 20s and not meeting someone, settling down and starting a family and getting all of the most intense life experiences that you can have insofar as you have responsibilities. You got to pay a lot. Yes, there's going to be a lot of costs. Marriages are very expensive. Getting married is very expensive. And then once you're married, even if you save money on that, you're probably going to have to find a place to settle in. Hopefully you're not renting if you're having a kid, because heaven forbid, what? You don't own your own home? Who are you?
Together. And focusing on work over that and saying push off that stuff till you're older is just not as wise. And it's not going to make you as attractive of a prospective dating partner. And on a kind of different...
Wait, what? Did dudes just swiping through Tinder being like, gotta make sure that she's as fertile as possible? That's what I'm looking for right now, is fertility. Well, no, she apparently has old eggs. That's not gonna, that's what I'm swiping for right now.
Note here, outside of the
eggs
dating
in bio,
question, right? If we're actually talking about the physical attractiveness of a person when they are older, I mean, I agree with the concept that women are generally, not always, but generally more attractive when they're younger. Your body has more collagen, your...
Why are all the right-wingers making these segments right now? We just watched one the other day with Tim Pool, where he was basically doing hot or nots. He was just like, I don't want to be mean or anything, but that's a 4. Fucking 4. Yeah, no, that's a 4. Yeah, no, it's 6 at best. Yeah. I mean, it's just because you get uglier when you get older. Everyone knows that. Yes, time is a fickle mistress, all right? It ravishes all of us, the remnants of time. But to do what Charlie Kirk is doing and imply that women in their 30s are losing somehow some kind of value in society says a lot about him. That women's value, it's derived from their looks. Outside of that, hopefully they know how to cook and clean, do a little shit around the house, because otherwise, what good are they for? You know, if they're not the sex vessel, if they're not the birthing pod, if they're not the cleaning or the cooking machine, then what purpose do they serve? Well, what's the point of all this? You know, ultimately. And again, it's weird for women in their 30s. Women in their 30s are fucking hot as fuck. What are we talking about here? Women in their 40s are hot as fuck. J-Lo is defying stereotypes right now. Have you seen J-Lo? Have you seen like by the way, her new movie is absolutely hilarious. Worst movie ever made. But have you seen the one that she made a couple movies before that? The one where she plays like an exotic dancer? Jesus Christ, that's 50? Yes, women can be hot as fuck in their 50s now. The times have changed. They have. But also, why just shame people in general? Honestly, I just like as a generality to be like, yeah, women in their 30s, they fell off, they drop off. You can tell, you can see the eggs aren't as ripe as they used to be. You know,
your body is more youthful. If you've had children, you're going to look different over time. And I think that that's part of the conversation on Twitter that has bothered me, is a lot of women being like, no, women are just as hot in their 30s as they are in their 20s. And it's like, if you've had kids and
that bothered you more than Charlie Kirk saying the shit that he said. Now I gotta pull the clip
your body
out.
has gone through a lot of different changes and shifts, you're probably not going to be as physically attractive as you were before you had kids. It doesn't matter. Your husband will think you are more attractive for having given him children. That is something I know to be true, that men find it more attractive to have a wife that bore them children than to have a wife who doesn't want to have children. But
Yes, that's why no one cheats on their wives ever, and it's never happened before. And men don't cheat on their pregnant wives either. That never happens at all.
We basically told a great generation of young women, don't get married, don't have kids, go get a corporate job, and it's created mass political hysteria. And then in their early 30s, they get really upset because they say, the boys don't want to date me anymore because they're not at their prime. And people get mad when I say that. Well, it's just true. If you're in your early 30s, I'm sorry. It's like you're not as attractive in the dating pool as you were.
His wife is 32 at the time of him recording and giving the segment. I don't know if she's in the audience. I don't know if she watched it afterwards. I don't know if she was a participant. His wife, by the way, that he met because she was trying to get a job at his company. And during the job interview, instead of giving her a job, he asked her to go out on a date. That's how Charlie Kirk meets the ladies. Yes, the true romance of the Charlie Kirk arrangement. But either way, that's like just a really weird, fucked up thing to say. I'm sorry, you're not in your prime. We got to be honest about this, all right? Women at that age, like this shrinking face motherfucker talking about how women aren't attractive after a certain period of time in their 30s. I can understand if all these weirdos were just like, yeah, I'm fucking 70-year-old grandma's not that hot, am I right? Then people would be like, well, they're grandmas, they're old. Most people don't usually hypersexualize grandmothers. Like, again, weird in the other direction. But women in their 30s, what?
Keeps her hot bod. But the conversation needs to be realistic, that generally women in their 20s are going to be more attractive than older women. Like, that just is. Not always, but often. Okay, so what's the caveat here? What's the caveat?
Well, I don't know. Maybe if we have a system where women's value is derived from their looks, then TikTok, that's basically what the whole game is going to be from that point on. Don't enjoy your life. You got to concentrate and stress the fuck out all the time because your only value is going to come from how attractive you are. And every day that passes, you become less valuable. Just every single day. Uh-oh. Did you age naturally? That sucks. Yeah. I mean, there are some shortcuts, sweetie, but outside of that, your value is diminishing by the second, I'm quite sure.
Regarding, okay, younger women are more attractive as a dating prospect and older women may not be as attractive as a dating partner. Well, number one is when people talk about 20s versus 30s, if they are talking online about this concept and they are coming from a place of truthfully trying to help, and you're a 30-year-old woman who has done her best or is now trying to date, stop getting yourself involved in the conversation. It's not about you. It's not aimed at you. It's aimed at those younger women that we're trying to gut.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you old crones. Those old hags won't shut the fuck up. Getting all uppity. I too think I'm hot. No. You gotta stay quiet, okay? I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you here. I'm saying that you still have some value in that you could still give birth to a child. Yeah, slightly. I mean, the odds are not in your favor apparently, but still could happen. So get out there.
To make better choices. But you don't have to feel guilty or bad or targeted because it's not targeting you. And
You're doing it right now. As a 30-year-old, I might add. But as a 30-year-old, you're saying women in their 30s who are getting upset that there's all these conversations online about they have no value in society and aren't hot anymore and they've fallen off, all of that kind of stuff. Just don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't talk about it. That's for the hotties. That's discourse for the hotties, okay? All those 20-year-old smoke shows. Yeah, they're allowed to talk about that shit because they're fucking hot as fuck. But not you. No, you've aged, unfortunately. The remnants of time has destroyed your once useful looks. You have no value. Outside of your womb still has a little value left. TikTok. Every moment that goes by, a little dissipates.
I think it's important for you to say, okay, I know that I have the capability to make this about me. I know I have bad feelings about this, but I'm going to respectfully remove myself from this conversation.
You're having this conversation as a 30-year-old telling 30-year-olds to shut the fuck up. Jeez. I just turned 30, so I'm poised perfectly, a bridge between these two different gaps, you know, these generational divide. And I'm just saying to the 30-year-olds who see this shit online, this is not about you. Well, they are talking shit about you directly. Just don't say anything. Just shut the fuck up. And then men will be more attracted to you, and maybe they will give you some of that sperm. And then if they do, you can have some value, a little bit, and then you'll carry a little bit more as a mother, okay? That'll be the last remnants of your value to humanity.
Because it's not about me. And what I think is so important here is that love and marriage all happen in God's timing. There are women who try their hardest to get married in their 20s, really work hard to meet that right person, make good life choices, and still don't meet their right person until they're 37. And that's okay.
Well, that's good to know. I didn't know that God was playing a role at all times in every way. Well, hey, for all the dudes who ever maybe had a bit of an embarrassing premature ejaculation, that was just God. That was God just being like, you're not ready for this yet. You don't know how to have the sex or pleasure a woman yet. No. You're in time, perhaps. Yes, so saith the Lord. Be like, oh, okay, well, it wasn't me. It's not because this is like one of my first times doing this. My voice even broke there. It's not because this is one of my first times doing this. It's because God wanted me to do that.
They were supposed to meet that person at that time. That's what God planned for them, and that's who they needed to be with. And if they had gotten married to someone younger, it wouldn't have been the right person. And I think that there's a beauty in that. There's a beauty in a woman who thinks she's going to get married young, but finding the right person when she is in her 30s, because God has a plan for all of us. On top of that, every woman is unique, and every woman can look different or better.
You're looking for love in your 40s. Woof. Good luck, because you have no more value. Yeah, you probably can't give birth anymore, and what man would ever want you? So hopefully you made it in your 30s, and you're with a non-abusive man, and then you have to stay with him forever, and you like him, and he's interesting, and he's actually nice, hopefully.
Or at different ages in her life. I mean, there are some women who really do look better at 35 than they did at 23. It just kind of depends on your genetics, and I think that there are unique circumstances where women do look more attractive as they get older. So that's something to keep in mind too. It's all for a given.
Unique circumstances. Are you blessed? Did you get the blessing of being attractive even later in life in your 30s? I kind of like the paradigm shifted, that things are different from the old way, you know, where people were getting married when they were like 18, 17, sometimes 19 years old. And then it's like, yeah, now enjoy full scale adult responsibility in your 20s. You gotta look after a kid, take care of a kid, gotta have a full-time job, gotta pay your mortgage, gotta pay your taxes, gotta pay your rent or whatever you're doing. And then make sure you are taking care and providing for that child 24/7. And that kind of did change, yeah. I mean, being a millennial myself, it's not as easy to achieve all the dreams that the West is supposed to sell you on at the 20-year-old mark. You know, if you were lucky or privileged enough to go to college, you are now saddled with fucking student debt afterwards, which you now have to down pay. Enjoy down paying that for a very fucking long time, but while you're doing that, hopefully you're putting away tens of thousands of dollars for some big potential costs coming up. A, buying a car. B, most likely having a marriage if you can meet someone. So if you do that, boom. Now you're probably going to want to have to get a place together. Got to get that mortgage. Do you have $100,000, $200,000 set aside just to be able to get the down payment? You don't. Oh, you're still paying down the student mortgage from before. Well, you got a kid on the way. Yep. So that's happening now. Life comes at you fast, you know? Dizzy McFizzle, thank you very much for the $10 dono. As a leftist, all I want to say is that I can fix her. Lol, just kidding, but for real, she's too pretty, but she's psychotic. I mean, everybody, you have to turn off your problematic crushes just for a little while, okay? It can't be every single time I put the golden one or I put Abby Shapiro on screen, everyone's just like thirsting all over him, just like, oh, that Nazi is a Nazi for sure, but he's got those muscles. And then it's like Abby Shapiro comes on camera and it's like, oh, she's being super sexist and weird, but oof, yeah, don't know what to do here. Everyone has problematic crushes. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, though. All right. I'm going to quickly play this for 2 seconds. Grab soda. I return.
Hey, Canada. We need to talk. So, there is some new polling out from Abacus Data showcasing that Canada right now is most likely, if an election were held today, would elect a majority conservative government. And I have to say, look, I'm going to go through some of this data here. I don't think a lot of Canadians really understand what they are currently supporting. And I say that knowing polling when it comes to how Canadians feel about certain issues, about healthcare, about gay rights, about cannabis. It does not align with where the Conservative Party is. It's important to point out, just at the front here, before I get into any of this data, the current leader of the Conservative Party, and I'm not, by the way, I'm not arguing on behalf of the Liberals, the NDP, anybody else. I just want people to understand. The current leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, voted against cannabis legalization, against gay marriage. He voted for restrictions on abortion, and has spent his entire life, which his entire life has been in Parliament, his entire working life, working on behalf of massive corporations and against the working class. That is simply a fact about Pierre Poilievre and what the Conservative Party generally has done. Now, some of that you could argue the Liberals have as well. The Liberals, I would say largely, work mostly for corporations and against the working class as well. But there are more issues at hand here that tie into this, where it's important for people to understand. You should not have your vote. I would say in any case, not have your vote solidified for any one party at this point. So I'm going to go through some of this data, and when it comes to, there is, I would say, some more alarming aspects of this than others. But let's start here with the overall committed vote intention. So again, this is Abacus data, their recent poll out. This is out today, April 11th. And currently, Conservatives sitting at 44%, with the Liberals sitting at 24%, NDP sitting at 17%, the Bloc Québécois at 6%, and Greens at 5%. Now, this would more than likely result in a Conservative majority government. Regardless of who wins the next election, whenever that is called, regardless of who wins the next election, I think it's important that we have a minority government. Meaning, at the very least, there is some barriers on what one party can do with the power that they may have if they have a majority. You, at the very least, want some opposition there. So, which would, the assumption being that it would pat down some of the more extreme aspects of, say, a conservative government if they were to form a minority. If they have a majority, then they can do whatever the hell they want. And I think it's important to avoid that situation. Now, this is breakdown by province. So check out whatever your province is. Across the board, you see here, except for Quebec, where, of course, the Bloc Québécois have a larger percentage, there is a large percentage of a conservative vote.
It's not looking good. I've been saying it for a while. It's probably going to get to a point, I'm guessing, near the election when you might have to start talking about the good old strategic voting, which is always a horrifying reality, where it's like, well, within your district you're riding, who's got a better chance of defeating the Conservative?
It's good for your heart, your brain, everything. It is 40% off.
Semen?
Back in stock. Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula.
Semen.
This is how they divide and conquer people. This is how they control people. No, don't support Trump. Don't support Tucker Carlson. Don't support any of these people. That's how the gatekeepers operate, but it's not working anymore. Having Trudeau come out and attack me is an endorsement to the public. Having Trudeau attack Poilievre is an endorsement to the public. Live, ladies and gentlemen, broadcasting worldwide.
InfoWars. Tomorrow's news today.
Oh, tomorrow.
208 days. 208 days. 12 hours, 59 minutes, 42 seconds. And the FBI, now it's all admitted. It's going to be discussed by MTG during the FISA warrantless search hearings today. She's been talking about that on X. This is a big deal. They are in a lot of trouble. We are intending to take legal action. This shakes up a lot of things. More whistleblowers and more information is set to come out in the next few weeks. I told you last week something big was coming this week on the whole police state front. And of course, we are tomorrow's news today. I thank God for the providence for this information coming out of the CIA and FBI targeting us and running operations against us. We also have the man that says he admires basic dictatorships and who gives standing ovations to real SS war crimes, criminals, Nazis, Trudeau.
He's not wrong
me
there.
Yesterday because
what are we supposed
Pierre
to say?
Poilievre, I think, is a lot better than him and says he's anti-globalist, but doesn't support the police state and the censorship in Canada. That's become a huge issue. Trudeau only won with 20% of the vote, but did a parliamentary.
Why does he do that thing, like the deer in the headlights thing? You can just be like, yeah, and that's why he supports the global agenda. And that's why I endorse
procedure to stay in power. Came out and attacked me yesterday, and it's totally blown up in his face. So the good news is we're having a huge effect thanks to all of you praying for the broadcast and supporting the broadcast and spreading the word about the broadcast.
It's when the drugs kick in. Oh, cool.
Together. They can shut down Trump and shut down Tucker Carlson and shut down Alex Jones and shut down the Peter Navarros and the Steve Bannons and the Roger Stones are all being persecuted. They can get to you. So this is a real war as America tries to get back control of our republic from the globalists. Here's the clip of Trudeau attacking me yesterday and debating Pierre Poilievre, who's set to be the next leader of Canada in all the polls and all the numbers. And then we will give you a little history refresher with the clip of the Nazi officer who massacred people in Ukraine.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think the liberals should have to live that one down. So obviously, but it has nothing really to do with calling someone out for getting an endorsement and not rejecting the endorsement. That's it. Pierre has a long history. He's leader of the Conservatives in Canada. He's got a long history of having extremist groups endorse him, and then he won't condemn them. He'll condemn extremism, like generic statements. Same how Trump does it. You know, Trump's always just like, well, I condemn white supremacists, I condemn the KKK, I condemn blah blah blah. But it's like, do you condemn the Proud Boys? No, I heard that they're trying to fight pedophiles or something, you know, stand by and stand proud or whatever, stand by and stand, you know, all that kind of shit. Same thing with Pierre. He'll be like, hey, Pierre, do you condemn Diagolon, the extremist far-right group in Canada? They are endorsing you. You've also been shown in a photo shaking hands with the leader of the group. I condemn extremism in all its forms. Oh, sorry. I condemn extremism as it shows its ugly head in all its forms, and I am proud to condemn extremism more extreme than any extreme before me. So he'll do that, but it takes like that same guy making jokes about actually sexually assaulting Pierre's wife for Pierre to then come forward and be like, oh, okay, I condemn him and I condemn Diagolon. I do it now. Yeah, he's kind of a scumbag. Who knew?
You give it a standing ovation. Here it is.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, which confirms 60% of Canadians pay more than they get back. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, in 2015, Canadians need a PM who will meet with the premiers. What happened?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. While the Conservative leader continues with his misinformation and disinformation, the reality is the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that 8 out of 10 Canadians do better with our price on pollution and the Canada carbon rebate. But speaking of misinformation and disinformation, any responsible leader that receives an endorsement and support from proven conspiracy theorist and liar Alex Jones would have immediately denounced that. But that's not what the leader of the opposition did. He did absolutely nothing because those kinds of endorsements fit within his political strategy.
Rumble.
We have here in the chamber today Ukrainian Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians. And
I still love that this is the reason he's not the fucking the Speaker of the House anymore, by the way. He had to retire after this. He had to step down. But you can see the pause that goes on. He's like, who fought the Russians?
Continues to support the troops today, even at his age of 98.
Here we go. Yay, Canada. Clapping for a Nazi. Clapping for a Nazi. Everyone's doing it. Even Pierre. Yep, that happened. Just a part of our heritage.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. The standing ovation just goes on and on. So, what are we talking about here?
Pierre
What are we
did the
talking
standing
about
ovation
here?
as well.
We're talking about
totally
globalists
clear.
trying to put people in jail for life. Prime Minister Trudeau, who again says he wants to be a dictator, he admires dictatorships. He's trying to pass a law right now for life in prison for speech. He throws peaceful trucker protesters in jail. He shuts down churches for years while liquor stores and topless bars and Walmart are open. This guy is a real.
Like, again, just gibberish. There's so many fucked up things you could say and so many things you could point towards that Trudeau has done poorly during his time, but these are not that. It's not that Trudeau is trying to pass a law that puts you in jail for thought crime as part of the communist dystopia of strip clubs and Walmarts that he's turned Canada into, which, I mean, that would be fabulous if this whole country was nothing but, like, strip clubs as far as I could see, but that's just, it never happened. Again, based on what?
Tyrant Klaus Schwab says he is the model of penetrating the cabinets and taking over the world. So this guy's wildly unpopular, but with parliamentary manipulations, with only 20% of the vote, he was able to continue to be prime minister. I came out and said, I think that Pierre Poilievre, who's fighting the carbon tax and the open borders and the censorship, would be a lot better leader of Canada than Trudeau. The last 3 days became a huge firestorm. It trended #1 on X and many other platforms. They thought it would discredit Pierre Poilievre, but it didn't do that. Then Trudeau yesterday in Parliament came out and attacked his main opposition because he hadn't attacked me and said, I don't want Alex Jones's endorsement. This is how they divide and conquer people. This is how they control people. Oh, don't support Trump. Don't support Tucker Carlson. Don't support any of these people. That's how the gatekeepers operate, but it's not working anymore. Having Trudeau come out and attack me is an endorsement to the public. Having Trudeau attack Poilievre is an endorsement to the public. All their attacks basically are bouncing off now. The corporate media is dead. The dinosaur media is dead. They have nothing left but trying to bring in totalitarianism all over the West. That's why they're doing this and why Biden's been branding all his political opposition as terrorists and white supremacists and criminals. But it's not working. That's why they're trying to expand civil unrest. That's why they want an excuse to bring in martial law. The same thing's happening in Europe because they are desperate and because they are in a lot of trouble. So having Trudeau come out and attack me yesterday was second best to having Hillary Clinton come out and say I'm evil and I'm dangerous and I'm bad. But what happened when Hillary called me out, then that sicked the FBI and the CIA on me, and the rest is history. But remember, if they can get through me, get through Trump, get through Tucker Carlson and others, they're coming for you. So living on your knees is no place to live. Let's live on our feet. It was a famous saying said by many but Zapata out of Mexico was best known for saying it. It's better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Well, in my experience, living on your knees, you die a lot quicker and your life's terrible and you die 1,000 deaths, has been said many times. Hero dies but once, but the coward dies 1,000 deaths. So I'm very honored to be here with you. I'm very thankful to God. I'm very thankful to the audience and the great activists and the crew for battling through all this. We're being totally vindicated right now. So this is quite a moment, but we are winning battles. We've not won the war, but we are turning the tide together. And Trump is going through literal.
Oh my God! So this is a new pill venture. It looks like. I'm just checking out Dr. Jones's Naturals. Dr. Jones's Naturals is an Alex Jones style like wellness company that doesn't have Alex Jones, the Alex Jones you know, as the front-facing brand. Instead, it's Dr. Jones. Is this Dr. Jones? Every formula is carefully crafted by Dr. Jones. This is Dr. Jones, this stock photo here. And made of the highest standards, his standards. Nobody does it better than Dr. Jones. I guess this is Dr. Jones, this Shutterstock image. Are these the Dr. Jones's kids? Top quality standards. Each one of our products is made with top quality ingredients. It's essentially, I'm assuming, just wellness products, just way more expensive than you normally think, right? Yeah, total oral care. So charcoal, toothbrushes and toothpaste, turmeric toothpaste, lozenges, Silver Surfer immune support, super silver. This is just a way to sell more of his shit, more of his crap, but to people who normally wouldn't buy Brain Force Plus. Now you can get these other ones. Like Rocket Youth, Kava Chill, Top Brain. So instead of Brain Force Plus, it's Top Brain. Nice. PMS Guard, normal PMS support, soy-free, sugar-free. What's the Kava Chill? Oh, it's sold out. I need the Knockout for sleeping. Rocket Rest, deep sleep support. $39.95, no, $21.95.
Hell right now with the criminal show trial starting, so pray for him as well. Now, I'm going to go ahead and air a large portion for the rest of the hour of a very, I think, informative interview that I did with Benny Johnson.
Oh, God, no. We don't have time for Benny Johnson. That is wild to see, though. All right, I want to catch the Crowder stuff before the leftist mafia starts. Crowder scandal scorched. We'll just say, yeah, scorched. Yeah, I know. I don't have time for Benny Johnson.
He starts working for Crowder, signs an NDA with a non-solicitation. Then he wants to leave. He resigns. And then I'm guessing that Crowder reminded him, well, you have a non-solicitation clause. And so he says, basically, that would make it so that I couldn't work anywhere. Well, Crowder gives him a carve out, which basically means, you know, I understand you want to go work for, let's say, said media company. So I'm going to carve that media company out. You can go ahead and work for them. But in order to give you something you want, I want you to sign this NDA. And so Jared hires an attorney. The attorney negotiates that deal, gives him the carve out, and he goes on his way to the next job. Then Jared says in the video that he was fired unlawfully from this next job, which is also kind of like, Jared, do you have a problem everywhere you go? Maybe
but
you
not,
should.
But not randomly.
Yeah,
If
you smell crap everywhere, check your
But not
wait,
randomly.
let me
He did say that it was Steven who got him fired from the other job.
But no, he didn't get him fired. This is what happened.
Well, I didn't say he did. I just said that's what he said.
Jared was breaching the non-solicitation clause, which can mean a lot of people are taking it as, well, he was talking crap about Crowder, and that's why Crowder got mad. No, maybe he was poaching talent. Maybe he was poaching advertisers. We don't know what led to it. So he sends, let's say Crowder did send a cease and desist.
By the way,
then whatever the
I know I said this at the time, but Jared, aka not gay Jared, he is still a monster just as a person. I still think that, you know, just from a employee standpoint, he is in the right, and obviously it's fucked up all the shit that Steven Crowder was doing to his employees. But he's still posting fucking transphobic shit on his Twitter account even right now as he's asking people for money for support. So, like I said before, not something that you should ever be throwing money towards helping out Jared's like legal battles. Just let them fight. Let them fight and continue to unearth as much information about each other as possible and publish it for all to see.
A new employer could be liable for tortuous interference if he sees Jared breaking the contract he signed. You get what I'm saying?
I'll give you a quick example of what I think may be the most likely is that, and this is wild speculation. Jared works for Crowder. Jared gets a bunch of phone numbers. Jared then leaves Crowder, has those phone numbers, and then starts reaching out to people being like, oh, I know someone who can do this. Then Crowder goes, is he texting our clients or insert whatever? He's using our Rolodex for a different company. That company fires him because they're like, hey, this is going to put...
This is being so generous to Steven Crowder. I mean, hey, there's a lot of things that are possible, but if I was to do some fan fiction, what if it was that he was actually like legitimately trying to sell out secrets and contacts that Crowder had, and so that's why he effectively was breaking the NDA? Could be that. Could be all the weird stuff he was making him do.
It's in legal liability for basically stealing information from a rival company. We can't do that. You can't do that. And you have an agreement. You can't do that. I don't know exactly what happened. I'm saying that seems plausible.
It's very plausible.
Oh, it seems plausible.
So he says he gets fired unlawfully. So that's in 2018. Now, in his video, he's saying, I'm getting legally abused by Crowder. This has been going on. He doesn't say it implicitly. He's basically, or he doesn't say it outright. He basically is saying, I've been abused for a long time. But the reality is that from the point that he gets fired from the job to 2018 to October of 2023, nothing is happening legally between him and Crowder. Now, you have to look at the timeline. So the ring cam footage gets released end of April 2023. Then in May, there's bad articles. June, July, August, there's all these bad articles. And then in October, Crowder files this petition to, I'm guessing, hey, somebody's leaking all this stuff. We need to find out who's doing this because this is causing problems, right? So they file this 202 petition, which basically it means that you have to, the judge is going to let you get information, deposition, text messages, and whatnot in order to see if there is reason to bring a lawsuit. Now, this is what's very interesting, because in the video where Jared's asking for money, he's basically saying that he had to pay for litigation and he owes all this money because he had to pay. He didn't start the litigation. What he did is he argued that he didn't want to give up discovery. So in that thing where Crowder's asking for a deposition and text messages and all that, which is, by the way, normal in a lawsuit, both sides have to give it up. So right. Whether you're the plaintiff or the defendant, and the way that Jared's saying it is like, this is going to be an abuse of my what is it called? My privacy, and I'm going to get interrogated for. But when I filed the lawsuit against Taylor Lorenz, I had to give up all my text messages that say Taylor Lorenz. I mean, it feels very intrusive, yes. But I wanted justice, right? I also haven't been speaking. Have I been on podcasts? No, because anything I say, the New York Times would be like, well.
Who are your guests? Ari Jacob. Oh, this
Ari's hanging out with Tim Pool. She ruined her own reputation. You know what I mean? That's they could say whatever. So it's as a content creator, it's not very fun to be in a lawsuit, and it can definitely damage your career. But the way he described it is just the legal process. Anyway, why was he fighting? Why was he fighting the deposition? If you're broke, why are you going to fight?
So this one hasn't been determined yet, but it's over the meaning of the word leaked. Ariana Jacob and her company Influences Incorporated bought this defamation action against defendant Taylor Lorenz in the New York Times. Plaintiffs allege that the New York Times article authored by Lorenz included several defamatory statements about Jacob. The court granted in part the defendant's motion to dismiss the Second Amendment complaint. The court held the plaintiffs had sufficiently alleged a claim with the suspect to one statement. The lone surviving statement referred here in the court's prior opinion concerning Jacob's alleged distribution of nude photographs of influencer Devian Young. On August 11, 2020, Lorenz emailed Jacob and her team with a list of details that she was planning to report. That list included assertions that Miss Jacob distributed illicit photos of Mr. Young to others. Note, we have screen recordings showing these messages. Jacob's representative responded with a statement from Jacob's attorney saying the illicit photos of Mr. Young were brought to Miss Jacob's attention. As Influences was working on multiple business transactions with Mr. Young, Miss Jacob informed an internal consultant of the picture's existence, but at no point did she publicly leak the photos, as Mr. Young has claimed. The next day, Lorenz replied regarding Mr. Young's illicit photos, Mr. Young is not alleging that Miss Jacob publicly leaked the photos, rather that we have screen recordings showing that Miss Jacobs distributed these photos to others via text message. Does Miss Jacob care to comment, clarify, or respond to this? Jacob's attorney answered, before responding to this point, are you able to share the videos referenced here for accuracy and validity? Lorenz stated that the materials could not be shared, and she reiterated to Mr. Young and others alleging that Miss Jacob privately distributed Mr. Young's illicit photos to others. No one is alleging that she publicly leaked them. Jacob's representative referred to Lorenz's statement to provide Jacob's attorney. In a final follow-up message providing an updated list of allegations, Lorenz included the assertion Miss Jacob privately distributed nude photos of Devian Young via text messages. Jacob's representative again referred to Lorenz as a statement to Jacob's attorney. I wouldn't know any of this if I just listened to what she has said when she's like, well, you know, I basically was suing Taylor Lorenz for the whole cancel culture freedom stuff. And then you're like, well, what was it for? The article was published on August 14, 2020. With respect to the photographs, the article stated, right before we parted ways, she leaked my nudes and sent them to business partners, people in my house, and potential investors to slander my name, saying I was unprofessional, Mr. Young said. Ms. Jacob informed an internal consultant of the picture's existence. Ms. Jacob's lawyer wrote and clarified that she did not publicly leak the photos. But you weren't accused of, publicly leaking them as in you published them. That would be different. But if you are sending revenge porn to other people from someone else, then that would be really bad, right? Alleged that Jacob leaked the photos to the industry people for leverage because Young wanted to leave. Plaintiff assert the claim is completely false and the defendants knew it. The photographs became public weeks before the plaintiff and Young decided to part ways, so Jacob could not have leaked them in retaliation. Plaintiffs also state at the time Influences had no business partners to whom Jacob could have leaked the photographs. The SEC does not acknowledge that Jacob informed an Influence staff member about the photographs and alerted Young's house manager to the situation.
To give up your text messages and have a deposition. I mean, the likelihood of Crowder actually filing that lawsuit, most people don't want to file a lawsuit against someone that has no money. What I think happened is that Crowder wanted to get the discovery so he could see if other people were messing with it. People like his competitors. Because when you get that discovery, you can use it then to file another lawsuit against your competitors, your ex-wife, or whoever.
Probably the divorce.
Yeah.
He wanted to see what Jared was saying to his ex-wife. or current wife.
Well,
that are
and
not yet
Jeremy
divorced.
Boring was
he
on
would,
the
he would
list.
have he would have that. I think it's for potential other lawsuits, because if you look at the other people, because he has messages he cloned Hillary's phone twice in the divorce, so he has messages from her to Jared. That's probably why he sent Jared this notice. And I do agree with you. Like, it is the legal process. It is intrusive, but it definitely is the legal process
And
that you get this information.
Then
But
Hillary's
he wants
father or ancillary people he doesn't have access to.
he wants the like, it's on the list. It's like Dave Landau, Jeremy Boring. Like, there's 14 names, and then the 15th one is unnamed, unlimited, unnamed persons otherwise, or whatever. So
I just love this. There's like the Daily Wire Crowder secret backstage war has been going on for a long time. Candace Owens was talking about the divorce, and now Daily Wire and Candace is like, wow, look at this.
Well, it's a very
Crazy,
niche
whatever it is.
industry, right? And the other thing I thought about with Jared is like, how many people would love to, be on a show and get paid a salary to do it? I mean, a lot of people want to be YouTubers and you're not guaranteed a job in this industry. You're just not.
No, sure, it could be a dream job. Not a lot of people get to be the sidekick of Steven Crowder for 3 to 5 years? Sure, that doesn't change the fact that he's alleging that he was very heavily abused in that process, and other staff members are attesting to the fact that he was abused while working for Steven Crowder, including Steven Crowder exposing himself numerous times, which I think they pretty much admit to in the fact that they said, well, Steven's not the only one who was doing it. Jared was showing his dick too. So, double KO there. That's all that is.
And so if you go around breaching your contracts or being a liability, it's understandable why somebody might not want to hire you. And so it's weird to me that Jared is saying he couldn't work basically for 6 years or whatever, because he was in this, the non-circumvent thing or the non-solicitation was 2 years. So what's he been doing this whole time?
Well, he said the non-compete was 2 years. The non-solicitation was
There was
in the original.
no non-compete.
He said the non-solicitation was in the original agreement, and then that was interpreted as a non-compete, but then he wanted an exemption for one unnamed company.
I want to add too, he's under a non-disparagement and a non-disclosure, which he violated both of with his GoFundMe.
Yeah. I mean,
so now what's happening, I guess, is that for some reason, all these lawyers don't want that discovery to come out. So now they've filed even though Jared said in his video that he was going to file a counter motion against Crowder, which I thought was weird because I'm like, I thought you didn't want to give up discovery. If you file something against Crowder.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can't really have an NDA. It's not really. You can't have an NDA that protects you from criminal activity. So you can't, as a boss, commit crimes and then make your employees sign a piece of paper saying you'll never tell anyone about your crimes, especially if you're sexually harassing or abusing your employees or providing your employees with drugs or creating an unsafe work environment, stuff like that. There's no NDA. It doesn't work that way. The NDA doesn't exist to be able to prevent you from then telling the world how fucked up things were. But that's essentially what it sounds like Crowder wanted to have happen through his NDA, because again, Jared, like multiple other people who have worked for Steven Crowder, all seem to attest to how weird things are, how he makes them dress up in weird costumes, how he makes them do weird sexual acts with him, how he exposes his penis to them, how he puts his balls on their bodies, things like that. And so, yeah, I can see Crowder thinking, well, why don't we just make him sign a very comprehensive NDA, because he wants out, this is his way out, and that'll include that he cannot discuss anything that took place in the show, and when we can just try and frame the whole thing as if it's trade secrets. That's why he's not allowed to talk about my balls and penis shape, because that's, again, stuff that competitors could use against us.
Crowder, you're gonna have to give it, but no, he doesn't want it. He's not gonna have to give up discovery if this thing that they filed with an administrative agency goes through, which is basically gonna be a thing where they say, is this NDA valid or not? And I talked to an attorney and she said, in a way, it's kind of like a race for who's first. So if the administration's agency says the NDA is void before the tortious interference lawsuit moves forward, then he could get out of that because they could say it's a breach. But you have to realize that
some of it's public record. Like the stuff in Crowder's shows, like where he makes him dress up in drag and make out with him and, massage his penis and stuff, that is public. And so are a lot of the other weird acts that they had to do, like the Crowder, the assless chaps, making one of his employees dressed in a cow costume while he whipped him. I think that was the guy from Mad TV, actually. But yeah, that stuff's all public record. There's worse stuff, apparently, that went on behind the scenes that Jared said that, he thought was degenerate and depraved and, what kind of stuff they consider degenerate and depraved, which he hasn't revealed yet. But this seems to be now we're at this big cataclysm where Crowder and his much more extensive legal team are trying to silence him and make sure that everything is wrapped and stays under wraps, while at the same time frame a narrative that this is all part of a larger conspiracy involving Jared and his ex-wife working in tandem to destroy Steven Crowder's reputation. That's the one that the Crowder camp is talking about and releasing publicly. Well, at the same time, I want that stuff to leak. Like, it's going to be so bad. I feel that is going to be maybe the final reckoning, because there's still the holdouts, and there's still enough people who are still in Mug Club and watching Crowder who don't believe it. They're just like, and even people like this who don't seem to really believe how serious the accusations towards Crowder are. They think this is just like a media dispute. One guy was the co-host. He used to work there. Doesn't work there anymore. Now he's leaving. So he basically wants to tarnish his old TV host or whatever.
These attorneys and the way the media works, they will blow something up to make it sound so crazy. When Taylor wrote the article about me, she included this one thing saying that I didn't have a I was representing talent without a talent agency license. Now it sounds like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Well, a talent agency license, it really only matters if you are an agent in LA, but you have to pay $500, you fill in some paperwork, and then you can.
Lance was saying that you and Tim are boys. If we're boys, why was I invited to sushi with the boys? Emma Vigeland got invited to sushi with the boys, Could have been that I just tried to run the fuck out of that compound as quickly as possible. I was trying to leave, and when I was trying to leave is when I got the bombshell. Oh no, you got to stay for the after show. And if you don't, they're going to think that you left for some other reason. So you got to stay for the after show. And I was like, what? And that's when I was like, I remembered that I brought a Bud Light Tolly as a prop because I wanted to get, the gay juice in me and get gay powers. And so I cracked the Bud Light. It didn't give me extra gay powers, unfortunately. It just did what it normally did, which is leave a bitter taste in my mouth at what an inferior product it is. But yeah, that was basically what I got instead of sushi with the boys. Had to do the after hours.
It's not, you know what I mean? They're not putting you through some rigorous thing to find out if you're,
Chad, that's true.
Okay to be an agent. It's so, but the way it sounds to people that don't understand it is like, oh, she's violating. And I did have a talent agency license, by the way.
But she lied?
Yeah. Oh, she lied a lot. She lied a lot.
I think she has cognitive.
Shocking? Were you trying to say shocking?
I'm trying to be very academic in how I approach that. But the double mask.
You drop the R slur 3 times a day on Twitter. Why are you watching your words, Tim? What's going on here? I'm trying to be academic in how I speak about this, but she has negative cognitive abilities. I would say low IQ.
And dancing and I feel like she's not
she
well.
Self-owned herself so hard that it was actually hard for me to fundraise. By the time that we were able to go through, I think people were just like, oh, we kind of hate her, but she's such a clown that she's taken herself down, and which is fine. I mean, I think that I'm so happy that I learned sort of the ins and outs of that world, because I was so naive to everything, and really that's why I came out in defense of, I guess people think I'm shilling for Crowder or whatever. I don't even know Crowder. I never watch his content, but you can't say that you're against Taylor Lorenz and the type of antics that she does and the people like her do. And then you notice something and then sit back and say, well, she's doing it to.
What? No, Jared was an employee. He's not a reporter. He didn't report on this. He didn't leak this, for the good of the story or some shit. He's currently involved in a legal battle with Steven Crowder, and he's trying to fundraise to be able to get lawyers to be able to help him because it's very, very expensive to do. That's what happened here. Different things are different.
These people are doing it to Crowder, so it's
and yeah, I ask why. Then why at all would you shill for him? Oh, no one's asking me to do this. I don't even know him. Actually, I gain nothing from doing this. In fact, in the future, this could prove to be deeply embarrassing for me. But I mean, you got to just call a spade when you see one, right? When you see, I mean, we are a nation of truth. Did you not hear Haya Rychek when she destroyed Taylor Lorenz in that debate? We seek truth. We're a nation of truth, and I seek truth, and so too we all.
Okay, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm biased, very biased, very, very biased. Having dealt with these things, having people come out of the woodwork to stab you in the back. What I can say that I know
like Sam
is that
Cedar.
based on how I can't speak for Texas, but I can speak certainly for a handful of East Coast states.
2 minutes till Leftist Mafia. Thanks for reminding me. I was like, oh yeah, something's about to happen soon, isn't it? Hey, everybody, we got an extra special Leftist Mafia show for you tonight. By extra special, I mean we have not one, but two guests. Yes, Benjamin Dixon and DJ Bubba are in the house, and I'm very, very excited because I love both of them, and I've been watching so much of the show lately that I actually made a personal request. I was like, hey, is there any chance they'd want to join? And it turns out they do, so that's going to be fun.
I'm in the Midwest. Right now, the way, like, Jared just violated his non-disparagement and NDA and raised $92,000. I do not believe he will face any serious admonishment from the court. Crowder can do nothing in kind. So you had, you know, they put out a statement, but it wasn't Crowder. Crowder's not on the show at the time. And if Steven Crowder comes out and says any word about this, the judge will flog him publicly, because this is what I've experienced. Crowder is in a position where you throw a paper clip into the spokes and you can cause hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. They can do nothing to Jared. The court can be like, we told you not to do that. And likely what will happen is the court will say, Jared, please don't do that again. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
And Crowder's lawyers are going to be like, this is absurd. Your Honor, are you joking? This man's clearly in violation. They'll say, well, look, the goal of the court here is to try and figure this out and end this, not to prolong the bickering. But if Crowder did something, the judge is going to be like, you knew what you did.
I mean, but he is doing something. He is suing him for $1 million. We know Jared doesn't have that money.
I'm saying,
I didn't say that was not allowed.
Right, my point
but
is,
like you brought up the statement. So like my main issue.
No, hold on. He's not doing something. What doing something was there is Jared is in violation of an agreement he made publicly to raise money. Okay, you can't do that. But he's not going to. So that's what I mean by doing something. Crowder can't do something in kind. Certainly, Crowder can file a lawsuit, then cross his fingers and hope the judge actually does something about it. Yep. But what I'm saying is, in these court cases, what I have found, and not just the ones I've been involved in, the people who are the people with no money can break the rules, bend the rules, because the courts have little leverage over them. They can.
It's the exact opposite. What the fuck are you talking about? If you don't have money, expensive lawyers can destroy you. They will try to destroy you. They will try to destroy you prior to anything because they want you to basically settle. They'll be like, hey, you want to battle this? It's going to be very costly. It'll take a long time. It's going to cost you so much money, thousands and thousands of dollars. It'll be cheaper for you, honestly, at this point, because we're not going to stop. It would be cheaper for you to simply accept or propose a settlement on your behalf. We're open to ideas, and then we're ready to see them. That's why a lot of people sometimes settle out of court before it even starts, because like they just can't afford to go through the entire process.
Do very little. They can go to the CEO of a company and they can say, we are going to fine you whatever amount of money per day that will cause you to stop doing what you are doing. You go to someone like Jared and he's going to be like, I don't have any money. And they're going to say, then please just stop doing it. So this is the issue.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, but like, here's the thing. They issue their statement. First of all, the non-disparagement would be between him and the company. So Gerald making a statement is like his public like response to that. It's supposed to be a mutual non-disparagement agreement, by the way. So like, if we find out through the course of the case that they were also violating it, like telling his other employer something damaging about him in order to get him fired, then like that might be grounds for them to get out of the NDA. Like one of the reasons they filed the complaint with the National Labor Relations Board is that they're trying to get the NDA resolved. But like my main issue, and I would probably be way closer to you on this particular thing, is the fact that they didn't address the key points on it. Like, I'm not the guy, Steven Crowder's the guy with Gerald, who came into this studio and complained about the Daily Wire seizing a social media account. They were accused of that by Jared. That was something that they said that he was doing, that they were trying to take his Twitter. And that's one of the things they were leveraging against him. Hold on.
But
they don't address that. But they don't address
the point you just made before we move on.
But they didn't address that.
So can Crowder publicly speak to this lawsuit based on what I was just talking about? The answer is no.
No, he
cannot.
has signed a mutual NDA.
Jared is in violation of his agreement, and Crowder can do nothing.
Mm-hmm. You said in your video, you're like, why isn't he?
Because people without resources always lose, even though Crowder is so infinitely more rich than Jared is in every single way.
Turning in the cease and desist, because the cease and desist wasn't
logic
filed with the court. So if he has an NDA with Jared, then that would be a breach of his NDA. They're only talking about the court documents that were filed, is what I'm guessing.
But from what I understand, the mutual NDA is about them not speaking bad about Louder with Crowder, the company, or Steven, or related entities, and the company has a mutual one about him. So the CEO releasing a statement, like in your interpretation.
But you're allowed to talk
when
about
Jared
the lawsuit that
says,
you filed.
Yeah, so-
they wanted to seize my social media account, he could be lying.
Yes.
And Crowder can't say anything.
But the company could in their response to him.
No.
Yes, they could.
No.
Listen, again, I'm going to stress this as much as I can. I'm very biased, having been involved in this. If I were in Crowder's position, having actively been involved as friends and personally having filed lawsuits and been sued, if this happened to me, and I remember sitting in these meetings with the judge, and I said, I went out publicly and my company issued the statement, the judge would be like, I am now going to fine you $10,000 every day until you take that post down and issue a public apology. And my lawyer's screaming in my face. The phone calls I've been involved in where I'm yelling at a team of lawyers being like, how are they getting away with this? Yeah. And he's like, because they don't have money. And I said, then why?
I don't know if this is the first time this has ever been revealed publicly. You might be getting fleeced. I don't know what else to say. Why would a lawyer worth their cash ever do this? Why would someone tell you like, oh, how are they winning? It's because they have no cash. Those without cash always win. But I have resources. Oh, I want to go off on this, but the stream's starting, unfortunately. But no, it's time for Leftist Mafia. That's really funny. We will resume this.
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Cocaínom.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then shut us up.
F around and find out. Up yours. Woke moralists. They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're
the end
worse
of
than
August.
animals. The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob. We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours. We'll see who cancels who.
Heyo.
Hey, how we
Full
doing,
house
everyone?
today.
Yeah,
Hi,
full
y'all.
house. Full house. We've got a bit of a crossover episode today. We've got the folks from Like It or Not here.
That's it. What's going on, everybody?
Hi, Ben. Hi, James. Good to see both of you.
Lance, it's good
Yeah.
to see you. I saw everybody else backstage. Mike, David, and Matt. Good to see you. DJ Exclusive. What's going on?
Yeah,
man?
first time DJ exclusive comes on the
Yeah.
show, which
I
is
know,
way
right?
too long, but so happy to finally have you here.
Yes, thank y'all for having me. I should have been here a long time ago, but it just takes
I
me so
agree.
long and booked and busy, just a little bit,
Yeah.
But I'm
I
here now.
love your
Okay.
mic. That's so cool.
So
I was saying that too. I'm like, I love that.
it makes me feel like I'm about to go do a performance somewhere. That's why I love it. My roommate's microphone and say, "Hey, can I use your microphone because mine is busted and disgusted right now? So let me use your mic." And the first time I used it, I was like, "Oh, I just want to sing."
It's a great life.
Yeah, I love that. Rebecca will be here soon. She's getting off of work. So we will have the full Like It or Not / Leftist Mafia crossover episode special for episode 69. It's a big day.
Oh, is that why we're doing this? No, I didn't realize it was
That's the
episode
occasion.
69.
I didn't even know this was episode 69. Hell yeah. That's the
is.
sex number.
Are you sure?
That number references
It
the
is,
sex
yeah.
position. Yeah, cool.
Mine says 68. So
Oh, good job, Mike. Mine says 68 too.
Well, that's because that's wrong. Last week was 68.
Damn,
What?
I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
let me look at this shit.
Yeah. I never get these kind of things wrong.
Wow, yeah, Mike is right. I gotta edit my video. Good job labeling it wrong, David.
No, mine last week was 67.
You guys are losing viewers because you're not using the clickbait,
mine
all
was
right?
68
Everyone will come
last
in
week.
because they think we're going to be talking about 69. Bring them in. Bring the people in.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll talk about economic reform for 2 hours.
They'll just come in and they'll type
Right.
nice, and then they'll leave. But that engagement is enough. Like that's all.
It's all you need. It's all you need.
Yeah, yeah. So what has happened this week? It's been, I feel like, a really another week. I don't know. It's raining. I'm trying to remember what happened. There was a lot with regard to like Elon Musk and his burner account being outed. I saw Lance talk about that. There's discourse surrounding Sonia Sotomayor and whether or not she should retire. And liberals have some thoughts about that. I thought that Mehdi Hassan wrote a really great piece about that. It went over okay, but Senate Democrats in particular are pretty pissed off about it. So there's a lot. I don't know where you all want to start today.
Well, we all know Mike hates old people, so I'm sure he wants Sotomayor out of there.
I will say this. I'm really sympathetic to her because in the grand scheme, like comparatively speaking, she's really not that old.
Right.
She's 69, like our episode.
Hey.
But the thing is that she does have a lot of health problems, right? And so it's not exactly a one-to-one compared to the Ruth Bader Ginsburg situation where she was like 97 and had 84 different cancers. Like she does have health problems. She's not that old, but I understand like Elizabeth Warren, some of the other senators are saying this is like completely unacceptable that people are calling for her to retire. But listen, we have to this is my thoughts on this. Okay. I don't, and look, I like Sotomayor much more than Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but Biden could lose this election. And I don't think that the survivability of Sotomayor, like our right should hinge on the survivability of Sotomayor. So even though like I really do feel bad and sympathize for her, and I understand the argument of the people saying she shouldn't step down, I genuinely think she really should step down. And it pains me to say that. But there's so much at stake. How much have we lost within just 4 years? How much more? If the 6-3 majority goes 7-2, like how long is it going to take to reverse that? Or even get back to the point where there's a 4-4 plus a swing.
Listen, I'm sure if she doesn't retire and Donald Trump wins the general election in 2024, I'm sure Trump will respect her wishes and replace her with a nice liberal judge. Just like he did with RGB. He respected her wishes, of course.
Yep.
Yeah. We got ACB.
Wasn't
RGB? I did say.
You said RGB, yeah.
You said RGB.
Yeah.
That was a dying wish. Though. Didn't she say?
Ginsburg.
Didn't she say something like that? Like my one dying wish is that you don't replace me with like some hardcore right winger.
Oh, did she?
It was something along those lines, or something along the lines of like timing of the election. Something that she said.
Wait until after the election, right?
Request was Donald Trump ignored it right away. Mike, I have to agree with you. It really is a tough spot, but we saw what happened with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We saw when these positions overall having justices for life. That's a problem in the first place, right? Because now you're right. How long will it take to turn a 7-2 majority court? It would take all of our lifetimes. Right now we're going to be fighting back against these Donald Trump picks probably for the rest of our lives. So if it gets even worse, but unfortunately the people who have power, they don't think that way. They have power. They want to protect power. And inevitably it comes back to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, and just this article from David Sirota that he shared, really, I think it speaks to that liberal hubris, right? This was from 2013. Stop telling Ruth Bader Ginsburg to retire. Like, I would like to talk to that author now and ask if she still has that same position. Because
probably, honestly.
Come on. We lost so much. Just within a year, they messed up so much. Roe v. Wade overturned, affirmative action struck down, discrimination against LGBTQ people affirmed. There's this is just like a couple of years into this supermajority. So I just feel like we have to be overly cautious here. And I don't think that the hand-wringing that we're seeing from like Senate Democrats is appropriate. Like at least try to empathize with the people who are making this argument, because the people making this argument, it's coming from a good place. Like it's not malicious. I could pull up some of the quotes from the Senate Democrats just to kind of give everyone a sense of what they said.
I bet you that author still does feel the same, because a lot of people view politics not as a thing that impacts society, but as like these personal achievements. Like, oh, isn't it amazing that she died while she was still serving? Like, no, that like there's a problem with now the rest of society because she decided not to step down earlier. Like but it's a fundamental difference in the way certain people view politics.
Yeah, and like I understand this argument. Like Peter Welch says, you know, she's not 70. I might remind some of my colleagues to look around, check their birth certificates, and I understand the argument. But it's a matter of like, are these health issues that she's been experiencing like isn't significant enough to merit concern? Dick Durbin says that he wants her to remain on the court. Chris Van Hollen, I think she's doing a great job. Nobody's saying she's not doing a good job. But he's baffled by the chatter. Elizabeth Warren says it's nonsense. Where did this come from? Warren said, I don't want to add any fuel to the fire on this. I think she's doing a great job, and I am grateful for her public service. It's not like they're taking this as some sort of a personal attack against her. And I feel like that's really, it's a straw man argument, and they're being purposefully obtuse. Like they know why we're making this argument, and not me in particular. Nobody's listening to me, but like people who are significant, like Mehdi Hassan, like other even notable liberals, they're making this argument because like it's a matter of life or death for so many people, literally, if she is not able to survive 4 more years. And I'm sure she will, right? But it's just a matter of an overabundance of cautious that we all want to exercise given the era that we're in.
Remember, Mike, voting is strategic. That's why you have to vote for the better of the two evils. But apparently, Supreme Court Justice lifetime picks, that's not strategic. They shouldn't strategically retire. They shouldn't strategically plan out when they retire so that the president that they want to pick their replacement is in power. That, of course, is not strategic. We'll wag our finger that voting is strategic to the people who don't want to vote for Biden, but we won't do the same for the very powerful judges who have lifetime appointments. It's fucking amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. And like she's gonna like we're not, and this was a point that was made by one of the Daily Show hosts. I don't know his name, the other white guy, but that's not Jon Stewart. But he was saying like it's not like we're gonna throw her into like a pit of fire or something. Like she gets to retire. You know what I mean? Like she's wealthy. I would retire if I had the ability to do so as early as I could. So people are just like saying, look, hey, spend your golden years enjoying life, long walks on the beach. I don't know, go play Fortnite, whatever you want to do.
Then you don't get all those amazing bribes and everything though, right? Like, don't you stand to make a lot of money when you're on the bench from not bribes, gifts. Tons of gifts, you know,
gifts.
Wonderful,
if you're Clarence
presents.
Thomas, yes.
Yeah,
exactly. If you're Clarence Thomas, I don't think Sotomayor is doing that.
Investment plan.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a very simple guy. As long as with Ruth Bader Ginsburg's replacement, I just required that whoever took her place also had 3 names, and we got that with Amy Coney Barrett, so I was fine. And with Sonia Sotomayor, as long as the next justice also shares a name with a Mortal Kombat character, I'm good. So give me like Judge Molina, and I'm good. I'll be fine.
4 syllables in the name too. I'll take that.
Weird rules, but I feel it.
Judge Sub-Zero. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm trying to figure out which character is Sotomayor. Help me out. Which one is that?
Yeah, it's been way too long.
Sonya Blade.
Sonya Blade.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Sorry.
I haven't played the game in so long. Yeah.
Ben's a boomer. Yeah, I gotta forgive him. Okay.
Yeah. So
is there? So I have a question. Let's say that spot is open. Can Republicans block? Like use any weird strategery to block the next
they can
judge
stall.
coming on? Because they can stall. That's the one thing I'd worry about, right? Like that's what
they still hold the Senate. You know, Democrats do hold the Senate right now, and the additional fear is like if they lose the Senate as well as the presidency. You know, so like what the argument is, this is kind of like a small closing window where they have the Senate and they have a Democratic president, to where you replace Sotomayor. And then for the most part, Jackson, super young. Kagan doesn't seem like she's necessarily unhealthy, right? So if you replace
she's
her,
also the worst of the liberal justices. So
she's absolutely the worst.
I wish we could keep Sotomayor. I wish they could switch bodies or something.
Yeah. I hate Kagan, but yeah, if they were to do that, then you would basically solidify that 3 liberal minority on the court, and it wouldn't shrink. Like, it's just a matter of like, we're already in such a bad position. Not shrink, like not losing any more. I think in the long term, it's going to make a big difference. Short term, not going to help us much. But long term, it's important. Like, how many more rights do we have to lose? We don't even know the outcome of some of these recent cases that they took up.
Right.
Like, are they going to get rid of the Chevron doctrine? That like huge implications. So like, it's just about like mitigating damage at this point. To me, it's all strategic, and that's where I'm coming from. I don't, it's not like I hate Sotomayor. I love old people, contrary to popular belief. Well, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, I don't hate old people, right? But like, let's not fuck ourselves over.
Mike, let me warn you, Mike, that old creeps up on you real fast.
I know.
You will be what you hate.
I am feeling it.
I mean,
I will hate myself.
We have the gray hair coalition at the bottom, so
right.
No, it's just a lot of the old people in my family, they are like very, very. They give me a bad perception of old people. They're Republican, annoying, and they're not even that old. You know what I mean? It's just people that I hate that are assholes. It's not necessarily old people. It's a meme that I got to keep going. But yeah, I don't hate Sotomayor.
You know what I can't help but think when we discuss this. We can't get them to be Lance. I love strategery. They won't do any of George Bush's strategery with Sotomayor. So I guess we could just forget about any chance of them actually like packing the court and actually balancing it out and maneuvering in the same kind of way Republicans maneuvered over the last. I mean, they worked on it for years. They worked on it for years. And as soon as they saw an opportunity to seize those court picks, they did that. So I guess if we can't even get them to really think about getting someone to retire in time to prevent an even more cataclysmic, court, then we could really forget about them doing something structural in the long run.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. It kind of speaks to the mentality of Democratic Party elites at the moment. It just, they feel entitled to these positions of power. And I get it. Like, I think it feels gross to really single out Sotomayor, but the reasons are valid. It's not like it's just, I hate her in particular. No, she is vulnerable, and it's scary to see somebody have health issues and be in that position of power. And
what are the health issues? Are they like something that
I don't know in particular,
but
she was like admitted to the hospital like a couple of months ago. And look, that could happen to anyone, right? So it's not necessarily just like, oh, she's old and she's dying. It's just, I don't know. It's just about being
odds. It's a numbers game. It's the odds game. We can't keep playing like this.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, people are just worried, rightfully so, because it wasn't that long ago when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, right? And like, she only had to make it a couple more months, but she couldn't, because guess what? When nature calls, nature calls. You can't fight that, right? It's the force of nature.
That's not what I think about when we say nature calls.
No,
I remember where I was when she died, man. I remember, and it's what's crazy to me is that moment is actually still very present for me.
Yeah.
I remember when she died, and I'm like, oh my God, we're getting ready to go to Handmaid's Tale, because I knew that they were going to seize that moment and do exactly what they did. And here we are, again, like, we're just talking about the numbers game, but it repeats itself. If they don't learn their lesson, history most certainly is going to repeat itself.
Yeah,
it was bizarre to see all like the when she died, to see all like the eulogies and the obituaries that were like heralding her as a feminist icon, and it's like her decisions are literally going to be the cause of the dismantling of Roe v. Wade, which is what we saw. So like, it was so amazing to watch. Like, yes, you can say this about her, but at the end of the day, the decision she made at the end of her career to me will define her going forward for good. I mean, this is her legacy, unfortunately, for anyone who loves her so much.
Yeah, I got the mentality that I understand the mentality in Washington, D.C. now. It's like, how dare you try to interrupt my episode of West Wing? How dare you try to interrupt my episode of Madam Secretary? Like, this was about me. Sorry, RGB, love you, mean it, but like they didn't want anybody to mess up the perfect ending where she was supposed to die in office and everything was supposed to work out perfectly. And I think the people surrounding them really think we should not have the nerve, the audacity of us to interrupt their life story.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I'm remembering like pre-vaccine COVID era. Like I think this was a couple of months into the pandemic, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg was marrying couples without a mask. Like I saw the pictures, and I was just like, "What is she doing?" I mean, are we really gonna? Like she was outside, right? But she was very close with them, and I'm just like, "Listen, put this lady in a bubble or some shit. Like, what exactly is going on here? Are we just like rolling the dice with fate here?" And she did. You know what I mean? It's not like she was healthy already, so it's just like it just feels so frustrating because we're so powerless in this situation, right? We're hoping and crossing our fingers that people in power be strategic and they don't like risk our rights for their own careers. And I guess that's too much to ask. It's offensive to some people. It's preposterous to some Senate Democrats. And it's not like I don't understand where they're coming from with regard to Sotomayor, because it's a different situation than with Ruth, but it's still dire, and I'm still worried, and I don't want more conservatives to be packed on. I mean, 7-2 at this point, just like throw away the country. Like that's just never going to happen. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a long fight.
Yeah.
Every person on the screen is going to have gray hairs by the time we're done getting the court back in order.
Yeah.
By the time Kavanaugh retires.
Yeah. Yeah. It's sorry to start off on a doomer, but that was something that was on my mind, and I didn't get to talk about that this week in a video. And yeah, I just kind of feel annoyed by liberals who are like finger wagging.
Well, there's also that kind of like entire Craven thing about like people saying you can't appoint someone in an election year right before an election. And then I thought that was just the rule because of how it was treated during the Obama era. And then when Trump came into power, it was like, no, you can do whatever you want. You can do that.
Yeah.
You can just do whatever you want, really. Just it's all about politeness, about whether or not you're willing to go the distance.
Right.
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell made up that rule and then got rid of it.
And everyone believed it. You know, even liberals were like, he's probably right. You can't do this in an election year. Obama, you gotta wait. You gotta wait, you know?
Yeah.
They're actually debating it like 50-50.
Yeah, I was like, why are you entertaining this? Wait, like what Trump did, you can just do that.
Any absolute bullshit Republicans bring up, they will entertain it. And all of a sudden, it would like normalize the conversation, as opposed to just outright being like, "Are you fucking crazy?" Like they should have anything the Republicans bring up. They should treat it like they're from fucking space. Like, what are you fucking talking about? But no, they have to like, oh well, let me think about that. Or even if they reject it, they'll do it like kindly. Like, no, call them fucking insane and like make it clear how fucking crazy these people are, and they're terrible at doing that.
Yeah.
Didn't Obama have like 6 or 7 months too? Like, wasn't it an even bigger window than Trump had? And Trump has like 2 months or something. And there was like, fuck it.
It was like a year. Yeah, like half a year. It was.
And he chose Merrick Garland.
Yeah.
Merrick Garland.
As an olive branch.
As an olive branch.
As an olive branch. Republicans will see how reasonable he is. Because after 8 years, he didn't fucking clue in to the fact that they're not reasonable people.
No.
It's all this shit is so insane to me. That they still at the end of his term, he still tried to like reach out.
We almost got
insane?
Social Security cut because Obama was trying to reach out to.
Right.
Don't forget he wanted this grand bargain with Republicans so he could show he was Mr. Bipartisan and he was ready to put Social Security and Medicare and all these things on the table. And if Republicans actually wanted that stuff more than they hated the first black president, they would have got it. But at the end of the day.
Republicans ended up blocking that, right?
Yeah, they blocked.
Yeah, they just didn't want to.
They hated Obama so much.
They hated Obama.
They didn't want to give Obama that quote unquote win. Where he would get the credit for doing what they always wanted to do.
Oh my goodness. The thing they wanted all their lives. See, that's the model, though, right? If Democrats don't know this by now, they all need to be tarred and feathered because Republicans only have one rule: opposition. Period. It doesn't matter. They have no belief system. Whatever. But look at how they played the fence. They started
the border
on the fence with Gaza. I started seeing some conservatives start saying sympathetic things about Gaza, but then as soon as Joe Biden actually made up his mind to kind of say, okay, ceasefire, kind of, sort of, then Republicans found their voice and they said, okay, we could be in opposition. It doesn't matter. The Heritage Foundation, they came up with Obamacare, Romney Care. As soon as Obama came up with it, opposition. They have no principles. They just oppose.
Yeah, as Ole said, she put it best. I'm going to paraphrase. She said something to the effect of like, yeah, their position is fuck you. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter if they said this 5 months ago.
It's owning the libs. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, it's literally like, it sounds like an oversimplification, but that literally is their ethos. Like, if you don't have to look deeper, analyze them, and figure out what their motivations are, it's just fuck you, right?
It's what they did with
and
the
look
border.
how effective it is.
What's most interesting is we're now seeing this do that same thing to themselves.
That's right.
Because of that Arizona abortion law.
Yes.
That decision that was just made, where the Supreme Court in Arizona upheld this 1868
yeah, it was like 1860.
Civil War era
abortion law, where basically all forms of abortion in Arizona are illegal except if the life of the mother is in danger, and you know what that means, that it actually has to get to the point where like she's gonna fucking die before a doctor will be like, oh, okay, I'm safe to do this and I won't go to jail for trying to save her earlier when I actually could have saved her and she's probably gonna die anyway now. But what you're seeing now, you're seeing Carrie Lake, who, when she was running for governor all the way back in, what was it, 10, 20, 30, 2022. She was saying that, oh, that law is great. I can't wait for it to be the law of the land in Arizona. And now that it's the law in the land of Arizona, she's going, oh, that's too far. We've gone too far. Trump is out there going, oh, Arizona. I played a video the other day where he goes, where he says, oh, you know, that went too far, but don't worry. The governor of Arizona will take care of it and fix it. The governor of Arizona is the Democrat who beat Carrie Lake. So Trump's saying, oh, don't worry about the abortion law that just passed in Arizona completely because of me, my doing. Because the Democratic governor in Arizona, who defeated the candidate I endorsed, who supported that law, she'll take care of it and make sure that no one gets, you know, in trouble for it. Like, I'm seeing online, Republicans, like the pro-life news website or whatever, you could find like tweets of them like proudly going like, oh, I did that when it comes to Roe v. Wade being repealed. And then you say to them, to the Arizona thing, yeah, you did that. And they go, no, we didn't. That's not what we wanted. No, it is.
To be clear, though, Trump is
fucking
changing
own this. And people need to remind them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. This is what they wanted. This is what they got because they wanted it.
Yeah,
the idea that they're trying to run from it, the thing they always wanted, is insane.
Yeah, but to be clear, the thing with Trump, he's changing his tune for an electoral strategy right now, right? Like, that's the whole reason he's coming forward and saying that, like, it's states' rights. I actually, we don't want to do a blanket ban on abortion. We're going to leave it up to each of the states. He's only going Reagan with this because they know how deeply unpopular it'll be for the next election if he keeps pushing the Lindsey Graham line. You know, that's the reason he's softening on that issue.
Yeah, I think that.
Oh yeah, this is a losing battle for Republicans. If I say put this on the ballot in all 50 states. Get it out there. Let people know exactly who supports it and what's on the line here. Get them out to vote.
Mm-hmm. It speaks to how deceitful they've been, though, right? Because now the line from so many conservatives is, listen, I understand I'm still pro-life, but we've got to win these elections, which kind of goes to show you they never thought that it was murder in the first place, right? Because you don't treat what you think is mass murder like that, right? Like, we see how people respond to murder on the Democratic Party side. They're leveraging their votes against Joe Biden. They're voting uncommitted. They're not just saying, well, you know, Donald Trump has to win this election or Biden has to win this election. Like, on the Trump side, you see so many conservatives saying, well, you know, I get it. Trump has to win this election. It's bizarre. And then what's so contradictory is that Trump will say, like, he released this video on Truth Social saying, yeah, you know, I take credit for Roe v. Wade, and we're actually the moderates. but I wouldn't sign a federal abortion ban, and Democrats support aborting babies after they're born. So he makes up these lies, but then he says, and I support states' rights on this issue. But it's like, well, hang on a second, though. So you support, like, you make up this lie, and then you say, that's okay. I support that, actually. I support states doing that. You wouldn't respond to murder that way if you actually thought it was murder. So they're giving away the game. They're showing all of their cards here. And I just love the tap dance that they're doing. Like, the statement that Carrie Lake released, I don't know if you all saw it. It was so hilarious to me because she's like, I will be against a federal abortion ban, but against federal funds for abortion. And I support states' rights, but not this state right in particular. It's just so wild to me because they don't know what to do. And there's so many receipts from just a couple of years ago. So like they're kind of backed into a corner and they can't come out of it because they made this bed for themselves and they're lying, you know, in it now. It's like the dog catching the car. They don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Anything else on that issue before we talk about OJ?
Orenthal.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Was such a weird story. I was not expecting that.
OJ?
Yeah, I didn't know he was sick.
Me either. Yeah.
The last
I'm
video
not even
that
sure
he
what there's to
released.
say on it. I mean, he died of cancer. The only thing that I'll ever remember about OJ, I mean, apart from the obvious, it's just that being in, I think I was in grade 5, and for some reason we were listening to the verdict on the radio. Like, that's not, I feel like
too in my school.
I feel like that's not a thing.
Yeah.
And apparently that's a very common thing that happened. I feel like that's weird. Like playing the verdict.
It was a
for
major,
children. Like
it was a major moment in history. Like we were watching it. The entire school. I was in high school. The entire school was watching, waiting for the verdict. And when he got found not guilty, I was in the blackest neighborhood of South Florida, man. We all came running out, cheering at the top of our lungs, celebrating. We thought we won the Super Bowl, man.
Yeah, of course, doing the saying, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit.
There was attorney Darden, I think his name. He was one of the prosecutors, and he wrote about it again after George Zimmerman. After George Zimmerman got away with murdering Trayvon Martin, attorney Darden wrote about how a lot of people celebrated when OJ got off, and that was misplaced. But it was like, when you look at the injustices that came afterwards, it was just really, really interesting how he put it like that. But it was a milestone. So if you guys were watching it in 5th grade, that means we're just a little bit older than you. We were watching it in high school, and people were watching it in colleges. It was everywhere when they came down with that verdict.
Yeah, I was in 4th grade, and yeah, I remember the teachers busting out the TV on the rolling car, and everyone was watching it. And it was weird because like the kids were like, I was talking with my friends, and the teacher was like, shh, shh. Like everybody was just like glued to the TV. And I didn't really understand why. I was in 4th grade. Like I did not have the attention span. And like, you know, I remember a conversation with, you know, kids at the table. One girl was like, I think that he's not guilty. And then another kid was like, no, he's definitely guilty. And I'm in 4th grade. I'm like, I don't know what those words mean. Like, what is guilty, not guilty? I don't know. Like, I'm completely tuned out. I just remember the reactions and being deeply bored by it because it's like, you know, yeah, I was deeply bored. And I was just like, why are we watching this? Can I like read my Goosebumps book or some shit? Like, I don't understand. I'm in 4th grade. I'm 8.
It's also how we got the Kardashians, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
I just saw somebody in the chat say that. That's how the Kardashians came about.
How did that happen?
Oh, because their
I don't know how it happened, but I just know
dad was it.
Their dad was his lawyer.
Name. Yeah. Was one of the lawyers for the case. Excuse me, y'all.
I just want to be clear. Kim Kardashian's dad is not Johnny Cochran. No, it's another lawyer.
And I remember they showed videos of Kim and everybody being there at the trial during the case and everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, they look like regular people.
Yeah,
that was I don't think we put it on the radio, if I recall. I can't recall really. I don't remember how old I was then. Yeah, I guess I'm Mike's age, right? How old are you again, Mike?
37.
All right, yeah. So I was probably in 4th
Or we'll
grade,
be
so I remember
37. I
listening.
shouldn't over over age
I
myself.
do remember the I being home when the Bronco chase was on.
It was the NBA
seeing
Finals that
on
night.
TV. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember
Yeah, it was the only time in history where during the NBA Finals they actually had to do a picture-in-picture and show the Bronco chase in the corner and start like cutting in and out of the audio between the actual live finals and the chase. Yeah, it's pretty
So
wild.
I think nobody remembers the Space Shuttle Challenger blowing up.
That happened the same day?
No, it happened like years, like 10 years before
A decade before.
Wait, what?
No, it was about 5 years before that. Something anyway, but yeah, no, you guys are too young. That's all I'm saying. You guys,
you know, I remember. Yeah,
I know you see that. That was rough. Generation X.
I do remember 9/11.
Well,
I
I
was
hope
wild.
so.
I know. Wouldn't you have been like 19 or something?
No, less. I was like 14. Okay.
The Challenger exploded 8 years before the Bronco chase. So
86.
I
Yeah, that's what I thought.
86. Okay.
It was the year I was born. Was the Challenger explosion?
Oh wow!
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I was only 6, but I remember.
Damn, I was 8 years old then, and I remember watching that in school too. Like I remember being in class because they had it on TV, and it was just something amazing to remember. And when it exploded, it was just like, wait,
something's wrong?
Was that supposed to happen?
Yeah.
There was a lot of confusion going on around the time. A lot of confusion.
Wait, okay. What about Waco, Texas? Did anybody remember watching that?
Oh Jesus!
I didn't.
Oh
I don't
man,
think we watched that.
Oh
no, I
man,
think that
my
was
gosh, man.
probably too scary to show us in terms of.
That was
like,
93.
At that age.
I feel like there were a lot of these like really tragic mass events that brought like people, like whether you're children or like whether like you're adults together, that don't, as far as I can tell, don't really happen the same way anymore. Like I can't really put like, you know, unless, you know, maybe Trump getting elected, but that's an election. Like just random events like that happened seemingly every couple of years don't
right around the
really
90s.
seem to happen.
I mean,
the same way
COVID
anymore.
COVID kind of, you know, affected everybody.
Yeah, I get it's
It's still happening.
Not really.
Yeah,
televised
it's
anymore, you can't really televise COVID like you televise Waco.
I've divided my life into two different segments: pre-COVID and post-COVID.
Yes.
Where I feel like as crazy as things were pre-COVID, things got even crazier post-COVID. Like you could probably do this like pre 9/11, post 9/11, but for me, it's mostly
same with
like,
October 7th, actually.
That's true. Yeah, there's been
lot of people
too many huge world-changing events for millennials, right? Like that's what it's like the worst history ever. But like, just how many economic crashes, how many massive like geopolitical events instigated by our governments? Yeah, so much happened just within the span of like 20 years.
Too much.
Yeah.
Too bad there's no positive like big events that happen that can bring us all
Not
together.
one. Can we name one?
I feel like
one
we
good
should
thing
be
that's happened to humanity. Come on, folks.
I mean, the fact that we're all still here, I guess that's a positive thing. I don't.
That's probably about the only thing, huh?
You know what I'll say?
The fact that Matt Binder left.
Widespread
There's
adoption.
that.
Well, this one is kind of negative. I would say the widespread adoption of the internet. But there's been a lot of bad that came with that too, I will say. Like, we have unlimited access to information, theoretically, but people have chosen to just go in their little conspiratorial corners and racist Nazi corners and kind of, you know, harbor away with those views, or harbor those views, I should say. But
who remembers the internet before corporate takeover?
I do. It was fun.
The internet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What a time.
Yeah. Message boards, slow loading
social
GIFs.
media changed the
my
internet.
gosh.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
I remember corporations didn't know what to do with the internet. And it was like, yes, stay away. Little did I know.
It's the wild, wild west.
I remember me and my friend, we'd go to the library before my family had internet, and we would use the computers there. And we would just go on the CBS.com survivor chat rooms and just troll people there. For no we were, I don't know how, we were like 10 years old, just posting the dumbest shit, like fart, burp, and then like trying to direct message other users and ask them to marry us, and we just laughed hysterically like it was the funniest shit in the world. So that's like my first kind of memories of the internet, me being a dipshit online.
Mine is looking
That's
up video
crazy.
game codes. That was my early internet
Yes,
days.
damn it.
Oh,
That's pretty much what I use the
think
internet
about
for.
that.
Mine
Yeah.
was just getting the AOL CDs. They used to come in the mail every week.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
like use the access code and then blocking the internet, the phone connection whenever somebody's trying to use the phone.
Oh yeah.
You got cut off the internet.
I'm so old. Jesus.
My JPEGs. I almost saw boob. Come on.
Yeah, I remember that too. And if somebody was on the phone, you could actually listen to their conversation when it was dialing in. Because I remember my sister was on the phone with her boyfriend, and I kept trying to get online, and so she could hear the dialing, so she knew that I was trying to get on. But she was like, "Oh no, Mike's trying to get on. He's gonna be pissed at me. I said he could use the computer." And then her boyfriend was like, "Oh, who gives a shit?" And I'm like, "That fucking ass!" Like I was listening to all of this shit. This was coming through my speakers.
Wait, that was coming from the modem? You could hear it through, like
You could hear
He's
it.
talking about when someone else was calling. No, he's talking about 2 calls. Not.
Oh, okay.
You couldn't.
Well,
hear
like
people.
when you do the dial tone, like the weird AOL sound, like when it's dialing the internet, if somebody's on the phone, you can actually hear that conversation.
Yeah, it would come through.
That's what I heard.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it that could be really incriminating depending on what you're talking about. But I just heard them shit talking me.
I remember Napster scared my grandma that she thought like magic was real when I was like, name me any song you want, and I will have it in a couple hours, like two hours.
Couple hours,
yeah, I know.
High speed internet. What's
yeah,
that?
I know. 56.
Man, I don't
Any
miss
song,
those
and
days.
any song but "Gin and Juice" by Snoop Dogg, because he would always get that weird pop punk ska version of it whenever he would try to It was actually pretty good cover.
It was a good cover. That's weird. I know what you're talking
Yes,
about.
LimeWire was mine. I saw somebody in the chat talk about
LimeWire, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
I used to DJ using LimeWire a lot. That's where I get all my music from. It gets all kind of exclusives. Computer full of viruses.
I used to use. I think Morpheus was one that. Was
I used Morpheus for a while too.
It was
Yeah.
Morpheus,
And Kazaa.
LimeWire, Kazaa, Napster.
Yeah. Oh, that was the golden age. That was before everyone just paid for streaming services. Now for
You
everything.
play all
you
your
know?
songs via Winamp.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool visualizer.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh man.
Whenever there'd be a
Crystal
real
Gamer.
player file, you'd be like, "What the fuck? Why did I got to use this terrible software, Real Player?"
Life was so much more uncomplicated back then. I never thought I'd get to the point where I'm like, back in my day,
We had dial-up internet.
Yeah. Back before high speed, before DSL, you know, we had peace and prosperity.
You have to worry about none of that stuff.
Yeah.
George Bush was president. Everything was great.
Yeah. Bread was 99 cents.
Well, I was on the internet back when Bill Clinton was president, so I always connected
same.
Bill Clinton to the internet in terms of like the era, I should say. Not that Bill Clinton and the internet have anything to do with each other. I'm talking about the era. But like in the late '90s, when like pro wrestling was at its peak with the Attitude Era, I was doing like the E federations, the role playing as a wrestler, and we were doing like the WWE like live chat quizzes and stuff like that. That was fun stuff.
Yeah, there were some old wrestling. I forget the names of them now, but there were some old wrestling sites I used to go to. And they had basically
OneWrestling.com.
Was that one of them?
That
For
was
me,
one
like
of
the internet was video games and wrestling. That was like pretty much what I used before. Now was it?
You were all
That's not
lying
what I
about
used
your
to-
porn consumption.
Mostly
That's all I'm
video
going to say. I only use it for video games. Just video games.
Just video games. Those are
Liars.
I was a good boy.
Liars.
So, no do.
Yeah, I was good for a couple of years until the internet corrupted me. My first, like when we first got like our computer, I was like 17, and so I could pay for internet when I got a job, and I bought my sister's old computer. And like when everybody went to bed, the first thing I looked up was how to not be gay, and I was trying to find like conversion therapy camps.
That's
man.
You know, is that something that all gay people look up? Because I think I looked it up as well too.
Right?
Oh, no.
I remember like it starts with like, am I gay? And then you find out, no, it's totally normal for men to be attracted to other men. I'm like, oh, thank God. Okay, it's normal. All straight guys want to
broke
fuck
my
kids.
heart,
Awesome.
Mike. Oh, that sucks, man.
Yeah,
man.
probably more incriminating than porn. As a young man, you know.
Was that
But
search
yeah,
history?
That was my like spiciest search history.
But wait, it sounds like it had a happy ending. Like it didn't actually make you hate yourself more. It made you realize you were normal, which is kind of beautiful.
Oh, that was the start of a very long period.
Yeah.
Of like, okay, so I got to try these things to fight it, because conversion therapy was like, I think it was costly, and it was also really hard to do it inconspicuously, because I didn't want my family to be like, oh, why does he want to go to conversion therapy? You know what I mean? So like there were like these methods that you
big
can
light
try.
bulb entrances, like a big sign that said
Feeling
"Gays
gay?
enter
Come
here."
Yeah. So like that. So I did the at-home methods where it's like, okay, if you feel a same-sex attraction, put a rubber band on your wrist and then like hit yourself with it, so that way you associate that attraction with pain. And I'm like, okay, this is, and like for 2 days, I'm like, this is really working. And I'm like, okay, it's not working. Okay. So I would like try to do like at home methods. It was like gay conversion homeopathy, right?
That's so messed up.
Yeah.
Why did you make me laugh? I'm like, I'm torn on the inside, but then you said gay conversion homeopathy. It's like the ginger ale version. Black folks, our grandmamas told us to get some ginger ale that fixed anything. You feel it?
No, it is genuinely funny, because like the way that when I finally stopped fighting it was because I was watching Mind of Mencia. I was watching Carlos Mencia. That was after Chappelle's show had ended, and so he became my new favorite because I was desperate for Chappelle. And then he had this weird segment. He was singing a dumbass song, and he was like, "If you think you might be gay, then you're gay." And I was listening to that, and I was like triggered. I'm like, "That's such bullshit. It's not that simple." And I'm like, "Wait, is it that simple?" I'm like, "Oh no, oh
I gotta
no."
say, Mike, this is the first time I've ever heard anyone say something good about Carlos.
I was gonna say,
Carlos
something
Mencia
positive
made you realize you're gay.
Like, unironically, yeah.
Self-actualization.
I gotta say, he put it into the most simplistic terms, to where like my 19-year-old brain was like, "Oh, maybe I've been overthinking it." But yeah. Yeah.
And knowing what I know about Carlos Mencia, he probably stole that from somebody else.
Yeah,
probably
someone else's routine.
Yeah. I'm glad he did though, because I heard it.
He helped one person.
It saved your life.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Do we want to play this clip that I've been laughing at since I saw it? From you guys probably saw it. Jesse
with an
Waters
intro like that.
on the Valuetainment podcast.
Yes, please. Do you have
I
it?
dropped it in the chat for
grab it.
whoever can screen share it. Cause,
This clip was
I'll
so
bring this up.
triggering, but yet so like funny at the same time, just because he's so goddamn stupid.
No, the minimum wage one.
Yeah.
If you're making $20 an hour to work at a fast food restaurant, right? Is that 6 figures? Are you making
No, 40 grand. 40 grand. 50 is just 2 exits and add a few zeros.
Okay, so
40K a year.
Okay,
full time.
40K a year.
Yeah.
So, and then if your husband or wife is also there, you're making $100,000 as a family.
Sure.
Both working at McDonald's.
80 grand.
How did he screw that up twice? He got the math
But you know what?
completely wrong twice within like 5 seconds.
Like, there's so much ridiculous here, though. Like, yes, it's ridiculous that he thought $20 per hour times 40 hours a week equals 6 figures. That's insane. To believe that. Second of all, obviously he doesn't know math because he couldn't do 40,000 plus 4, 40 plus 40, 40,000.
4 plus 4.
But then, to me, like a completely overlooked thing here is his point he's trying to make is that you shouldn't be making 6 figures while working at McDonald's. I think you should, but he thinks you shouldn't. But once he realizes that his point is ludicrous because nobody is making that amount,
he goes to this absolutely ridiculous scenario where if you're working at McDonald's, and then of course your partner is obviously also working with you at McDonald's too. I mean, what is are there couples that work together at the same restaurant or fast food place? I'm sure there is. Is it like the norm? No. Like what? Who goes like, oh, I'm going to get a job at McDonald's that'll be around $40,000 a year, but don't worry, I'll just double it because my wife is obviously going to also be working with me.
My first managers at McDonald's was a husband and wife team, so there you go.
Actually, oh wow.
There you go.
No, I can see
Manager
like
though,
that
so
with
he had the
Chick-fil-A.
hire. One of them had the hiring power.
Yeah.
You know, they could make it happen.
That's true.
That is okay. That's crazy. That is crazy, because that job really doesn't require much. So it's inflating the entire, labor sector
and the Happy Meal.
And the Happy Meal.
Unhappy, very unhappy.
Which I'm very unhappy about. But
It's so ironic because he
idiot.
makes $5 million per year to talk.
His job doesn't require anything.
Yeah. No skill whatsoever.
He can't do 4 + 4 like that.
Right.
So fucking stupid.
But making how much money a year?
$5
million.
Man, get the hell out of here.
Right? But somebody who works at McDonald's all day on their feet, deals with terrible people, horrible customers who like bitch and complain about the dumbest things. You forgot my pickles. I hope you die. They don't deserve a living wage. Like, it's just, you could tell, like, this just oozes entitlement, and he's never, ever worked in the service industry. Not a single day in his life. Because,
and I hate the idea that like, doing nothing or it's a skillless job. Anyone who's ever worked a service industry job knows that to be good at it, like to actually like do the job good, it takes tremendous skill, especially in fast food.
Patience is the word.
Patience,
Mm-hmm.
the ability to be personal and deal with people, the ability to deal with people who are actually like garbage without giving it back to them the same way. And then also, it takes skill to make that food good, accurately to the customized order, and do it quickly too. Like, these people are dealing with like hundreds of orders per like hour, and they got to get it out there, customized to each order, to each customer. It's got to taste exactly how it's supposed to taste, which means no fucking up a single thing about how long it gets, heated up for or what goes with what. It takes skill to do it good and quickly. I'm sorry.
And they're constant.
I put a lot of burgers together in my day.
So I worked for Steak and Shake in college, and we worked the overnight shift. There was like 3 or 4 of us, and we would walk from campus to the Steak and Shake. It's only like a mile or 2 away, so we would walk every night and work at this Steak and Shake. And when I tell y'all, never again. Well, I think we worked for maybe made it a month. My roommate stayed for a while, but I made it a month, and after a while, I'm just like, just dealing with people's attitudes and everything. I just can't do it. I cannot do it.
Is that exactly what it sounds like?
People got to, yes.
Like steak, but it's steaks and shakes. Like we don't have that in Canada.
They're like steak. Oh, really, Lance?
Yeah, we don't have it.
Steak and Shake is really good. It's like steak burgers. I guess you can say flattened down.
Yeah, it's like a hamburger place, right?
Yeah,
they make milkshakes.
Yeah. But I will say this: that a few people got special milkshakes, and just like Terry might have fell on the floor. He was gonna bottle that shit right on top of it.
Let me tell you,
always treat your service workers.
Yes, don't fuck with the food. Exactly. Why don't people realize this? Yeah,
and I gotta say, it also takes skill to give them those special shakes without them noticing.
Or complaining. Wrong. I'm not gonna send it back because I'm not gonna aggravate anybody on staff. No, it's fine. Just bring it to me the way it is. I'm good.
Jesse Waters should be afraid now of going to McDonald's. That's
he definitely should.
He should fear every order.
Fast food workers, remember his face.
Yeah.
These service workers, like especially like the fast food industry, like they literally run the productivity of all these businesses. That think about like Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan, all these offices coming out for lunchtime between like 11 and like 3. Where are a lot of people going? They're going to McDonald's, they're going to Burger King, they're going to Wendy's, they're going to Taco Bell. These service industry workers feed the people who go back to their offices and do everything they need to do productivity-wise to make all this money for all the corporations. So give me a break that these service industry workers aren't worth $20 at least
Yeah, but did you see that In-N-Out burger went up by 10 cents? The hamburger, it was $3.50 to $3.60.
No.
Yeah,
The 5-cent raise on the French fries is what took me out. I was like, "Are you?" And they posted it like this
like
is
a win.
Atrocity.
Yeah.
Let's go to war.
I hate so much how people look down on people in the service industry, fast food, retail. I'm like, one thing that is still till this day, it pisses me off. I was pushing carts at Walmart when I was working there, and I heard this woman under her breath tell her kid, "That's why you go to college. That's why you go to college." Like, she didn't intend for me to hear, so it's not like she was talking shit to me, but I heard it, and it's like, I had a college degree. I was getting a master's at that point. I couldn't find a fucking job. That's why I'm here. And then
You should have. If you heard that when she said it, you should have been like, "Oh, excuse me, ma'am, just to point out, oh, I went to college," and then you should have looked directly at the kid and been like, "This is where you'll be very soon."
Fancy degrees.
This is exactly where you'll be.
And you'd also find people that were like very patronizing. Because I worked from Blockbuster, Subway in the same little mall area, and then I worked at Walmart. And then one lady who was really sweet, she's like, "Hey, you're not going to be working in," like, she saw me at Walmart after, she's like, "You're not going to be working in retail forever, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can't find a job, but like, if I were, that's not a bad thing. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're inferior if you're like, it's a job. The bad thing is that you're not getting paid enough and that you're getting treated like shit."
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
What'd you say?
Rebecca, I don't know
guys.
if you've met Ben and DJ Exclusive.
God.
First time.
Listen, welcome
seen you
everybody to
before.
Like It or Not, where we're free to tell it to you. I'm just kidding.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Not my crew being with my crew. I think it's so adorable. I love it. What y'all on
How
here
you
talking
been,
about?
Rebecca?
I've been okay. I've been fine. Working, and they trying to, I don't know what y'all talking about, but I know they're trying to get me to come back into the office full time. And yeah, that sucks. So I've been dealing with those type of things, but it's all right. Like, we all right. We're still here. So, until that time does come, but that's what I've been dealing with at work. So I've been going back and forth with them about that. But other than that, I've been good. How you guys been?
Good.
So you're saying everyone's to go subscribe and support your channel, hit up your Venmo, make sure that never has to happen. It's up to you watching right now. Yeah.
Do you have a Patreon, Rebecca?
I don't have a Patreon, but I do have Cash App. I do have a Patreon, but I do have Cash App. It's Becca's Voice, RebeccaZor@gmail.com for PayPal. Listen, get your girl. We always say free us because we still got to do 9 to 5s and hold it down in the background. So, it's all good though.
We have to ramp up the effort to have you go full time.
So I can give you guys more, so I can push out more stuff, more media, more, like clips, have more conversations, have time to be on shows, like, those things. If I go into the office, that's going to prevent me that's going to prevent it all. Like, I can't do a thing because then, how when you go into the office, you got to wake up 2 hours before, and I like to be cute, so then I have to get myself together because I got to go into what they call the building the Green Monster, right? For this financial institution, because when you go in there, you're like, you try to be like, okay, I'm going to take on the day, and sometimes you can't even leave for lunch because if you do that, you won't make it in time back to your desk. And if you're a couple of minutes, they give you about 5-minute grace period. But we live in Atlanta, there's traffic, by the time you leave and come back. So you don't leave the building. You don't even know if it rained that day. You don't know. People literally, you can see them walking around to do their workouts because they never get to work out. So you basically live in there. And so when you leave, you just feel so drained. So they call it the Green Monster because it sucks you in when you get in there. So, but that ain't gonna be my story. You okay? We just gonna have to be confident. That ain't gonna be my story, right? It ain't my ministry.
Yeah.
But okay, what you guys are talking about though? We're not gonna bring it down. Let's get it up. What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about minimum wage and how minimum wage apparently
good.
is making the cost of hamburgers in California be 10 cents more and stuff like that, and just destroying civilization, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and we were siding against the 10-cent increase and just said let the workers, work.
We were saying we should be paying for less. We should go back. We should go back to the.
I want a $1.
Roll back even the $7.25 national minimum wage. That's too much.
Yeah. So there is we watched a clip
fuck
from
'em all.
Jesse Waters who was saying that he thought that $20 an hour fast food workers were making $100K a year. And he was saying that that's bad.
That's the right reaction.
Right.
Should we play it again for you? Have you not seen this?
Yeah,
I can play it
it's
again.
short. We can play it again. Yeah,
it's a short
because
one.
I kind of want Rebecca's reaction.
Run it back from me.
If you're making $20 an hour to work at a fast food restaurant, right? Is that six figures? Are you making
No.
40
grand. 50 is just two exits and add a few zeros.
Okay, so
40K a year.
Okay,
full time.
40K a year.
Yeah.
So, and then if your husband or wife is also there, you're making $100,000 as a family.
Sure.
Both working at McDonald's.
80 grand.
That is okay. That's crazy. That is crazy, because that job really doesn't require much. So it's inflating the entire, labor sector
And the Happy Meal.
and the Happy Meal,
Unhappy, very unhappy.
which I'm very unhappy about. But
He doesn't even know what the fuck he's saying.
No, he
The
labor
entire-
sector.
whatchamacallit.
He said the labor sector.
Inflates the whole labor market for some reason. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, whatever. Like
I just can't get over realize what he's saying too. Like he does the 40 hours times 20. He doesn't
4 plus 4
realize
is
what
10.
that means. That's 40K. But then when he says that the incredible, I just can't get over the idea that you would bring this up as if it's like the norm. Oh, the couples that work at McDonald's together, that common thing that happens all the time. But what he's saying is that working 80 hours a week for 80K annually is
40K
too much
annually.
money.
Sorry, you're right
It's
about that.
too
Yeah.
much. 80 hours a week.
Yeah.
80 hours a week for 80K a year is too much money.
I see
can't get over
grocery
that.
prices. People want to say, okay, like they want to say, oh, the gas is down now. Baby, it's still more expensive than it ever was. We talked about rent on Saturday on Like It or Not, and we did like the whole show about rent, and we discussed how, listen, that is still not enough to cover what the 45K or whatever the case may be. And they ain't even talking about the taxes that's taken out and the money that we can't even touch in the 401K, you know what I'm saying, to cover all the other stuff, and the money that you got to pay back when you holding out on your taxes so that you can use that extra couple $100 to go ahead and buy you something to eat if you got big head kids, or if it's just you in your home. Like you got light bills, you got your car notes, you got to have renter's insurance for these places. Like that money is not, at the end of the day, it does not equal to what they pay. It goes away. And then what the funny thing is, like with wages, right? Our wages are not going up to match everything. So you're talking about this we need to be getting paid more than that. And you're talking about this person with their partner. Some people are single as hell because we can't afford nothing. So listen, I can't even afford to get a snack. So I can't afford a relationship right now. So I'm by myself. So my money doesn't even hold it down for me. So all of this whole conversation, and with this man who's making whatever money because he got
$5 million a year. He makes $5 million a year. That's how much you paid by
sit
Fox.
down and speak on the lives of people who are poor or middle classes that's still poor, or the other, right before that, but that's still poor too, just poor, and then poor. So at the end of the day, like they should not be ahead of these conversations, but people listen to them and then they make up phrases like, the labor sector or whatever. You're talking about like McDonald's and stuff. Stop it. You don't know what it's like to be in a person who's having to work at McDonald's or whatever, but whatever pay, and then not be able to pay your bills, or there's so much that goes into it. And these are the people who are at the forefront of the conversations when there's everyday people like us who are actually living it. Like we're getting paid these amounts and we're still struggling. Do you understand? Like we're still struggling. So miss me with all of that.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they take fast food workers for granted. If they didn't have access to like quick food, like they would be pissed, right? If the shelves weren't stocked when they go to Walmart, they would be pissed. So they feel like, oh, this is just such a disposable job. It's unnecessary. This is just for teenagers. That's not the reality of the economy. It is legitimate work, and this is a job for people for their whole lives. Like when I worked at Walmart, I had elderly people that were there that couldn't retire that were working, right? So it's like you can't just discount this as temporary work. Like this has been the line for Republicans for such a long time. It's just not the reality. And Rebecca, I watched your show, your guys' show on Saturday for Like It or Not, and a point that you made was so good about how rent, like your rent had basically gone up by $1,000, but your wages have not increased. And I was talking to my niece who's looking for housing right now, and I was telling Ben and DJ Exclusive about this before. So I told my niece that in 2010 I had an apartment for $500 a month. It was like the cheapest one that I could find, super cheap, right? And that was with my Blockbuster salary plus student loans. And I'm like, why don't you see how much they're charging? I asked her because like it's a shitty apartment. Like you can hear people farting literally in the apartment over, like literally.
That's a bonus for some people.
Cat turd.
And I told her, I'm like, check it out and see, see if they have any openings. It's cheap. It should be, And she did. It's like $1,700 now. I mean, it's been 14 years, but like to go from 500 to 1,700, like that is a massive.
So there's no
jump.
rent freeze in Atlanta, I guess, then, right? Because like in where I'm from, BC, you can't increase rent for more than 3% every year. That's the max that you're allowed to. Is 3%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, I know. Look, Ben is bored by this rental conversation.
I didn't say bored.
Let me tell you something right now, Ben. You're gonna stay right here because we're gonna spice this conversation up. I don't know if you guys heard or however. First of all, we're not skipping the rent conversation because it's not good, but we've already had it and Ben falling asleep. We got to spice it up. All right, we got to spice it up. So what we're gonna do is discuss it. Ben, I know that you're into Ben. I know you're into hip hop culture, right? DJ Exclusive, I know you're into music. And so, right, I don't know if you guys heard, but I wanted to get all of you guys, I love the blending of the teams. We're merging together. I wanted to just get you guys' opinion on, you have the rappers who are going toe-to-toe all day, every day right now. We're seeing that. But specifically, it's Kendrick Lamar. Look, I know you was, but you're not going nowhere, Ben. It's Kendrick Lamar, and it's also J. Cole.
Drake.
J.
Cole. Drake.
The
big three. The big three.
The big three.
Yes, but it's the song that came off on Future's latest album with Metro Boomin, and the song that there was a diss with Kendrick Lamar towards
really
J. Cole.
Good too.
And so it's a really good song. But
really
so J. Cole responded initially with a diss record and on a mixtape, I guess. Yeah, 7 minutes. And it was
might delete later.
Right. But everybody was like, it was really good. And they were like, oh, okay, we got some rap beef going on, whatever. And people were choosing sides as usual. But he went on to apologize. He being J. Cole at his concert, he zenned out and he was like, listen, I made a mistake by responding to that when that's he's aggressive, great man. And I did something that is now out of my character. I'm not even that person anymore type of thing. And it's, it sent me back mentally, it kind of made me relapse mentally. And I just want to, take it back. And people were saying, man, that rap beef. We need to, continue on with rap beef. And, he ain't no real rapper because he's, bowing out of the game. But to me, my process is if he said he relapsed mentally, sometimes we change as like, shoot, I ain't the person I was this morning. You know what I'm saying? So, but sometimes you have to understand, like, okay, I went in kind of into what social media and the media and everybody wanted me to step into, but that's just not who I am. I'm just gonna apologize and move on. And some people are now calling him like weak for that, but I think it's really social media related because I feel like the pressures of the media and all that, they were waiting for it, and he's like, nigga got bars, like I got bars, I could do all this, whatever, and then he did something that wasn't even like him. So what's your guys' take on that? I don't know. I'm gonna start with Ben though. Ben,
Rebecca Zora, I want you to remember this. All I said was I was just trying to go to bed.
I thought about it. Four of them eyes be like that the whole show.
Who the rapper, the hippity hoppity what now?
Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole. You know the story.
Right. No, I know the whole story. I just, I'm glad J. Cole did what he did because people want to monetize your beef, and it's just there's way too many rappers who get killed now. I remember when it was just Biggie and Pac.
Yeah,
rappers getting killed every other weekend here. So but not. I don't think it would have ever escalated that much for J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar, and they're both gods, MCs. Like They both carry their own weight. So I don't even know what it was all about or what it was. But in terms of getting pulled back into what you used to be, I certainly understand that part because I've been trying my very best not to cuss since I've been pastoring, but just dealing with these racists on Twitter, they pulling me back into what I used to do. I get that.
Your tweets are
also
amazing,
add, I love your Twitter activity. Yeah,
Ben has the best tweet.
Yeah. Oh, I was commenting on that the other day. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
If you want
it now, Rebecca, no, I'm joking.
Go to Benjamin Dixon's Twitter account and just click on replies.
Yeah. It's great. That's great on Twitter. I love it.
He's good. Not your camera going out on these people's show. Look, why we can't act right? Why y'all can't come here and act right?
It was fully charged, man. It did you on your show.
It did. But I do want to get your point as a DJ too, because this is the way I feel about it. This is the type of stuff that the right. See if I can make this. If I can just do a little political slap with it. This is the type of stuff that the right likes to take on, like this type of stuff, and they'll choose a side, and they'll because I guess J. Cole said something that was somewhat in some which way, shape, or form homophobic. That's what they say. And
no, he was definitely transphobic in 7 minutes.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah. There's no question. It's pretty transphobic.
So at this point, the right jump on it. You know what? J. Cole's a great rapper.
Yeah.
J. Cole. So this is the stuff. And so I felt like he was pressured or whatever, doing something that he's grown from, and then now being pulled back into his old self. But this is the type of stuff that the right will pick up, a certain group of people will pick up on the internet and put out and focus on. He did say something that was transphobic, and that's what they'll focus on, and they have, and those are the things. And now kind of like making him get out of himself, so capitalizing on these moments.
Also, Kendrick is very much trans affirming and LGBTQ plus affirming.
He's got a whole song about it.
Yeah, he has a song about his trans uncle on his last album. So really if that wasn't already like a reason for the right to be against him.
It's a really good track.
So DJ Exclusive, what's your take?
When I first heard about everything that was going on, so to be fair, I have not listened to either one of the songs. I probably did hear them, but I was just like, I'm not playing into it. So I've just been social media trolling with both of them, listening to clips and pieces, and I can't even tell you what each one was said, but I did see the apology that J. Cole put out, and I'm like, okay, that shows a little courage, or shows a little step up in the game to put that out and say, hey, I apologize. I shouldn't have did that, but what's done is done. And then I saw some other artists like Queen Latifah, a lot of people that's been in the game for a long time, saying, hey, it's still cool. Rap beef is rap beef, and it still helps the game a little bit. You know what I'm saying? To at least let people be themselves, and y'all beef it out. As long as y'all not taking it to the streets or being just upright terrible about it, it's cool. But I'm glad it happened, because it's just like, now to me the rap beef is what sells. Because as you see, y'all may not know, but City Girls are beefing, and I was hurt by that.
Do you guys know City Girls? Look, who knows City Girls are big? I know City Girls.
Wait, they're beefing with
Matt. It's a question to Matt.
Yeah,
Matt, do you know City Girls?
No.
I knew it.
That honestly is so...
Matt.
I didn't know this. Oh, I'm literally heartbroken. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Mike. Yeah, it was disappointing when I found it out too. I'm just like, are y'all beefing? Like, what is this? And like going hard on Twitter.
I think it's the pressures of social media. Your favorite fave. I think that they start to take on the pressures of what people say about y'all or them, and then they pick up on that, and then people start going against each other. And that's why I think what J. Cole did was very, like, I feel like, okay, listen, I messed up and I put myself in a bigger hole. I done, like disrespected the trans community, and like it's just the whole thing, like you just get out of yourself. And so I think that right now, especially being Black, I think that the arguments and stuff happening online, and it just looks messy. It just looks it's not right. And this particular moment, I don't think that any of our favorite artists should be going against each other, or however the case may be. But that's it's unfortunate, but I do like that somebody went out of their way to do something different, and that being J. Cole. And people are not going to receive it well, because they want it to be beef, or they want it to be division. But I think for our community specifically, especially now, that shouldn't be something that is, put out there for us, because we need to, not me sounding like let's all join together.
Yeah, kumbaya.
Yeah, kumbaya. But it just need to be more representation of that. I just think so. Like, wrap it out and that's fine. But other than that, I don't know.
I just think that this shit to me it's stupid when there's no reason for it. Like to rap about who's the greatest to me is ridiculous. Like, can you imagine Celine Dion releasing a song about how much better she is than Madonna? Like, it's just a stupid fucking. I think it's stupid. Now it's entertaining. And like Kendrick's verse was fantastic. It's super entertaining. There's a lot of great entertaining tracks, 100%. But you can't J. Cole's not that person anymore. Anyways, I saw his apology. Like ever since was it 2014 Forest Hills Drive? Fantastic fucking album. Ever since then, he's kind of made a turn to be he's somebody else. He's not a guy that does rap beefs. So for him to come out and like, I think it'd be better off if he said that initially and didn't try to force something out because he had pressure around him to respond. But regardless, he put something out and he felt weird about it, and he replied and apologized for it. I think that was a great thing for him to do. That's him being himself. Like, that's what I want out of these people is to be themselves. If Kendrick being himself is randomly taking shots at other rappers who are, let's be honest, I think he is technically the best rapper. I don't think there's any really debate about Kendrick Lamar and his talent. But if he wants to do that, he can do that. But for other people to put pressure on J. Cole or I don't know, Drake to respond, why? Let Kendrick be Kendrick. We all know he's the best, like, technically. There's no need to respond. It's to me, it's
fuck
all,
you, Drake. Leftist Mafia says fuck Drake right now. It's happening.
No, to me, Drake is a pop artist. Like Drake is a pop artist. He's not a rap. Like he's not Kendrick Lamar. He's a pop artist. So to expect Drake to match Kendrick is ridiculous. Like, he's not going to do that. It's just, I don't know. I don't get the whole
high school 3 years ago still comes to homecoming. That's great.
Yeah, he is. And and he probably, off of being white and black, sometimes he's in his whiteness and then sometimes he's in his blackness, maybe about 75% white. But no, so with that being said, I wanted to pivot to, I don't know if you guys heard about, there's a lot of talk about around abortion. I've seen a lot of things. I've heard a lot of people's testimonies, but I know that there was something going on, and if you guys could speak to it.
Wait, Rebecca, before you ask about abortion, could I ask one quick question? Because I was following Ben's tweets. We were just talking about them related to Charlemagne the God. I wanted a clarification on this because I watched the Daily Show segment that he did where he says basically that DEI is useless.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Okay, so the second half of that video is basically him saying that it doesn't actually give like any material benefits to black folk, and that it's not actually uplifting them in the structure, right? Like, they're not getting to the point of being CEOs and bosses and managers. But the start of it, and I saw a lot of people take like a lot of issue with Charlemagne and what he had said, is the idea that like him framing it that way was kind of like, a negative thing, that he shouldn't have come out of the gates from the start and said that like it's mostly useless. Was that it?
Yeah, both and plus other stuff that he has incrementally been doing. Like Charlemagne is cool until he's not, and then he operates in ways that I really, really aggravate me in terms of blackness. But in terms of his breakdown, I disagree with his second half, right? There are DEI programs. I know me and Rebecca, we kind of disagree on this part, but there are DEI programs that have been material benefits, right? That have actually has helped structurally, like, whether or not it is able to change the system, that's something totally different. But if you go, group by group, person by person, there's been plenty of people who benefited from a DEI program. But his framing, like, it's not just the blackness of it, but it's also the rhetoric of it. You don't cede someone else's framing. You don't just give them the framing and say, okay, I'm going to buy into your framing and then I'm going to agree with your framing so I can make another point. That's lazy, Charlemagne. Challenge the underlying assumption in it. Anyone who is making this DEI argument is saying that by virtue of you being a minority, you did not and you could not possibly earn what you got. If you don't attack that, then what you doing, Charlemagne? That's all.
You done woke Ben up, and here Ben.
I had to use my caucasity for this.
With the DEI thing, though, but for his comments, Charlemagne's comments, because he has such a big audience. So this is where a lot of our Black audience, people who, you know, they'll go there and they trust Charlemagne's talking point. So for him to go on there and discredit or have this type of conversation, it hurts more than it helps. Because I feel like, too, he keeps it very surface. I don't feel like he goes in to try to get more information on it or however. And the people he even brings on, I don't think there's no, like, for these type of conversations, there's no pushback, there's no research. And mind you, I know that Charlemagne can do it. I've seen him show up in that way many a time, seen his interviews. But I think lately what we've been seeing, especially when it comes to major Black issues or major Black topics like DEI, and we know what the right has done with it, what conservatives have done with it. So to have just that kind of talking point on it, again, it doesn't help, it hurts. So you know, Ben says, you know, that there are other things that Charlemagne has done, and that way I know that Charlemagne has also been somebody at the forefront of a lot of great conversations and held those conversations and has held people's feet to the fire when having those conversations. I mean, this is a product of Wendy Williams we're talking about. So, but and he's had a show where he's had conversations with political leaders. So I don't know why now they're going this route, but it just seems to be, you know, a little, you know, I gotta side eye it, you know, for just and I get it, Ben. I get why you feel the way that you feel about Charlemagne, and I know you know.
Well, no, I mean, I generally like him. I generally just on average, he's fine, well enough. His donkey of the days are pretty good.
Like, he don't do them like that no more.
Yeah, but it's just, if you have the platform and the voice and the opportunity, why would the very first thing you do would be to seed a faulty and fallacious argument, framing? Why would you give that to Republicans? No, attack them. You're on the Daily Show. 10 million people are going to see you. Attack their premise. Don't give it to them and say, oh yes, DEI is bad or whatever. No, you are a racist if your underlying assumption is that anyone who is a minority got what they got because they are diverse and inclusive. No. Anyway.
And DEI, as I said, you know, I don't really like it too much because I feel like it's that one Black person in the office that holds the whole dang. They'll literally be like, hey, you, okay, you're a Black person. I mean, we have a new section that we want you to head, and then they get there, they think they got a team. It's them and one other person, and they're holding down this whole thing on their own. But the company will say, we are proud of our Blacks, and so, you know, we can see the whites in their eyes, and you know, our Black people, we're diverse here. And it's like, yeah, you gave this you know, these Black people so much on their shoulders to carry, instead of hiring more Black people, because that would be DEI, right? And giving them opportunities here and holding it down that way. But no, that ain't how they doing it. So that's how I feel about DEI.
Rebecca,
and
listen, you reminded me of okay, so I used to work in the tech industry years ago when I lived in Boston, and we were at our annual, you know, meeting, and the CEO got up there. We had about at least 10,000 people in there. He said, look to your left, look to your right. Not very diverse, is it?
Wow. Everybody we're all trying to find out who did this.
Only Black on the left side of the entire and of course, but we were on the cutting edge of diversity and inclusion. This was at least a decade ago, and there I was, the only Black person in the entire half hemisphere of the meeting.
Yeah, DEI gave us, and which was great at the time, but this is what DEI does, right? And I'm going to give you an example. DEI gave us Black Twitter in 2020, Black Twitter popping. They had their own section, you know, in the office, you know, all of the things, right? They started hyping up Black people. And then we saw with Netflix, oh, we had a section, baby. Black movies was coming out. They were pushing out, you know, lots of Black creators. You know, that was a thing. Black voices. That's what, you know, we started seeing that as soon as, you know, all of that died down, just like maybe a few months ago, a year ago, baby. They was doing the watermelons, remember, at the candles, the watermelons and stuff. DEI. I don't know who was in the room with that. One Black person, because that's what happens when you got one Black person. DEI, but all those things. But this is what DEI is. All of the sudden, we seen all of the layoffs for those for those black sections in these big companies and these big names. Netflix dropped that whole Black Voices section, or where they had the people who were focusing on black content there. Those people that they just went away with that.
And then section no more.
And then what? The creators at Target now they're just. It's not the same as it was a few years ago. Now it's curated and people. It's just kind of like we're gonna choose these 3 people each time now for the Target. February month, Black History Month, because for me, Black History is every single day. But we seen with Twitter when the takeover with Elon Musk, he did away with all that stuff. But he wasn't the only one. I know people were upset about that, but other companies were doing the same exact thing. No longer did we need to have this. We see how Ron DeSantis is doing with anything that has to do with blackness at white schools. Let's take it away because we don't need that. He's saying that promotes division, right? Switching it up, right? When it's supposed to be equality, it's supposed to be inclusion. And now he's saying this is what DEI is. They don't take it serious. And that's what I'm like, the rollback of what it was, right? That now they rolled it back. We don't need it anymore. Because, we had the 3 years where we gave people blackness. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. The person that sued Starbucks, because remember, they were like the first ones to roll out with shutting down and having that diversity and inclusion meeting, the sensitivity meeting about how you need to treat black people when they come in and get their coffees or whatever the case may be, or how those people need to treat our baristas, black, like stuff like that, having those conversations. That man, a few years later, he got money. It's like there's just rollbacks. People don't think about it anymore. It's like DEI isn't important. So now DEI has become, the conservatives have taken it, and now it's become equivalent to the hard ER. So
CRT woke.
Yeah.
That's all to say.
Yeah. So that's my take on that's why I don't like it. That's why I never did, because it never was serious to people. It just was something for them to do to say, our blacks. Okay, we go hand in hand. We too have black employees, and we treat them great. We put them in a specific department, and they, they're thriving here. Our one black, right? That's exactly
like
what
tokenization, essentially.
It's so you're saying, Rebecca, it's the corporate equivalent of we can't be racist. We have a black friend or a black person right here. See, we employ black people.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh man,
I have black friends.
Yeah,
I'll never forget this PhD program. I guess that I was a part of, and they were taking photographs. And they came all the way around campus to come find my black ass. So they could have diversity on the whole
the Trump thing. Remember that Trump rally where he's like, "There's my black."
Yeah, my African American. He's like, look at my African American over there.
I can see,
never heard it sound like a slur before.
I can see the black. And it's like, slur. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Ben, we were DEI hires when we at that one place. We were DEI hires, like to the point where they were so infatuated with me and the hair of choice that month and my nails, and they were like, we just need somebody like you. The way they were staring at me is just incredible.
Oh my God.
That, I will never forget it. In the interview, they were just staring at me and they were like, your nails, your hair. Your skin. And then when we got there, they were like, we need our blacks at the forefront, right? And we ended up taking over. We had white anchors there, and they left, and the black people was the one holding down that whole thing. So, and when we got too black, and we started saying, you know what, let's do 2 Trump stories today, but let's talk about what the police are doing to black people today. And they were like, oh,
no way.
Too much of that. It's getting a little black.
Oh my God.
It's getting a little black. Then we talked about Black Panther, which did numbers for that company. With that, we millions of views, and they were like, you need to stop right now. So like literally that place that dissolved because we were DEI hires, and
the story evolved just a little each time she tells it, but it's actually worse, Rebecca. You forgot the best part. They literally came to us and said it's giving BET.
Yeah.
They said,
it's giving BET. They said that.
What? In a meeting, they pulled us to the side because they were so upset that, first of all, they weren't showing up. Benjamin took the reins and was like, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. So the show, like it or not, give Ben his props. You know, he ain't put me on the marquee at that time, but now I am
now
on
your
the
name on
marquee.
marquee.
Yeah, the show was mine. But, no, but Ben, you know, I wasn't on the marquee or whatever, but Ben did create this. Ben created it and, you know, did what he needed to do because they left it in our hands and they were just like, yeah, whatever. And we did take it somewhere. We got a great audience. We grew it. But
until they shut it down
they got
during Black History Month.
Yeah, during Black History Month,
They later off during Black History.
They had a meeting with
my
us,
God.
and they came out of nowhere, and they said, you know, specifically to me, you know, hey, you know, some of our, you know, stakeholders were saying, you know, Rebecca, they watched you on mute, and they said that you gave BET. And Ben was like, hold up now. Now you said she gave BET. Excuse me. Ben stepped in for me at that moment, but I was like,
I went Al Sharpton real quick.
He did.
The problem.
Yeah, but they definitely say I said, but did they click me off of mute? Did you, as my boss who hired me on, what did you say on my behalf? No, she didn't say anything. First of all, she called herself Olive at the time. She is a person of color, but at that she moved in whiteness. She moved in whiteness. But she moved in whiteness, and I'm like, so for you to be an ally and you hired me on because of what I look like, what did you say for me in that room? And here we go, DEI hires. These people are not gonna hold it down for you in the room when other people are talking about you. They're not gonna hold it down. They know your skills. They know you're qualified. They know why you're here. You hired me because I'm a journalist. You hired me, okay, because I'm Black. But when people are speaking about me, and as my boss, as you know what my qualifications are, you know I'm experienced for this, but you sat there in the room and you allowed these people to say what they thought of me by just watching me on. And she specifically said they watched me on mute. They didn't watch the segment.
That is so unhinged.
Yeah,
it really is. That's
Jesus.
Yeah.
And they were progressives.
Allegedly.
They're the progressives in Get Out.
Yeah, I was like
the
the Get Out
vote for
progressives.
Obama 3
Yeah.
times if he could.
Ding, that's it. Ding, ding.
Yeah. But that was it. And here we are today. With no longer DEI for us and by us. And you know, that's just kind of how the cookie crumbled. You know, here's what it shows though. You know, they feel like they have the reins, and a lot of these companies do the same thing because they do. They have the money, they have the resources. Everything comes a little bit easier to them in their whiteness and, you know, in their companies. And so these Black people think that, and Issa Rae can attest to this because she's dealing with this as we speak. If you guys know Issa Rae, she made what the hell the show Insecure, okay, and all them other shows, but she talks about this too. But these people will get you in on there because right now Black is popping, your content is popping, you bring them, you know, what people are looking for right now, the sensitivity with Black people, and then all of a sudden they don't need you anymore. That's what happened with Issa Rae. She said, you know, a lot of my shows are being canceled at HBO, at all these places, because they don't value Black people and their stories or their content. So when they're done with you as a DEI hire, they just send you away. So she's like, now I'm focusing on doing it for us and by us. And in that time when we're doing it like that, it doesn't get as much press, it doesn't get as much push, but we have to be able to sacrifice and hold it down that way with lower numbers or whatever, by still just holding it down by giving Black news. Because again, in media, us telling our stories has always been limited. So we gotta be the ones to be at the forefront of it. And regardless of if we got 2 viewers, or 2,000 viewers, or 2 million viewers, we're just gonna still have to keep holding it down in that way on our own. So yeah, that's my rant.
They want the credit for being like progressive and having these diverse hiring practices, but like they just want you there. Like they don't want to hear about Black stories. They don't want actual substantive representation. They want descriptive representation. And that's really what a lot of it was about. Like with Google, for example, and Meta as well. Like they announced their DEI programs during the George Floyd protests. So they're trying to basically capitalize on that, elevate themselves, use it for good PR. And then a couple of years later, when people stopped talking about that because, you know, Republicans had co-opted any messaging around that, started talking about CRT and whatnot, then they just quietly shut down those programs or scale them back significantly because like, we're done. We don't need the PR from that. Let's move on to the next thing or whatever it is. It's just so disingenuous.
Because they don't actually care. Like it comes from a place of them just not wanting to be called racist, more so than it comes from a place of them actually wanting to do something. Like for them actually wanting to bring about some sort of change and make things more inclusive and share diverse voices.
Well, it's the same with every form of washing, right? Rainbow washing,
Yeah.
exact same
All
thing.
of
You don't
it,
actually
it's-
care about queer folk. You just want to sell like flags. You know, that's it.
That's it. Shirts and stuff.
It's like they could have a gay person as like a friend in a movie, but if you actually depict like a romantic relationship, there's like, whoa, that's too much gayness.
There's
The
a
audience doesn't
lesbian
want to see
kiss
that.
in a Disney movie.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah, like
It's
it's
so
all
wild.
like surface level, just like they want to pat themselves on the back. We're progressives. We include everyone, but then shut the fuck up once you're here.
Yeah, it's wild.
Brandy is, as we know, she was the Black Cinderella, the one that I know, the one that
With Whitney Houston, right?
I
Is that the same
recognize,
movie?
okay, but yeah, the Cinderella. When I
I
say
remember
Cinderella,
that as a kid.
when I say Cinderella, I'm talking about Brandy. I don't know nobody else. I know there
You
was
don't know
somebody
no
in the blue
Cinderella,
dress
huh?
before that, but I'm talking about Brandy. And so there's a show, and I forget the show, and I'm pretty sure you guys know it, but they're bringing her back on. They're gonna make it like a movie on Disney Plus, and she's coming back on as Cinderella, right? And so I went to the comment section, and you know where I was? I was on the Book of Face. I was on Facebook, and so the people were having conversations in the comment section, and they were like,
Very normal,
like,
I'm sure.
I just for some reason knew she was gonna be black. Somebody was like, in the 90s, bro, this was Cinderella. This is the same Cinderella, and they're just bringing her back because she's a Disney princess. This Cinderella, and they like was a Disney princess, and it was such a big deal. So they're bringing her back, you know, for this live action film because it makes sense. So there were so many like white people like so upset. I just knew they were gonna try to make it black like they do while adding gay scenes to television shows. They wanted to add some black to the original Cinderella. They just were so upset about it. And
It's
like
the same
I'm just like,
outrage
yeah.
over and over. They were doing the same thing for The Little Mermaid. I had to point out The
I was
Little
about to
Mermaid,
say.
like, has canonically in other portrayals, including TV musicals, been non-white. In multiple different portrayals, there's been different Little Mermaids, even in the cartoon. You know, plus they're mermaids. They're not real. They could be anyone. Like, what are we doing here?
That version of Cinderella was so good that I was young and I did not realize. Now, the prince is Asian, his daddy white, his mama black with dreads.
Yeah.
You know, Brandy black, her stepmama white. That can happen. Stepmama got the black baby. Okay, fully 100% black, and then a redhead baby. Like, I don't know, it was just crazy, you know, and the different sizes, different skin colors, but it was so good that I just wanted Brandy to go get the prince. You know, I didn't care, I didn't know, we didn't focus on that. So I think that was what people should focus on. You know, they had like kind of gay characters in it. They had, you know, the whole color thing. Like, we weren't focused. They had everybody from every walk of life in that movie. So that to me was a great movie for us. And people over there mad. Like, where have you been? Under a rock? Cinderella was black. Her man was Asian. You know, it was a very mixed movie in that way. And I just don't know why people they're going to bring outrage about it again. And just like they did, like you said, with Little Mermaid.
Oh, they're doing it with Shakespeare right
they're
now. That new Romeo and Juliet Shakespeare play. They're losing their mind. Over that shit too.
So I need to go look at that because that's my first time hearing about that. Oh, they're colorizing Romeo and Juliet. Okay.
It's just they're going crazy over that one. The thing about that one is it's just the West End play in London. It's not even the movie. It's for the live theater version, which that happens all the time in live theater. It shows how little they know about live theater. Like, it's even more common to just cast whomever for a specific role, regardless of what the race of the character is, in live theater than it is in like film and TV. And then second of all, I can't think of a better sort of representation of Romeo and Juliet than actually having one of the
two houses,
either Romeo or Juliet being white, or either Romeo and Juliet or being the other one being black. Like, it makes perfect sense for that particular story, especially. Like how ridiculous is it to have a problem with something that is a historical commonality in the theater, and then B, makes complete sense for this classic story.
Well, they always change like the goalpost, right? Like a couple of weeks ago, they were saying it was DEI, but now that by that we all know that they just mean the N-word. Now they switched to no, we're not mad because she's black. We're mad because she's not attractive enough. It's like, oh, okay, but you have the same conversation about any character who's black, or any character who doesn't like fit into the box.
And I don't like white people saying that about black people anyway. Don't you don't get to say, like, first of all, you're racist and you're saying she's not attractive enough, or this person isn't attractive enough.
Which is so disgusting.
They're black because they're black, and that's the issue. So you're really just saying that person's an ER.
Were they going to
It's
jerk
just
off
a
in
new
the theater? Like,
synonym
what was
for
your
the
plan here?
same
Why are you
racist
upset?
argument.
Yeah.
But they think that they're being clever. They literally think, oh, I have plausible deniability. No, it's the same thing you've been saying now forever. You could switch it to DEI or CRT or a different acronym.
Honestly, to use their own shit against them, I can't think of anything more beta than being judgmental to women like that. As a true alpha, I love all women. I don't care. I mean, it's so ridiculous. They are so ridiculous, and it's so clear that it's more obvious than ever. It's just purely driven by racism. Like, we always knew as people in this space, like, it's nothing new, but like, I feel like they don't even care about putting on like the show for like the normies anymore. They're just openly like being like, fuck it, they're black. I hate this movie because they're black. Like,
I appreciate the racist of old now. I used to be, you look back and think of, Bull Connor or Barry Goldwater, and like, but see, you look at Barry Goldwater and like, he was a racist who put a lot of time and thought into his racism. They're not even creative anymore. They just throw anything at it and see what sticks.
That's true.
The laziest racism imaginable. No thought. I saw it's not just happening like in the movie industry, it's happening within games as well. Like, there's a lot of heat around the Spider-Man 2 video game that came out last year because Miles Morales, of course, he's a black Latino Spider-Man, but then his girlfriend is in the game as well. And there's a mission with her, and she's deaf as well. So I thought it was a really cool mission because they depict it as if, like, from her perspective, where there's not sound there, and you're helping another person with an art project. And like, no, we don't like that mission because it was boring, not because you were playing as a black woman. And there's another mission with Miles Morales where he's helping this high school guy try to fix up I don't know what it was, like turn the projector on or something.
Yeah,
he was helping. Yeah, he was helping him ask his boyfriend to homecoming.
Right,
and they're like, nope, that was forced. See, they shoehorned in the gayness there. If it was, and it's just like there's always some bullshit excuse for your thinly veiled bigotry.
A lot of this stuff, I think, is driven by algorithms. It's like you have one YouTuber, one or two YouTubers, like this is an easy way to get clicks, and then their focus on that generates other dipshits to be on Twitter or wherever and feed into it. And it doesn't help the fact that Twitter's a fucking cesspool that is not moderated at all. YouTube is moderated, but when it comes to, like, it has to be overt, and like, you have to be like, wearing a fucking swastika on YouTube to be taken off there. Otherwise, you're going to be okay. Like,
on Twitter, you get promoted.
So they're not going to moderate your they're not going to moderate your criticism of Spider-Man 2, which are just overtly racist or bigoted, because it isn't as overt as it needs to be for them to moderate it.
Yeah. So see, they come on the show and they embarrass me, and I'm so sorry about this, y'all. For Benjamin Dixon and DJ X3C, they gotta go. Ben tired. He on here sleeping, and then DJ.
You guys can go whenever you want. Sorry, don't feel like you're trapped here.
No, Rebecca trapped me. I was almost gone 30 minutes ago.
And I was like, you made it to the end. There's like literally 10 minutes left in the show.
And DJ X3C saying he gotta go because they frying chicken, and I just
I'm jealous.
I just can't do that.
No, I'm jealous
now. Go, y'all leave me.
I'm here frying the good chicken.
And say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, y'all. And real quick, I did want to bring up the same outrage that they're doing is also the same thing that they're doing with Jolene, Beyonce's version of Jolene.
Oh yeah,
which is she changed the words to that, and it's an amazing song. As Dolly Parton,
she changed the words to it, but gave all writing credits. Okay,
to Dolly Parton.
To Dolly Parton, and just to make it easier, I feel like just because they knew, like, whatever, but they're still having an issue with it. The CMT still kind of made her feel left out, even though they, I guess, let her be on stage, I think awarded her with something, whatever. But the radio stations are still having a problem with her she did this, and when she said this is not a country album, I understand what she means by that now. She put country artists on there who do not get the recognition that they need, Black country artists on there, because she knows that if she would have did this, she like this would help these people out, because they said that she can't do country, but there are artists that do country who are Black. And if we take it even back, who really created country, we could really go there, but we're not. So, but this is why there was a reason why, but people are mad about it. You know, there is an outrage about it because now they're claiming boots. Black people can't wear boots now. They're claiming boots. They're claiming cowboy hats. They're claiming like, oh, that is
like, this is cultural appropriation.
How are they wearing boots?
Stealing white
How are they wearing hats? Because there were never any Black cowboys. They were like, are we serious right now? Like, they're upset about that, you know? And so it's this selective outrage. And it's when Black people do it, it is problematic. And so, you're right about that. You know, you're right about that for sure. Y'all can go now because y'all just
I feel bad. We're keeping you guys here.
Yeah, look, you know, I know what it is.
I feel bad because I've been yawning, and I hate when I'm on somebody's show and it gets.
No, I know. I yawn. I'm tired on the show from the start, so don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. I always get the rooms. I'm over here, and I'm trying to like.
Do they hear the chicken frying in here? I'm like, Lord.
And that's really Black of you, and I didn't need you to bring that here. Get out of here. I love
y'all. They were waiting for me to finish the show, and I'm just like, y'all, just hold on a second before you fry the chicken, and then
that's crazy.
Hey, thank y'all for having me, though. I greatly appreciate.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Thank you for coming on.
Always love
definitely, I'll be back soon. Okay.
Absolutely.
No, you will not.
Absolutely.
Not.
Damn,
Rebecca's
bye, Bubba. We will see you.
Bye, y'all. Love y'all.
Look, no home training. Can't have no. Get out of here so I can talk about you.
All right, Rebecca.
Love and mean it. But you see, y'all wanted them on here, and here they go. But no, absolutely love.
They were great. I had a great time with them.
Good. I'm happy you did. Look, I love that like are joining in together, and I love it.
Merging the worlds together.
Yeah, I love it. I love it so much, and I'm in both worlds, so that's good. I love it so much. So, but now I
feel like we're like, you know, when your parents are divorced, not that I can relate to this, but then they start like dating and you're meeting like the two different step parents. Like we're the parents meeting our Rebecca or what? Wait, I just fucked up the analogy. But you know what I'm saying? Fill it in. Like we're like meeting like, oh, you love our daughter. We love your daughter. So
no, that's what it is.
I definitely did not at all think like that at all. Divorce did not come to my mind.
I think it gives more. It got crazy. It got crazy. But I think it gives more like when you have your favorite TV show and then they bring in your other favorite TV show and then they like are in the same one episode. And it's just giving the vibes. That's what it gives.
It's like that
crossover.
That Ninja Turtles crossover with like other shows from the 90s that I can't remember. So I don't know why I brought up the analogy.
Flintstones or something.
Are you talking about divorce and stuff? Why? Why do you gotta make it
No, I'm actually one
every story is our daughter
either.
I know.
You see my mental space that I'm in. It's like, no, it's the first time meeting your kids with the custody battle. You come together.
Oh my God. It's so much trauma.
I don't know why it's so specific for me.
No. I know that's a little specific. You talking to somebody, Mike? Look.
No.
You might have to talk to somebody. But I know that before I was gonna mention abortion, and only because I know it's trending right now, but because
Arizona,
what they're trying
abortion
to do,
is trending.
Yeah, right. Abortion is trending. When is it not? But you know, of course, because it's something crazy. I know about the law that they were trying to repeal, or whatever it was that they were trying to discuss. But it criminalizes abortion basically for pregnancy unless the woman's life is at risk. And so what I've been seeing online is a lot of women sharing their stories. One woman was speaking about she was having I think she had to have a D&C or something like that, and they wouldn't allow her to. So she then had to basically risk her life and go in, I think, and have a cesarean or something, still give birth to this baby that was no longer alive. And so, and now it caused her health issues, long-term health issues, as you know, for them to try again and things like that, because she wasn't able to get the help that she needed.
That's
And
the
so,
Texas woman, right, Rebecca?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So, and I seen more testimonies of people underneath the comment section and things of that sort. And I couldn't imagine being in that position, you wanting a family, but right now, you know, this pregnancy, you can't go through with it, right? Medically, you're not, it's hurting your body. So, you know, the baby is not going to make it, but they're going to criminalize you if you go and get this abortion. So now she had to do that, and she has long-term health issues because of it, because they wanted to. I know this is like Arizona Republicans, and a legislator, the legislation there that they were trying to push, but I don't know too much about it. So I wanted to know if you guys had any more insight on it. My camera, but while I get that together, I didn't know if you guys have any more insight on it.
We were talking about it a little bit earlier, before you came on. But essentially, as Binder was saying, it's apparently they used a precedent of a law from like 1866 or something to justify the entire ordeal. But yeah, I mean it's older than 1866 in my eyes. It feels medieval.
1864. It was
1864. Yeah, but it feels again medieval. If we're going to go to a system where like women are going to die, that's what's going to happen. That's the end result of these policies: is that women die, babies die. It's horrifying, and doctors become criminals overnight. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the woman's story that Rebecca's talking about. This is actually an ad that Biden released, and I have my criticisms of Biden, but this is a really good ad.
Okay.
This is one of our willow boxes. This is just filled with some of the things that we had started gathering for her while I was pregnant.
Yep.
Here's her little baby book.
Oh man.
This is the outfit that she was gonna maybe wear home from the hospital. All of these. This is the blanket that she was in.
Jesus.
And these are her little footprints.
Wow.
It's okay.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
That broke my heart into all the little pieces. Like I seen they were speaking about it and they were sharing her testimony, and other people were too. But watching that, and of course, you know, I know that was for Joe Biden to push his campaign, but that is like a strong case though. She's not the only one that probably had to deal with something like that. But imagine being pregnant, miscarrying, not being able, because they would criminalize you to go and get a DNC or whatever you needed in that moment, and to have that baby taken out properly, to save your life, and they want to criminalize you for that, but then you ended up getting sepsis, and now you know the implications from that, long-term health issues. You want your baby, you want a baby, you want a family, and you may possibly never be able to do that because of something like this, a law like this that's put in place that criminalizes you for something that you can't control, and you were looking to find health care for it.
Right. We should say, because in case one of us, or you know, we ever upload this episode as a podcast, we just say that in between those, you know, the family talking was text on the screen that basically said that the doctors couldn't do anything for her because of Trump, you know, the repeal of Roe v. Wade, that she almost died of sepsis twice after she was rushed to the hospital, the damage that was done may result in her never being able to get pregnant again. And then the final, you know, text on the screen I think it's important to say that for people who might be listening to just the audio, because if you're just hearing this family cry and then Joe Biden come in at the end saying, I support this message, it came off a bit weird. Yeah. It's important to see the visuals and the text on screen. Yes.
And these stories are important because I think that so many Republicans, they had this weird like caricature of women who get abortions in their head where it's like, oh, you know what, I'm 8 months pregnant, I changed my mind, or I had the baby, you know what, throw it in the garbage. Like they literally think that, like Trump just said that. And so they don't understand that, like, first and foremost, most abortions occur like at the very, very, very beginning stage. But when they're later on, oftentimes it's because they, like, if you realize that there is a 0% chance of survival for your baby, and you're given the option of carrying it to term and pushing out a baby that will live for like an hour and then die quickly, or not having to have your heart broken like that, like, you should be able to make that choice, right? And people think that it's not that complicated. They think it's just very black and white, where it's like, okay, this is murder or not murder. And so that's why you even saw like a lot of stories in, I think within the first year of Roe, where people who were previously pro-life came out and said, oh, wow, I didn't realize that this would affect me because I had a miscarriage, and now my doctor doesn't feel confident giving me the procedure that I need because it's the identical procedure that they give for people who want abortions, and I'm not sick enough yet. So I have to come back when I'm sick. And so it's like a wake-up call to a lot of people, which is why I think it's radicalized so many normies, because they never thought of it that deeply. They like, a lot of people just took abortion for granted because we've had it for, you know, since what was it, 1970, when Roe v. Wade was decided at the Supreme Court. And so, like, it was easy to be pro-life when you've never thought about these actual individual stories. But the fact that these stories are so common and they are in everyone's face, like, I think it's going to have a huge impact, you know, on the election.
I mean, it already is. It already is
Right.
having a huge impact. Every single
Yeah.
place where this has been on the ballot, Democrats, you know, the adjacent Democratic races, the Democrats won in places where even, like, you know, Republicans could usually would win.
Kansas.
This has been this has been a winning issue for Democrats, and I don't mean to like take this and turn it into electoral politics, but I mean, the fact that it happened is due to electoral politics. But like, the Republicans are running on a losing issue, and like I mentioned earlier, some of them know it and trying to run from it now. Like, you know, just a couple months ago they're going, we did this, and now when this happens and people like us say, you did this, they go, no, after they were going, we did this. You know, but this is an issue that they will never win, and this can be, honestly, this could be the issue that, you know, if they continue to run on being, you know, pro-life like this, or anti-abortion, I should say, then that's the issue that's going to further ostracize them. That's it for Republicans if they're going to keep going with this. And there's all signs show they are, even after, you know, even though they're out there saying, like Donald Trump and Carrie Lake are out there saying, oh, we don't support this law. They really do. I mean, everything they've done up to this moment supports that law.
Yeah.
That was probably the most effective Democratic ad I've seen. Like, that was very effective.
Yeah.
There was no bullshit. It was just
it was
straight up message from
yeah.
from people that were affected by this, and
Yeah.
that was, if they keep putting out ads like that, and enough people see that's going to have an effect.
Yeah. And I think her story, and again, from her story, I've read so many other people's stories related to it. And again, I benefited from, in my own life, where I was able to, and regardless of my beliefs, my parents' beliefs, or whatever the case may be, in a moment in time, I benefited from being able to have access to get an abortion. And so, like, you know, hearing other people's stories, and I know people who, if they couldn't get access to, you know, getting an abortion or however, there's the black market clinics, you know, where they're putting their lives at risk to go and do this because they either know that they can't have the baby. I know somebody who kept getting pregnant, but it was not working out for her. She couldn't carry a baby to term and was told by doctors she could not carry a baby to term. And so she just chose, like, okay, this is not going to be something I want to do. She ended up getting pregnant. She was married. But they denied her. She had to go to another state. She had to literally take off work, pick up, go to another state so that she can handle this, because she knew she didn't want to go through that again. The mental stress, she went through so many miscarriages. And so at that point, her and her partner decided they just weren't going to do it anymore. And so she just went off somewhere. She had to go to another state, pay for a hotel, all these type of things just so that she can get the proper care. But I also know people who had to go elsewhere to who knows what pill they're being given, but they had to trust that this was the pill that they needed by somebody else having access to it. And in the black market clinics for this, they were getting these pills and just trusting that this was going to be something that was an abortion pill or whatever. But this is what happens. People are desperate, or people need this type of healthcare, and they're taking it away because they're choosing, they're saying they're making it equivalent to you murdering a baby. And meanwhile, what's happening in Palestine? They ain't worried about them kids. They ain't worried about them kids. Then a whole bunch of people who have abortions or who have access to it are usually, women who are in church or have cheated or whatever. They get free access to this stuff. People's mistresses, some of your favorite Republicans and them, they get to give them the access to these abortions or whatever. But people who actually need them for whatever reason, for health reasons, like this one woman who is not the only woman. She's not the only story. There are so many people like that. But this law limits people from getting the health care that they need. Now she has to suffer with long-term health issues for a family that she wants. If she would have gotten the health care that she needed in that time, she probably would have a family today.
Wow. Based on what you were just talking about, did all of you hear what happened to Fresh and Fit? Fresh and Fit,
no, I heard something happened, but I don't know what happened.
It's exactly what you're just mentioning. Fresh from Fresh and Fit ended up impregnating a sex worker, and the sex worker was DMing him, and we know now because she leaked all the DMs, and they've since admitted that this is all real. After impregnating the sex worker, she was like, I want to have the baby, blah, 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 I don't have an abortion. He's like, no, I don't want to be a father. You have to have the abortion, blah, blah, blah. When, like, on their show, the Fresh and Fit podcast is all about men got to take personal responsibility, all this kind of shit, all that kind of stuff. Like, well, I'm not,
of course
not,
they're
not,
full of shit.
Yeah, not when it happens to you.
Of course. Was it the guy Myron who was like nearly teary-eyed, like going on a rant, like I support him no matter what?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you're just all hypocrites. Shut up.
Those are the people though that will sit up there and say like Republicans do. They're like, I support life. Meanwhile, they got like 10 abortions in the bag already for whoever, or the women who are quietly having them. This is sometimes a situation of, hey, you guys are thinking that this is, we just are popping abortion pills. I don't care what, social media, culture, logistics, or whatever they do want to have those conversations. That's just a small portion of what people are in predicaments where they don't have access to it much. So they know if I have this child's going to come into a system I can't give for them. I can't provide for them. This is going to, I don't want to put them in a system. They think about those things. So they know right now in the early stages, I'm going to go ahead and terminate my pregnancy. Rape happens, right? And now, those are things that people are not considering. But there's life in this body. There's life in this person. It could be a underaged young girl who's carrying a child because of rape. And they're just like, but this is God's will for their life. But there's an option to give this person a life. Let this child be a child. But now here we are. But they don't see that. But for them, they can quietly and go make sure they take care of those things, but then and present themselves as something different and opposite. So I don't like it. I think, again, people can have their take on abortion, whatever. I once had my take on abortion as well, but then life hit me. And so,
Clean
just
up your
knowing
room.
we need to be able to have that choice for whatever reason. But I think for health reasons, man, that shouldn't even be something that you take away. This woman's body was at risk. She could have died. And now she can't even have the life that she wants because of that. Possibly never being able to have a child. Look, she really wanted it. They were set up. They were doing all this stuff. And, she doesn't get a chance to really try again, with some kind of security because of this happening. The fact that this was preventative,
It's an unnecessary tragedy.
It was, you see what I'm saying? It was just because, a whole bunch of white men said women's bodies, we need to control it. And you can't. Abortion is not God. Is not godly. Yeah, I love the Lord, and abortion worked out for me. So
yeah, you know
it's
what?
also in the
don't
Bible.
Yeah,
That's
so,
true. I
Yeah,
don't
the
think that
bitter
these
water.
politicians in particular even believe the shit that they say. I think that to the extent they want to criminalize abortion, it's just because they want to control women. That's what this is about. Like if I said this earlier, I'll say it again because I think it's an important point. If they really thought abortion was murder, they would treat it that way, right? They wouldn't make exceptions for their mistresses. They wouldn't make exceptions for states. Oh well, I believe in states' rights, so some states can allow this murder to continue. Like you wouldn't treat it that way. Like you don't actually believe it's murder. Like you wouldn't be protesting outside of a clinic where they're doing murders. You would storm the clinic, right? It's also disingenuous.
Well, some people do.
Some of them do, but I mean, for the
get
most
violent,
part, right?
yes.
It's the same thing with if you cared about child's rights, you would care about the second they were born and provide for the families and the mothers and all that kind of shit, right?
Like, they do that. They do that, right? We'll take care of you while you're pregnant. Are you guys doing that for real? Are you providing these mothers with the healthcare that they need? Are you doing? Because right after that baby,
they want to cut WIC.
It's like,
they
yeah,
want to cut food stamps.
After that, they're like, yeah, you're on your own. Like, oh, we'll provide you with the resources. After that baby comes out, these babies are on their own. Some of them are put into systems. Some of them, like, it's ridiculous. Some of them are born with defects. Some of them, it's so many different things, and they're not thinking about that. It becomes expensive for a poor mom to have to take care. Like, just think about that. Like, they don't, and America will have this whole idea, we care about the kids, America love the kids. And then all of a sudden kids come out and there's like so much that all these kids that they were saying you must have, will support you through your pregnancy. Then babies come out, ain't no help. There's nothing.
It blew my mind like 2 years ago to find out that you have to pay to give birth in the U.S. and like the average is $7,000 to $12,000, and I was
very expensive.
Yeah, because in Canada you don't pay out of pocket for your birth, right? And
don't rub that in our faces.
Well, I'm not doing that to flex. I'm doing that because I was like, but that's insane to me how you can actually expect people to go bankrupt and yet constantly talk about how pro-life you are and how much the sanctity of birth and all this kind of stuff. It's going to cost you $10,000 though. Like if you only have like $400 in your bank account, how do you do it? What do? Do you just give birth at home? Do you just give you just say fuck it? Do you like again?
No, basically, you'll be able to do it. So many parents literally use what they can, like do what they need. I know my mama was sick and tired of getting pregnant. That lady been pregnant since she was 17. She just pregnant every day, right? Fertile, right? So with her being a migrant here, her not having she worked at a hot dog stand when she first got here, and I saw the stresses of having like 4 kids in the house that were all we were all around the same age, but her trying to do all of that was a struggle, with my dad trying to make sure he holds down a job. So they don't make it easy for you anyway. Like you already got to do 6 jobs. We had to be home. And this is back in the day. So it was my sister, who was maybe 4 years older than me, locked the door while we have to make this money to make sure that you guys can eat or whatever, while when we were younger. And it took years for us to really see, something really take place in our lives when it came, until I was like 15 or something. But I know a friend of mine who was in the system. She came here to visit her family. Same thing. It was lock the door. They didn't have money to put the baby in a babysitter or whatever the case may be. And if we were at babysitters, they were babysitting us illegally. Right. So she went to the door and there was a caseworker. The neighbors told, and there was a caseworker, and my friend, who was from Haiti, didn't speak English at the time. The system took her. So her family was in Haiti. She lost contact with her family in Haiti because the system took her. And she's been in the system ever since, in her whole entire life. She doesn't know her real last name. They changed it, first of all, and then she didn't have a real Social Security. They changed her. They did this overnight. They changed her birth date and everything, and she became a part of the system. So they don't take care of kids. They just throw you in a system or whatever the case may be. America does not care about children. They want to act like they do. They don't care about people being parents for real. They want to act like they do. They will help you up until when that baby comes out, you're on your own. And then with kids, we're going to throw them into whatever system, knowing that these foster care people, they sometimes they create trauma for these children, and they're just getting a check. And so it's like we're not really curating spaces for these kids to really go into somewhere where it's actually a fitting family. They're not going to do none of that work. It's just, this is a Haitian kid. Like, we took her away from her family. They don't give a damn. They don't care. America does not truly care about what the things that they care about. And one thing is about children. They do not care. I don't see that. They don't care about children, because if they did, programs like WIC or whatever wouldn't be up for people. Like, I think expires at a certain age. And it's like, okay, did something change for the parent? Are we checking in or whatever the case? No. As soon as the baby turns a certain age, WIC is over. You're on your own. You're on your own. You can't get the benefits anymore. It's just that type of, that's what it is. So
yeah, it's a barbaric, ruthless system. It's shitty.
Yeah.
Well,
happy way to end the show.
Yeah.
Well, super happy episode.
I know, right? Sorry, y'all. Look, my bad. Then came on. I try to keep it cute.
I started Doomer too earlier. We talked about like Sotomayor retiring and stuff.
That's true. That was right out of the gates. That was the opening.
Yeah. So we started Doomer. So
okay, I'm sorry about that.
But you know what?
No, don't apologize.
Maybe the super chats will be happier. Should we
and
get to
you're
that?
gonna have to read them because David's gone. His baby was crying. So look, everybody, it's just a night for the kids to just start acting up. People tired, chickens crying. I have a bird, my sister's bird. It's in the cage behind me. I got it covered up because he's a little fussy. Yeah, it's a parakeet, but budgie, whatever. But first, I want to free it every day.
Kind of see it. Yeah.
I want to free it every single day. Because I hate that he's in a cage, right? I just don't like it. I feel like he doesn't belong here. Y'all know how I am about the birds. I don't know. Like, he's native to Australia. Why would they bring this baby over here, like, and breed them and then create this baby? And then now he's in a cage, and I keep him by the window so that he can get feels. Sometimes I sit him in the cage outside so he can get feels, but then I feel like he gets sad when he sees other birds flying, and he has just so much room, and he can only fly from like here to here. And if I take him out of the cage, I ain't gonna run after no bird in this apartment. He gonna die. He gonna die. And so, so I feel so bad. So I just kind of like, if I leave the room sometimes too long, he'll start chirping. And then when I just come and just sit there, he'll, calm down or whatever the case may be. We're best friends. So that's my sister's bird.
That's cute.
His name is Rocky. I'll put a picture of him on YouTube, so you can see him. But I get really sad about it. When Maya Angelou said, "I know why the cage bird sings. I know why this cage bird sings." Okay, the baby is sad. It just makes me so sad. But I know.
Okay, so I'll go through Rebecca's.
Definitely don't let that bird go though, because that bird would not.
He wouldn't make it outside. He wouldn't make it. He wouldn't make it. This is not his environment. Like, he would get eaten. He would die.
Yeah, fair. Fam, I can't stay for the super chats this time. I gotta take care of my own pet.
Y'all just
all right.
It's always Mike and Matt anyway. I love you, Lance. Have a good one.
All right, peace.
Love y'all.
Love you. Take care.
The chats, they super. But I do have, I don't want to skip out on the people who did send me them quickly, so I'll read through them, but I'll just let them do theirs. Thank you so much to Bad Ash 29 for becoming a member, Donald James for becoming a member for 4 months, Dizzy McFizzle with the very generous $10, and as the leftist, so yeah, that was during the Abby Shapiro thing. Problematic Crush, someone's admitting that Abby Shapiro has got yet another poor soul. Funky Fues with the Uwu, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Manny Spinoza, thank you so much for the generous $4.99, just showing my support. Keep up the good work. Genuinely appreciate it. Hope you are recovering as well. Charlie Jinmir, thoughts on cast review being implemented in the UK, folks? I did already a segment yesterday on the cast review. It's a joke. It claims that children under the age of 24 it claims that kids start at 25 years old. It claims that there's a biological imperative for kids to play with certain toys. It rejected close to 50 studies specifically. That was like almost 98% of the ones that would have been appropriate for what they were covering. So when it rejects 50 studies specifically because they say, well, these weren't double-blind tests, when you can't really ethically do double-blind tests for HRT because you would have to put complete strangers without gender dysphoria on HRT to do a double-blind test. So that, again, is just fucked up. The whole thing is a joke. It's an absolute, if you go through it piece by piece, the whole thing is a disaster, but it's beneficial for transphobes, essentially, which is the really shitty thing. Aussie Commie Plant Lady, thank you so much for resubscribing. LudiTunes 9000, thank you for resubscribing as well. And thank you so much to Maple Takes. Can everyone go to Maple Takes and give them a follow back for rating us? That was very, very kind of you. I'll send the people remaining to the majority report. Please thank the mods. Mods keep us safe. They're awesome and incredible. Give the mods all your love. And if you're on YouTube, you want to keep watching, go to the Humanist Report or Matt Binder. I think they'll probably still be doing more of the same. All right. I love you all. You're valid. And